Assalamualaikum Pak Sauki, sehat Pak?
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Pak Anang, sehat Pak Anang? Gimana kabar Pak?
Alhamdulillah sehat. Apa kabar Semarang?
Baik, baik. Kapan nih Pak Anang mampir Semarang?
Insya Allah, pada waktunya nanti.
Kalau dari laporan di publikasi itu sudah mengirimkan link drive sejak tanggal 14 November.
Izin prepare ya Pak Sauki.
Monggo Pak Anang.
Salam kenal Bapak Ahmad Sauki. Saya dari Malang, Poltekkes Malang.
Ya, salam kenal Pak Nyoman.
Iya, salam kenal Pak Sauki. Bagaimana kabar Semarang?
Baik Pak.
Ya, baik.
Sekarang di Malang ini Pak? Apa
Saya di Malang.
Oh, di Malang.
Saya di Malang. Bagaimana kabar sahabat saya Semarang?
Siapa Pak?
Mas Fahmi, Mas Fahmi.
Oh, Mas Fahmi. Iya, ada Pak. Baik, baik Pak.
Baik. Sama Pak Nuryanto, Pak
Iya,
Nuryanto.
Pak Nuryanto. Di AIP ya Pak ya?
Iya, di AIP. Sama Mas Fahmi juga saya.
Oke. Pak Nyoman nanti berarti ini ya presenter ya Pak ya?
Iya, betul.
Oh iya. Ya, sip.
Kan Pak Ahmad Sauki yang reviewernya ya?
Iya Pak, moderator Pak.
Oh, moderator Pak Ahmad Sauki itu
Ya,
moderator.
ya nanti sekalian kita bahas bersama, Pak.
Iya. Nanti metodenya bagaimana? Metodenya, apakah paralel tiga-tiganya dulu baru discussion?
Kalau dibilang kemarin satu-satu, Pak.
Oh, satu-satu.
Iya, satu-satu, kemudian kita
Satu
presentasi.
discussion, satu diskusi
Iya,
gitu ya.
gitu, Pak.
Itu berapa lama nanti per per presenter? Berapa menit? Itunya apa namanya penyajiannya? Supaya nanti saya bisa menyesuaikan waktunya.
Kalau presentasi 10 menit,
10 menit ya?
ya maksimal 10 menit. Kemudian 5 menit kita diskusi, Pak. Jadi
Berarti nanti saya
kira-kira 15 menit sampai 20 menit maksimal.
sudah diskusi dengan diskusi.
Ya.
Wah, berarti saya nanti mengurangi apa PowerPoint-nya ini berarti. Itu nanti apa yang menyajikan PowerPoint saya sendiri ya, share screen.
Mau dari panitia bagaimana ini? Ya, apakah dari presenternya atau dari panitia?
Nanti dari saya aja kalau saya nanti biar
Oh
biar
iya,
nanti saya skip itu yang karena waktunya ini.
oke, iya iya. Lebih enak sendiri ya Pak ya?
Iya, karena nanti waktunya ini menyesuaikan waktu.
Betul betul Pak.
Bisa dipercepat yang saya skip gitu.
Ya.
Yang datang kasih tidak.
Ini jelas publikasi tim.
Can I start it? Hello? Is my voice clear?
Clear Pak Dates.
Bapak dan Ibu sekalian, uh, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Andi from the Master Control of the oral presentation. So I just would like to remind you that if you join in the Zoom and you are not the presenter who doing the presentation, please turn off your microphone, because all the sounds in Zoom will be published on YouTube. As the information, our discussion, our presentation today and tomorrow, it's going to live streaming in our YouTube channel, and our YouTube channel has more than 5,000 subscribers. So there will be more and more viewers in our YouTube channel. So everyone who join in Zoom, please, I hope you can help us to turn off your microphone, except the presenter. And then number two, if you would like to ask the question to the presenter when the presentation getting done, so you can raising the hand using the Zoom tools. There is a raising hand tools in the Zoom, so the moderator will let you to open the microphone. Okay, and if you have any question that you want to ask by message, just type the message in chat room, in chat box. Okay. So, and for the presenter, because the master control of PowerPoint is here, it means I'm the master control for the PowerPoint. So if you want to going to the next slide, just say next. Okay. So I will control the slides. Okay, we will start our presentation on 3 minutes. So sudah. Pak, ini mati, Pak. Ini mati nih. Hidup kan? Enggak. Pak bukan Pak Zulmi, Pak Idram. Laptopnya jenengan mati, Pak. Tolong, Pak. Mati.
May we start the presentation?
Okay, can I start the presentation?
Just wait. I will open first the forum. So every presenters have already in the room. I 6 presenters for today's session.
Okay, Mr. Sauki, now it's time to begin the presentation. All the control is yours now.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Andi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the session of oral presentation of Bengkulu International Conference. My name is Ahmad Syauqi. I'm going to be the moderator of the oral first presentation And next to me, there are also other discussion. Dr. Tony, Maigoda SKMMA, and Dr. Betty Josephine SKMMKM. As we know that Indonesia is a prime example of the triple burden of malnutrition. About 1 in 3 children aged under 5 years is stunted, and 1 in 10 children has wasting, while a further of 8 are overweight. Indonesian women are among the hardest hit, with approximately 1 in 4 girls having anemia, while nearly 1 in 7 adolescents is overweight or obese. And for that, we have honorable researchers who is already with us. Jumiati, Rosmita Nuzuliana, Idewanyawan Supariasa, Kamsia, Ciang, Wisuda Andeka, and they will be present the excellent research among in nutrition area. And for this first, I will like to give the rules. First, each presenter should present their work for maximum 10 minutes. After that, we will continue to the discussion section for approximately 5 minutes. And then I will invite audience to join the discussion. And please raise your hand first. Or you can text in the chat box. Yeah, I think the audience after raise hand can turn on the microphone. Okay, for the first, I would like to invite Miss Jumiati. Sorry, Miss or Mr.
Mr. Mrs.
Okay, Mrs. Jumiati et al. With the title of the research is Analysis of Anemia in Adolescent Women in Rejang Lebong Regency. And please welcome Ms. Jumiati.
Okay, thank you very much for the time. First time I would like to, sorry, because the presentation is represented by me, Tetes Wahyu. The title of my research, our research is about analysis of anemia in adolescent women in Rejang Lebong Regency by Jumiati, Tetes Wahyu, Argasari, and Rizda Yulianti. We are going to introduction. Please, next slide. The incidence of anemia is the most common problem found in adolescents because adolescence is the period of growth of children toward the process of maturity towards adulthood. In the periophysical, biological, and physiological changes occur. The imbalance between nutrient intakes and its needs will cause nutritional problems, both in the form of nutritional problems more or less. Anemia occurs a lot, especially in young women, due to the increased need for iron during the growth period. And according to data, the prevalence of anemia in Indonesia based on Riskesdas data, 2013, reached 2000.7%. According to female sex characteristic, it is higher when compared to men. In women by 23.9% and men by 18.4%. And according to data, this case does 2019, the proportion of anemia in women 27.2% is higher than in men, 24.3%, and the proportion of anemia in the age group of 15 until 24 years is 32% in 2018. Next slide. The result of the examination, the result of the examination conducted by East Churu Public Health Center of Officer in Regional Emergency in 2018 at SMP3 obtained the result of examination on young women from 39 students whose hemoglobin levels were below 12 grams per deciliter, as many as 2,000 students, 53.8%. In general, the high prevalence of anemia is caused by several factors, including low intake iron and other nutrients such as vitamin A, C, folate, riboflavin, and B12 to meet iron needs in a day. This study aims to determine the analysis of the incidence of anemia in young women in SMP3, Rajang Lebong Regency. Next. Okay, the study used a cross-sectional design, and then the population taken in the study was young women, and then the total sample is 1,039. The total sampling is 112, and then instrument used in the data collection are questionnaires, semi-quantitative FFQ, and hemoglobin levels using the Senamen hemoglobin check tools, analysis of statistical test data, correlation, and logistic regression. Next. And the result of our research show that respondent knowledge score is 20 until 30. Okay. The result shows that the respondent knowledge score is 20 until 93 with an average score of 75. The result of energy intake is 661 until 4,062 kilocalorie with an average intake calorie per day. Vitamin C intake, and then we got iron intake, and then we got protein and hemoglobin. Next. Based on the results, it shows that there is no meaningful relationship between knowledge and the incidence of anemia. This is shown that with a p-value of 0.378, while energy intake has no meaningful relationship between energy intake and the incidence of anemia. This is shown with a value 0.563. For vitamin C intake, based on hypothesis test, it is shown that there is no meaningful relationship between vitamin C intake and the incidence of anemia. Hypothesis tests show that there is a meaningful relationship between iron intake and the incidence of anemia, and this is shown with a value. And the correlation coefficient show that the direction of positive correlation, meaning that the higher the iron intake, the higher of hemoglobin level or the lower the incidence of anemia. Next. Okay, the multivariate analysis, the result of the multivariate analysis obtained, the final result of the analysis will show that the most dominant independent variable associated with anemia was p-value below 0.05, and the result of the data analysis obtained that p-value of 0.893, which means that that low vitamin C intake has 89% chance of causing anemia even in young women. Next. Okay, we are going to knowledge. The results show that there was no relationship between knowledge and the incidence of anemia. This is shown by the p-value 0.378. The respondents' knowledge score was the lowest 20 and the highest was 93. The adolescent knowledge of anemia resulted in their lack of understanding of anemia. The young women knowledge can be seen in their ability to correctly answer questionnaires about questions, about the definition, symptoms, and the prevention efforts of anemia in young women. Okay, next. Okay, it's going about iron, Fa. The results show that there was a relationship between iron intake and the incidence of anemia. It is shown by the p-value 0.030. Based on the result of interviews used the FFQ form, the average respondent intake was 9.51 milligram below the nutritional adequacy figure. Next. Okay, we are going to protein. The results show that there was a relationship between protein intake and the incidence of anemia. It is shown by the p-value 0.000. Based on the result of interviews using the FFQ form, the average protein intake 65.3 gram is below the nutritional adequacy rate. And vitamin C, the results showed that there was no relationship between vitamin C intake and the incidence of anemia. This is shown by the p-value 0.0987. Based on the result of interviews using the FFQ form, the average intake of vitamin C is 110 milligram. Next. And we are going to energy. The results show that there was no relationship between energy intake and the incident anemia. It is shown by the p-value, based on the result of interviews using FFQ form, the average energy intake of 1,000.
Sorry, Mr. Tetes, 1 minute more.
Okay, thank you. And hemoglobin were obtained in young women. Okay, next conclusion. Okay, knowledge, energy intake, vitamin C have no meaningful relationship with the incidence of anemia, but there is a relationship between iron intake, protein, and the incidence of anemia, and it is shown by values 0.030. The most influential factors with the incidence of anemia are protein and vitamin C. Thank you very much for the time. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for the excellent presentation, Mr. Tetes Wahyu. And now we will go into the discussion section. Maybe I would like to invite audience first before we go to the reviewers. Is there any question for Mr. Tetes Wahyu? Please raise your hand. Okay. Okay, we will invite later, and then now we have another reviewer, Mr. Tony, and then Miss Betty. So do you have any comments?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning. The author found high hemoglobin serum in respondent, but different if we compare risk cases. Can you describe it, Mr. Tetes?
Okay, different result with the research does result. Miss Betty, Dr. Betty. Okay, please, Mr. Tetes.
Okay, thank you very much for the question. As we know, the hemoglobin levels in highland is more lower than non-highland hemoglobin, and it is about it cause highland position. And according to Rikestas,
ini dia nih intervensi itu apa ini? Cross-section.
the Rikestas data show the hemoglobin level for all position, but not show that hemoglobin level in highland or non-highland. That's
Okay, so you mean your study separate the highland and lowland? Is it, Mr. Tetes?
in our background research, we are going to check the hemoglobin in highland. We do not show this. We just write it on the paper in the Jangalbong agency, but actually this is highland position.
Okay, thank you for the answer. And Dr. Betty, do you have more questions? Sorry, can you I cannot hear your voice. Can you increase the volume, Dr. Betty? We cannot hear you.
Hello, there is no sounds.
Okay,
you can hear
we can going back to the Dr. Betty later, and now we invite Dr. Tony Maigoda to give the review. Please,
Okay.
Dr. Tony.
Okay, thank you. For the first time, I would like to say this is a kind of good research, but I would like to mention what is the mechanism, this kind of knowledge, attitude, and behavior with iron status. Is it secondary data or primary data? Would you like to describe it?
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Tony. This is primary data.
Primary. Okay, thank you.
We are collected data of started knowledge and then intake protein, iron, vitamin C, and protein. And according to analysis, according to analysis,
Yeah.
only intake of nutrition has had a relationship between hemoglobin level without knowledge.
Yeah, I just want to express this is a cross-sectional study design. Yeah, that's
Yes.
right. Am I
Yes,
right?
this is the cross-sectional study.
And,
Yes.
and you use data collection by using semi-quantitative FFQ form.
Yes.
Okay, that's right. And then you are also to evaluate HB levels.
Yes.
By using Simon hemoglobin without any intervention. How could you do that?
Yes, actually, we are only check FFK form and HB level only, and we didn't have intervention for the patient.
Okay.
Okay, I think time is up, Dr.
Okay,
Tony.
thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes, I have some suggestion for the Mr. Tetes. First, in the material and methods, you need to describe more, because some reviewers cannot read what kind of the study have you done. So you may write more about the material and methods. And then in the conclusion section, you may to delete the p-value. It's not necessary in writing p-value in the discussion, in the conclusion. So maybe this my suggestion. And thank you so much for the excellent presentation, Mr. Tetes, and thank you for the reviewer by Dr. Tony and Dr. Betty. Give applause for the Mr. Tetes. Okay, now we will continue to the next oral presentation. The title is Developmental Outcome in Children with Malnutrition, a case study. It was done by Rosmita Nuzuliana and Elida Rizky Wijhati. And who will present? Miss Rosmita? Are you already there?
Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce myself. My name is Elida Rizky Wijhati, and now I will present my paper with Rosmita Nuzuliana with the title The Developmental Outcome in Malnutrition Child, a Case Study. We are from Midwifery Program, Health and Science Faculty, University Aisyah Yogyakarta. First one, background. Malnutrition or malnutrition is a condition that refers to a deficiency, excess, or imbalance in a person's energy or nutrition intake. Children with malnutrition have weak immunity, are prone to long-term developmental delay, and face an increased risk of death, especially when wasting is severe. Malnutrition in children makes a high susceptibility to disorders of children's brain and mental development. The aim of this research is identifying the characteristic and the developmental status of undernourished children under the method. This research is a case study description with multiple cases. We conducting the study used in-depth interview with subject of mother. We observe the home environment and carry out the examination, anthropometry, and screening development. Use Stanford 2. And the respondent or subject, we have 9 subjects. The analysis of this study used descriptive analysis and pattern matching analysis. And C, result and discussion. Table 1, subject characteristic. We have 9 subjects, and we identifying by mother and father age, mother and father occupation, and pregnancy history, especially medical history since a womb, and then host condition. The food sanitation will reduce food safety and can increase the risk of infection. Low-income households commonly spend a half or more of additional income on food expenditure with proportional increase of animal source food, generally greater than those for grain and tubers. Poverty is one of the biggest factors contributing to the worst rate in children under 5. It's because families have obstacles in providing food and providing nutrition. And table 2, health problem and developmental status. We identifying by age of children in month, sex, and weight for height, gestational pregnancy age, gestational pregnancy age, or birth story, weight and height, and health problem, and then the result of them for 2. And the result of them for 2, majority is suspect, except 2 children with normal result. Table 2 shows that 7 respondents were experiencing developmental suspect. It might be cause malnutrition caused the child cognitive development to be weak. And development delay is common in male under 5 children. But in this research, we have 5 male and 4 female. The majority experiences delay with the classification of severe disorder. This is because the child function age is less than 19% of his chronological age. The problem of the developmental delay begins with the birth of baby with low birth weight. Low birth weight increases perinatal mortality, neurological disability, and chronic disease in adults, while also causing impaired immune function and poor cognitive development. Toddlers born with low birth weight accompanied by health problems will increase the risk of delay of development. The influences factors of child development such as parenting pattern, interaction carried out in the home, community, and school environment. Positive interaction with parenting pattern are not temperamental. Given by pattern make toddler development will be better. The conclusion, the characteristic of malnutrition child such as came from poor family because majority have minimum wage city and with unhealthy hosts with medical history, low birth weight, a few of them having health problems since in the womb, such as chronic energy crisis, and then anemia in pregnancy, etc. And majority of the developmental status were suspect. And thank you for your. This is the reference.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. I think the authors use video. And I would like to invite first the speakers. Miss Rosmita, are you in the Zoom?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Hello, Mrs. I'm sorry, I have not a screen like people.
Okay, thank you for the wonderful presentation. First, I would like to invite the audience first. If you have any questions for the speakers, please raise your hand, or you may write text in the box chat. Is there any questions from the audience? Okay, no. Okay, not yet. So we will going to the reviewers. First, Dr.
Thank you.
Tony. Dr. Tony, could you please give some review?
Thank you very much for this opportunity. I would like to ask to the presenter, what do you mean by saying developmental outcome? Please describe briefly.
Okay, I would like to describe my paper. I think actually my paper. What is the in it?
I just want to know developmental outcome.
Yes, developmental outcome in my paper is mean that what is the child development in malnutrition.
I think it is better you change with determinant problems associated with children in malnutrition. It is confusing. Yeah, the title of your manuscript with the content of your writing. I just want to suggest it is a good writing, it is a good work, but it will make me confused. Yeah, between the title and the content of your manuscript.
Okay.
Yeah?
Maybe it can
It's up
change
to you
the
if
title.
you agree or not. It's up to you. I just suggest you.
Okay. Thank you for the suggestion. Maybe
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree with the reviewer saying, because you have to describe more about the method. Yeah, it is the same suggestion from the previous speakers. It is important to give clear methods in the research. Explain how you define the variables. For instance, developmental outcome. What is the meaning of developmental outcome? You have to write it in the article, I think. And also the conclusion, I think you forget to write the conclusion in the paper, or I may be wrong.
Okay, I check it.
Okay, thank you. And then for the next reviewers, Dr. Betty, please.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ahmad. I think the title and the aim of the study in abstract are not matched. This is Rosmita. I think your title and the aim of the study in abstract are not matched. And I think your title and the aim on your study in introduction are not matched too. Ya, mungkin itu saja.
Okay, thank you.
Itulah.
And do you have any comment, Rosmita Nuzuliana?
I have not, but I want to ask when bagaimana kalau gimana ya Mas? I can speak English well.
What do you want to say?
Okay, how about I change my title with the apa ya?
You want to change the title?
Change my title about malnutrition and child development gitu.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I can speak English well.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. Even if
Yang mana dia ini?
intinya gini. Jadi pakai bahasa Indonesia nggak apa-apa ya? Biar clear. Okay, in English.
It is an international conference.
Okay. Please translate. I'm sorry. I'll try.
Just try. I will translate it.
Okay. Thank you. Actually, I want to describe the child development and malnutrition and apa namanya. I'll try to write in abstract, and I'm sorry when it is not connect or describe well. Gitu. Paham nggak, Pak?
Okay, so. Okay. I think it is enough. Thank you so much.
Okay. I'll try to
Rosmita, Juliana. Maybe
It is a good for the first time.
Yeah.
Yes, I'll try to rewrite better than before. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Miss Rosmita Juliana, for the excellent presentation. And yeah, maybe you can follow our suggestion, but I think the paper is already done, and then you can revise it, and then you can submit it in maybe other journal or something like that. Okay, thank you so much, and also thank you for Mr. Tony and Miss Betty.
Yes, thank
you. And then I will continue to the next presentation. The title is Sociological and Anthropological Studies of Stunting Families in Malang Regency, and the authors are Dewa Nyoman Supariasa, Ibnu Fajar, and Sugeng Iwan. Pak Nyoman, Mr. Nyoman, are you ready?
Okay, ready.
And the slide from you, or okay? Okay, time is yours, please, Mr. Nyoman.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to extend appreciation and great thanks to the committee for giving us the opportunity for our presentation in this international event. We highlight appreciation there. Special thanks and appreciation the amazing moderator and reviewer, Mr. Ahmad Zaki and Mr. Dr. Tony.
Okay.
And Madam Betty, special amazing reviewers. Yes.
Hi.
We are a team of 4 authors, Mr. Ibnu Fajar, Mr. Sugeng Iwan, Bapak Khairuddin, and myself, Dewa Nyoman Supariasa, with the title Sociological and Anthropological Studies of Stunting Families in Malang Regencies. Next slides.
Kalau suaranya gimana? Kita harus fast dulu ya?
Next slides.
Mundur suara. Kata Sisi tadi suaranya kurang besar. Kalau di HP gue besar.
Sorry for the audience. I think you have to turn off the microphone. Okay, please continue, Dr. Dewan.
Okay, thank you for Ahmad Zaki. The background: stunting is fat growth in children as a result of chronic deficiency occurring during the first 1,000 days of life. Total stunting prevalent in Malang Regency has increased, and trend may be increased age to years to years, and so now lowest in prevalent to 22.5 in 2016. Next slide. Next slide. The research question: what are the sociological and anthropological characteristics of family with stunting tolerance in Malang Regency? And the research objectives, in general objectives, to analyze the sociological and anthropological characteristics of family with stunting tolerance in Malang Regency. The specific objectives are to find out the sociological characteristics of family with stunting tolerance in Malang Regency, and to find out the anthropological characteristics of family with stunting tolerance in Malang Regency. Next slide. Research method. Research design is qualitative research. Subject and participants, 11 families with stunting for each of 3 stunting locus villages in Malang Regency we include as participants. The 3 villages we choose to represent the urban, highland, and coastal area. Participant in the focus group discussion include public authorities, the villages, village head, cadre, mother, village head, teacher, and so on. Next slide. Research method, media and instrument, questionnaires, video camera, office stationery. Setting: the research was conducted from May to October 2021. This is mistake, right? In 3 villages. Next slide. Next slide. This research sheet. Next slide. The result. Next slides. Next slide. Now, how about nutrition knowledge? This is the result. Inadequate knowledge. 45.5% participants had inadequate nutrition knowledge, which may have been due to lack of nutritional education and information. How about the good knowledge? 15.2% participants had good knowledge about nutrition. Level of education and information about nutrition may have contributed to nutritional knowledge. The higher their education, information, exposure, experience, job status, their high knowledge. Next slide. How about the social, legal, and anthropological characteristics? First, of all the 33 participants from Dailam, Ngawongo, and Karangsari villages, 6 murder dietary restrictions during pregnant, and the other 27 murder had not child dietary restriction. Only 1 child had dietary restriction. Their children had not. How about allergy? Of all 3 participants, 2% had allergy. Third, children eating pattern. Most children had 2 to 3 meals a day. Next slide. How about the pregnant mother eating pattern? All participants from Dilam, Ngawongo, and Karangsari had 2 to 3 meals a day. Blood boosting tablet consumption. Of all 33 participants, only 3 mothers had not consumed any iron tablet. Mother healthcare service during pregnant. Most pregnant mother obtain healthcare service once a month. How about breastfeeding behavior? Most mothers had provided breastfeeding to their children, but only 2 mothers had not. about weaning or complementary food to breast milk. Most toddlers, 29%, receive complementary feeding after more 6 months. Next slide. How about food storage? 16 families of participants stored or keep their cooked food on dining tables. Childcare. Of all the 3 participants, 24 children had their own mother as their caretaker atau caregiver, where the other children had their grandmother or other families member as their main care. How about healthcare worker visit and health information sources? Only 5 participants had healthcare home visit by the local healthcare services. Next slide. How about sanitation? This is
sorry, Mr. Nyoman, you have one more minute.
How about next slide. Next. How about survey food consumption? This is our food consumption. All the children have deficient energy intakes. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Now, how about the focus group discussion in the key informant? Is Desa Ngawongo, stunting in Ngawongo villages was frequently associated with heredity factor. This is main finding. Yeah, the stunting associated with hereditary factor. How about in Desa Dilam? Stunting in Dilam villages was frequently causes the problem bad children care by mother, infection disease like premature heart disease, and so on. How about in Desa Karangsari? Stunting was also associated with the hereditary factor. This main finding.
Sorry, Dr. Nyoman, can you just state your conclusion because the time is
okay, conclusion. Next slide. Next slide. Conclusion. This is conclusion. This is our conclusion. The free food consumption of pregnant women in Dilam and Ngawongo like this. Yes, so many deficit energy. The second one, only 8% had shown had complete variety of food. Yeah, food variety in their consumption. Next slide. Most pregnant mother in Dilam villages eat 2 to 3 times meals a day. Now, this is main finding, my anthropological and sociological factor. The food that the 6 pregnant mother were restricted to eat, and their reason are eating clotok fish could causes it and third case. Eating sting beans could be cause back pain. Eating pineapple could be causes hit stomach. Eating pineapple could cause miscarriage. Eating pineapple could disrupt wounding healing. Eating durian could cause miscarriage. Eating seafish for children could cause allergy. That's all. Thank you for my time.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for the wonderful research, Mr. Nyoman. Maybe I want to ask you one question. How you choose the 3 villages in your study?
Because in geographic Malang Regency, there are 3 cluster: highland, urbans, and coastal area. So we choose 3 villages to represent it in Malang Regencies.
Okay, is there any random for the village, or you just choose it by
We
the
just
peoples?
use based on locus stunting in 3
Oh, okay.
characteristics. We can use
Okay.
in 3 characteristics.
Okay, it's
Locus stunting.
interesting. Interesting.
Yes.
So this is the main the locus stunting that you choose the
Yes.
villages. Okay,
Yes.
I think you have to mention in the method. Okay, thank you for the answer, Mr. Nyoman, and then we will go to the Miss Betty first. Please.
Hello, Pak Nyoman.
Hello, Madam Dr. Betty Josephine. How are you?
I'm fine. Okay.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
And meet you.
Okay. Mr. Nyoman.
Yes.
When the aim of the study was to assess or analyze the sociological and anthropological character of family with stunting, but in your conclusion, like quantitative study, your conclusion like quantitative study, what match with your method?
Thanks, Madam Dr. Betty. Not quantitative research, but we present our data by quantitative, not by description only, not in inferential, on inferential statistic. Only I describe based on average data and so on. It's like that, Dr. Betty.
In your conclusion, like quantitative study, Mr. Dewa.
But we combine
abstract.
Yeah. Only just percentage of our data. Just to describe the percentage of our data.
And for your study design is
qualitative research.
Qualitative research.
Yes.
Combined with quantitative or
quantitative research, not inferential statistic like that.
Okay.
Only describe the data, how much like that.
Okay. Is there any question, Miss Betty? Okay, we will go to the Mr. Tony.
Okay, thank you. How are you? Pak Nyoman?
It's okay. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you, Dr. Tony.
Okay, thank you. I think it is
yes, yesterday, nice presentation, yes.
Okay, thank you. I think this is a great research, but however, I have to say something with your paper. First of all, I'm so sorry, I'm a little bit confused with your method. You have said that this is a qualitative research, but you describe about the figure and something like that.
Yes.
And I suppose it is supposed to be mixed method, I think.
Mixed method, okay.
Mixed method, yeah. It is better you explain with your methodology. We are using method in this manuscript. You use FGD, focus group discussion, in order to track or to persuade participant or informant, in order to uphold your research. This is my suggestion. Okay.
So, Dr. Tony suggested my design research combine qualitative and quantitative
Quantitative
research.
research.
Like
Kenapa sih aku nggak nanya itu? Malah suaraku nggak hilang, Pak.
like Dr. Betty said before, like Dr. Betty said before, yes.
Okay.
Nggak nampak ini.
Thank you for your suggestion. Thank you for your suggestion.
Hello.
Is there any question? Okay. Thank you. First, may I also edit some suggestion for you, Mr. Nyoman?
Thank you for your suggestion, please.
Bagus sih, kenapa sih? Ibu, saya udah matiin.
First, in the sorry, I think the audience, can you please turn off the microphone? First, don't use citation in the result, Mr. Nyoman. I found some citation in your result section. Just only describe your results, present your results, and you can discuss it in the discussion section. You can edit more citation in the discussion section.
Okay, your suggestion is very nice. I will describe more detail about our description, like that, Mr.
Yes.
Ahmad Saiki. Thank you for your suggestion. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's enough. Thank you so much, Mr. Nyoman, for the wonderful presentation. And give applause to the Mr. Nyoman, please.
Thank you for Ahmad Saiki, Dr. Betty, reviewer, my reviewers, excellent reviewer, and Dr. Tony.
Thank you, Mr. Nyoman, Pak Nyoman.
Amazing reviewer, Mr. Tony. Amazing reviewer.
Thank you.
Okay, we will continue to the next presentation.
Suaranya di sini kan?
Kamsia, Emi Yuliantini, Eliana, and Rahawati. For the title, The Effect of Nutrition Education on Knowledge, Attitudes, and Consumption Patterns of Young Women in Prevention of Chronic Energy Deficiency at SMPN 19 Padang Serai and SMK 5 Kampung Bahari, Bengkulu City. And the presenters will be present by using video. Please.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning everyone. I'm Kamsia from in Poltekkes Kemenkes Bengkulu. I will begin in presentation at title The Effect of Nutrition Education, Knowledge, Attitudes, and Consumption Pattern Young Women in Prevention of Chronic Energy Deficiency at Junior School 19 Padang Serai and Senior School Kampung Bahari, Bengkulu City. The team research, I am Kamsia. The second, Miss Emi Yuliantini, and the third, Miss Eliana, and the last, Miss Rahmawati. Abstract. Adolescents are classified as vulnerable to nutrition problems. The role of adolescent requires high nutrition to increase physical, cognitive, and psychosocial growth. Change in lifestyle and poor eating habits of adolescents will affect their nutrition needs. To improve the eating habits of teenagers, nutrition education program can be carried out by completing the necessary media so that the quality of a generation that is more productive and will give birth to quality children. The success of nutrition education directly depends on the way the message is delivered, the recipient of the message, and the place where it takes place. Barriers to prevention of chronic energy deficiency in adolescents can be sourced from environmental influence. Several studies the existence of significant change in behavior in eating pattern track intervention from nutrition education can prevent in adolescents. Research objectives to know the effect of nutrition education on knowledge, attitudes, and consumption patterns in prevention of chronic energy deficiency and young girls junior school 19 Padang Serai and junior school Kampung Bahari, Bengkulu City. Method quasi experiment with two group pre-test on post-test design result increase in knowledge, attitude, and consumption pattern after being given nutrition education in prevention of chronic energy deficiency of young women in Bengkulu City. The effect of nutrition education of knowledge, attitude, and consumption patterns in prevention of chronic energy deficiency of young women in Bengkulu City with F value 0, conclusion there is an increase and influence between knowledge, attitude, and consumption pattern after being given adolescent nutrition education. Introduction. Nutrition plays an important role in achieving optimal growth, including brain and intelligence development, so that it affects the quality of human research. Malnutrition in children begins during pregnancy, which results in low cognitive abilities, the risk of stunting, and in adults, the risk of suffering from chronic disease. The main cause of stunting include stunt growth in the womb, inadequate intake of nutrition to support growth and development in infancy, and frequent infection during early life. Adolescents are classified as vulnerable to nutritional failure because the first rule of adolescent require high nutrition to increase physical, cognitive, and psychosocial growth. Change in lifestyle and poor eating habit of adolescents will affect their nutrition needs. Adolescents with special nutrition deficiencies, such as adolescents who are less active in sport activities, are pregnant, suffer from chronic disease, have exercise diets, are addictive alcohol or drugs. Materials and result. This research is quasi-experiment research with one group pre-test and post-test design. The intervention was in the form of nutrition education using lecture and discussion methods using booklet or module with a frequency of 3 meetings in 3 weeks. Discussion characteristic of young adolescent are group that is vulnerable to nutrition problem because they need higher nutrition due to increase physical, cognitive, and psychosocial growth. Change in lifestyle and eating habit of adolescents will affect both their intake and nutrition needs, and adolescents may require special nutrition if adolescents active in sport activities, are pregnant, suffer from chronic disease, diet excessively, or addictive to alcohol or drug. Adolescent age 9 until 90 years, a group that is vulnerable to nutrition. This group is a group that is less concerned about nutrition problem, so that more needed to improve health compared to children or the elderly. Lawrence Green in Noto Atmojo reveals that the consumption behavior of high-calorie food is influenced by predisposing factors, knowledge, and attitudes. Enabling factors, parental biasness, social environment, and the amount of pocket money, and reinforcing factor, friend support, and media promotion. This study aims to analyze the relationship between the amount of pocket money and breakfast habits with more nutritional status of elementary school children. The effect of nutrition education of knowledge in prevention of chronic energy deficiency in young women. Education media is a tool that functions in explaining information in learning. Booklets are used as educational media, where teenagers are the target. By using booklet media and individual and nutrition education on attitudes in prevention of chronic energy deficiency in young women, effective nutrition education through social media, audiovisual media, conventional media, support and training of peer educator groups is a key factor. The results show increase in the average attitude before and after nutrition education through booklets. This is because some of the nutritional materials in the booklet relate to adolescent nutritional problems. Anthropometry measurement methods, nutrition education, adolescent nutrition management, and menu cycles are applicable. That is, they can be practiced, demonstrated, and role-playing so as to attract the attention of teenagers to try. The learning models as an alternative in providing nutrition education lesson is an attraction for school children. Nutrition education increase knowledge and intake of macronutrients has a significant effect before and after nutrition education is given. Conclusion: there is an increase in knowledge, attitudes, and consumption patterns after being given nutrition education in the prevention of chronic energy deficiency in young women in Bengkulu City. There is an influence of nutrition education of knowledge, attitudes, and consumption patterns in prevention of chronic energy deficiency and in young women in Bengkulu City. Thank you so much for your attention.
Okay, thank you for the excellent presentation, Ms. Kamsia. Ms. Kamsia, are you in the Zoom meeting?
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, Ms. Kamsia, thank you. I'd like to ask you some questions. Ms. Kamsia, can you explain more how the knowledge attitude can prevent the chronic energy deficiency?
I'm sorry, sir.
Yes, can you hear me, Ms. Kamsia?
Please repeat again, sir.
Okay, I will repeat again. Because in the conclusion, you mentioned that there is increased knowledge, attitude, and consumption. Yeah. And then how the effect, the knowledge and the attitude for the preventive of chronic energy deficiency. For instance, maybe the mother have already know something and then they will do what? Hello, Miss Kamsia.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, because important to know because we know that chronic energy deficiency is the most important thing is how they eat and how they how the disease, yeah, the food and the disease. There are the two most important things for the energy deficiency. And then we know that attitude, knowledge, maybe this is not as a direct effect, but it is like indirect effect. Yeah, maybe you can explain more in the discussion because we have to know about what is the direct and then indirect effect. Okay, this is the commenter for me, and then I will invite who will be the first, Dr. Tony or Dr. Betty.
Thank you, Mr. Hamad. Congratulations, Mrs. Kamsia and the other author. In your method, different in your research. I think in your method, one group pre-test and post-test design, but in your result, they are two group. Group 1 and group 2. It's very different, Mrs. Kamsia. In your method, different in your result. In your method, one group pre-test and post-test design, but in your result, there are two groups. And then how to choose intervention group, group 1 and group 2, how to choose sample, and then how to make sure that change variable dependent such as knowledge, attitude, and consumption be be affected by education nutrition? Please describe, Mrs. Kamsia. Thank you, Mr. Ahmad Sauki.
Yes, please, Ms. Kamsia. I think the question.
Okay. Materials in research is quasi-experiment, one group pre-test and post-test design. But
so what is the group 1 and what is the group 2, Ms. Kamsia? Maybe the question from the Ms. Petrus.
Two
groups, and then so this is not the one group, yeah, isn't it?
Sorry.
Okay, maybe the methods should be revised. Okay, thank you. And then the second question about
Also choose one group and two group.
Oh, how to choose the sample in the group 1 and the group 2. Yeah, is there any purposive or randomized or what kind? Please, Ms. Kamsi.
Random purposive sample, sir.
Okay. So I think you should mention it in the material and methods, because I saw that the material and methods is only very simple. you can describe more, because this is the excellent research, I think. But if you didn't show the material and methods clearly, author and the readers cannot read. Okay, thank you. We have 1 minute more. Dr. Tony, have any suggestion maybe? I think not question, but only suggestion, because we
just
have
was
running
okay.
out
Thank
of
you.
time.
I just want to suggest the title of the paper. Yeah, you can read the title of the paper. I just want to advise you to change your title of chronic energy deficiency at SMPN. Yeah, it is the name of the school. It is not your targeted sample. Your targeted sample is a young lady. Change it. Yeah, it could be much better directly to the sample or your target. Not SMP is the name of the school. Okay?
Yeah, okay, Professor.
Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
Okay. Just change the title.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank
you. So maybe some suggestion you can follow more from the title until the conclusion, Ms. Kamsia. But thank you so much for the nice presentation and the nice research. Give applause to the Ms. Kamsia. Okay, thank you. And then we will going to the next presentation. Ciang, Barakatun, Misak, Asrina, Irmi, and Zalina. Well, this is from the other country, I think, from Malaysia. Yeah. So, yeah. The title is, Has Dietary Intake Changed the Cardiometabolic Risk During COVID-19 Lockdowns Among a Sample of Malaysian Adults?
Apa ya guru muda? Dosen muda itu belum berpengalaman.
Hi, my name is Jenny and I'm a PhD student from University Putra
Ya Allah,
Malaysia.
ibu pola
The
pahan.
topic of my presentation today is Has dietary intake changed the cardiometabolic risk during COVID-19 lockdowns among a sample of Malaysian adults? My presentation will cover introduction, materials and methods, results and discussions, and conclusions. Metabolic syndrome is defined by the World Health Organization as a pathologic condition characterized by abdominal obesity, hypertension, dyslipidemia, type 2 diabetes, and insulin resistance. The worldwide prevalence of metabolic syndrome is 20 to 25% among the adult population. In Malaysia, the prevalence of metabolic syndrome is 34% among the adult population. A systematic review and meta-analysis of prospective observational studies reported that metabolic syndrome was associated with a twofold increase in the risk of cardiovascular disease and 1.5-fold increase in all-cause mortality. So what is cardiometabolic risk CMR? Cardiometabolic risk abnormalities consider high waist circumference, high triglyceride, low HDL cholesterol, high blood pressure, and high fasting glucose. The cutoff for waist circumference is population and country specific. In Malaysia, the cutoff is 90 cm and above in men, 80 cm and above in women. High triglyceride, the cutoff is 1.7 millimoles per liter and above, or on drug treatment for elevated triglyceride. For HDL cholesterol, the cutoff is less than 1 millimole per liter in men, less than 1.3 millimoles per liter in women, or on drug treatment for reduced HDL cholesterol. For blood pressure, the cutoff for systolic blood pressure is 130 and above, and diastolic blood pressure 85 and above, or on hypertensive medication. For fasting blood glucose, the cutoff is 5.6 millimole per liter and above, or on drug treatment for hyperglycemia. During the COVID-19 pandemic, the prevalence of obesity, dyslipidemia, and metabolic syndrome had increased significantly. In South Korea, the number of patients whose metabolic syndrome was worse had increased by 21%. Two studies conducted online survey to investigate the dietary intake of Italian adults. They found that the pandemic had changed the dietary intake of the Italian adult. So is change in dietary intake worsened the metabolic syndrome? There is currently a lack of research in Malaysia regarding the dietary intake and CMR assessment during the pandemic. Malaysian government had imposed the lockdown during the COVID-19 pandemic, and so a physical research study was not possible. Due to the mass usage of social media, online survey could be an alternative approach to conduct studies, and therefore, we conducted a cross-sectional study among a sample of Malaysian adults to determine the dietary intake and CMR assessment during the lockdown by using an online survey. The primary objective of the study is to determine the prevalence of cardiometabolic risk among a sample of Malaysian adults during the pandemic of COVID-19. Secondary objective is to determine the associated risk factors of cardiometabolic risk, particularly the dietary intake among a sample of Malaysian adults. This is a web-based cross-sectional study conducted from 1st of November to 31st of December 2021 across the whole Malaysia with 13 states and 3 federal territories. The survey was shared through the online platform where the poster was shared through email, Facebook, and WhatsApp. Ethics approval was obtained from the Ethics Committee for Research Involving Human Subjects of UPM. The inclusion criteria of the study were Malaysian adults from the whole Malaysia aged between 18 to 60 years old and were Malay or English literate. Exclusion criteria was individuals who were pregnant or breastfeed. Self-reported height and weight was obtained from the respondent, and BMI was calculated based on that. Self-reported waist circumference was also obtained from them by providing the pen size and measurements in inches and centimeters. We also used Singapore short diet screener to assess the dietary intake of the respondent. This screener consists of 37 items and has been validated in a multi-ethnic Singaporean population. This questionnaire was also comparable to Malaysian population since Singapore has similar ethnicity and dietary practices as Malaysia. We also used the Finnish diabetes risk score to assess the CMR assessment. The Finnish diabetes risk score was commonly used to screen type 2 diabetes and is a preferred questionnaire because it did not involve laboratory tests. And recently, this questionnaire has been validated and used to predict metabolic syndrome. This is because patients with glucose intolerance or type 2 diabetes, they are mostly present with metabolic syndrome since both involve a cluster of insulin resistant and disturbance of glucose metabolism. Data was analyzed using SPSS version 25. All statistical tests were set at a significant level of p-value less than 0.05. The distribution normality of continuous data was checked. Descriptive analysis was used to summarize the variables. For bivariate analysis, the associations of categorical variables and CMR were tested using the chi-square test of independence. About 60% of our respondents aged 18 to 29 and 40% aged 30 to 60. Majority of them were female and from central region of Malaysia. About 60% of them were Malay, 30% were Chinese, and 11% were Indian and other races. This proportion was similar to the actual breakdown of Malaysian population by ethnicity. About 70% of the respondents were single. About 50% of the respondents had low household income. Most of them had tertiary education. About 44% of them were overweight or obese, and about a quarter of them had waist circumference above the normal cutoff point. 39.6% of the respondents had CMR, and this was higher than the prevalence of metabolic syndrome of the previous local study, which has 34%. About 44% of the respondents were overweight or obese. In our study, BMI was significantly associated with CMR, and this finding was similar to the findings from previous study. He et al. Reported that the prevalence of metabolic syndrome increased by 10% with every 2-unit increase in BMI among Chinese adults with BMI above 23.9. A local study reported that Malaysian adults with metabolic syndrome had higher BMI compared to those without metabolic syndrome. Weight gain and obesity leads to insulin resistance, which inhibits the glucose uptake in peripheral tissues and stimulates lipolysis in adipose tissues, which then leads to excessive release of free fatty acids, causing dyslipidemia. Insulin resistance also causes pancreatic beta cells to secrete more insulin to maintain the blood sugar level. Failure to secrete sufficient insulin leads to hypoglycemia, thus glucose intolerance, and eventually type 2 diabetes. Insulin resistance also promotes the secretion of angiotensin II that enhances sympathetic nerve system nerve activity and increase the blood pressure. About a quarter of the respondents had waist circumference above the normal cutoff. In our study, waist circumference was significantly associated with CMR, and this was in line with findings from a 9-year cohort study where they reported that reducing waist circumference by 3 cm and above had beneficial effects on metabolic syndrome in women, even after accounting for changes in BMI. A 10-year cohort study conducted among normotensive non-diabetic Chinese adults showed that the baseline waist circumference and change in waist circumference predicted hypertension incidence. Studies show that even normal weight individuals with waist circumference above the cutoff point have metabolic abnormalities, including an increased risk of cardiovascular disease. Another study reported that reduced abdominal fat is associated with reduced risk of cardiovascular disease, including reduced systemic inflammations and CMR. Our study shows that CMR was significantly associated with wholemeal noodles, pasta, and other vegetables. A series of systematic reviews and meta-analyses reported that a 15 to 30% reduction in all-cause and cardiovascular-related mortality and incidence of coronary heart disease, stroke, and type 2 diabetes when comparing the highest dietary fiber consumers with the lowest consumer. The findings of whole grain food are comparable to those for dietary fiber, suggesting the positive impact of whole grains could be due to their high fiber content. CMR was significantly associated with red meat in our study. A secondary analysis of a previous published RCT reported an increased risk of metabolic syndrome incidence among Spanish adults with highest total of red meat consumption compared to those with the lowest total. And this could be explained by red meat contains compounds such as cholesterol and saturated fatty acids that increase CMR. An 11-year longitudinal study that investigated the incidence of metabolic syndrome with different types of protein intake also found a positive association between incidence of metabolic syndrome with red meat. In our study, CMR was significantly associated with the amount of sugar added to coffee. Two systematic review and meta-analysis of RCT reported that dietary sugars influence body weight, blood pressure, and serum lipids. Excessive sugar intake affects the regulation of lipids and carbohydrate metabolism directly or indirectly by promoting positive energy balance, leading to weight gain and increased CMR. The strength of our study is the use of the online survey, which is the novelty of the study during the pandemic, provides new insights related to the dietary intake and CMR assessment. Another strength is the validated self-administered questionnaires were simple and friendly to the respondents. Limitations are the limited outreach on the online platform because we only reach respondents who have internet access and electronic gadgets, and this may lead to sampling bias. Also, the self-reported measurements might lead to measurement bias where the respondents might underreport or overreport their weight, height, waist circumference, and their dietary intake. Lastly, the 37 items short diet screener was a simplified diet questionnaire and might produce less accurate findings. In conclusion, the CMR in our study was 39.6%, which is higher than the previous data. About half of the respondents were overweight or obese. About a quarter of them had waist circumference above the normal cutoff, and CMR was significantly associated with BMI, waist circumference, wholemeal noodles, red meat, other vegetables, and the amount of sugars added in coffee. The COVID-19 lockdown had impacted the dietary intake and CMR of Malaysian adults. The Malaysian government and healthcare professionals should take this seriously since it attributes to the rising of non-communicable disease, and more nutritional educational program is warranted to educate the Malaysian population in modifying their dietary intake. And this is the references. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the wonderful talks, Ms. Chiang Wan Ling.
Yes. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Nice to meet you. And then we will continue to the discussion section. First, I will invite Dr. Tony.
Okay, morning.
Good morning.
I think it is very interesting research that have been done in your country. But I just want to know more about your, please read carefully with your abstract. Yeah? Your abstract mentioned that, the CMR was investigated using the Finnish diabetes risk score. Yeah, that's right.
Yes.
But you don't mention the result and this discussion about the score. How much score that the CMR will increase? Yeah, you didn't mention about the score. Please check your conclusion. Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, thank you for your question,
Yeah.
Dr. Tony. Yeah, actually, the presentation that I presented today is the secondary analysis of my study. So
Okay.
we actually use the Findrich score to analyze the CMR among the sample. And we found that actually the 34% of our sample were actually at the risk of CMR using the Findrich score. Because at that time, laboratory test, the blood test was not possible due to the lockdown. So we actually found that 3 studies that actually validate this Findrich score test to predict the metabolic risk. So that was why we used this questionnaire to predict the CMR. But I'm sorry that because this was the secondary analysis, so we did not actually present it in our presentation today. Yeah.
So that's why I would like to know the COVID-19 lockdown. This is your policy from your government. It is closely related with the higher CMR.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. When we compared it to the risk before the lockdown,
before the
our
lockdown.
our result shows that it's higher. The previous percentage was 34, then ours was 39.6%. Yes.
Okay, that's mean the lifestyle of the population changes.
Yes.
That's right.
Yes, correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now we will go into the next review for the Dr. Betty. Hello.
Mr. Ahmad Soki.
Yes, please.
Okay, this is a nice presentation. Maybe in your method, how to determine how much sample size needed for 8 states in Malaysia and 3 federal territorial? Mrs. Yang.
Can I repeat your question? Your question is how do I determine the sample size?
Yes, how do you calculate maybe
how much sample size needed for
the minimum sample size for your study?
No. I mean, Mrs. Chiang, how to determine how much sample size needed for each state in Malaysia and 3 federal territorial?
So Dr. Betty, your question is how to determine the sample size for each state and territory, right? Yeah, okay, all right. Because we are using online questionnaire, and for our methods, we actually use convenient sampling method. So we did not actually determine, we did not stratify the sample size based on each states and all those, because it was not possible. We for the survey, we actually post it in Facebook. We circulate it through email to the students in university as well as the staff, and also through the words by mouth. So we just take whoever that completed the survey. So we did not actually determine how much sample size for each state, but for the sample size, we actually calculate it based on our objective. So, and also in view of the non-respondents, we actually increase the sample size by 30%.
Okay, is there any? Okay, thank you. Ms. Betty, do you have any question? Okay, I think enough. I would like to ask you some question first. I think this is the interesting study, and you have done by online, isn't it?
Yes.
How you measure I just saw that you have some data related to the anthropometric body mass index. How you measure it by online?
Yeah. We actually did not measure it ourselves, so we actually rely on the respondents to measure their weight or their usual weight. And for the waist circumference, if the respondents, they do have measuring tape, they can measure it, because in our survey, we do provide the inches, in the measurement in inches. But also, we also provide the pen sizes, just in case for those respondents, they did not know their waist circumference and they do not have the measuring tape at home. Yeah.
Okay, I think it is interesting, right? How can you analyze the bias? Because I think is there all the respondents know how to measure it accurately?
Yeah. We do note the bias from there, but because this was done during the lockdown where physical contact was not possible, so we do take note in the limitations that actually there are bias from the respondents might underreport or overreport. Yeah.
Okay, so you just mentioned it in the limitation on your paper, right?
Yeah.
Okay, my last question.
Yeah.
You said that the prevalence obesity, dyslipid, and metabolic syndrome increased significantly during the pandemic in Malaysia. Yeah. And can you explain more why it can be like that?
Yeah. I think because the lockdown in Malaysia was quite a long time, and during that time, we were not allowed to go out to have our daily activities and all those, and we were forced to stay at home. And most of in terms of the diet, right, most of us, we had home cooked food. So that was one of the factors, and the other was because we were not allowed to go out. So outdoor activities like exercise and all those was not possible unless that we can exercise at home with all the equipments and all those. So for my point of view, because of the changes in the dietary habits, dietary intake, as well as the physical activity levels, so this leads to increase in most probably the weight of most Malaysian, and which then leads to increase of the CMR. Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. Very nice talk. And then
thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you for the explanation, and then good luck for the paper. Yeah, I think this is the good paper. You can submit it on good journal. Thank you.
Thank you,
Miss
Dr. Saki.
Wan Ling. Thank you so much. And then we will go to the next presentation. Yeah, this is the last presentation from Wisuda Andeka Marleni Lismaningsih, Ratu Matahari, and Reka Lagora Marsovel. They will present their study about the effect of using the Android-based application Drinking Alert on the knowledge and attitude of youth in the fulfillment of white water consumption in Bengkulu City. Wisuda Andeka, are you there? Oh, by video. Okay. Please.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. The Honorable Mr. Sauki, Mr. Tony and Mom Betty Josephine. Okay, I want to explain my result. My teams are me and Mrs. Lismaningsi, Ratu Matahari, and then Ma'am Reka Lagora Marsovelli. The title is The Effect of Using the Android-based application Drinking Alert on the Knowledge and Attitude of Youth in the Fulfillment of White Water Consumption in Bengkulu City. Next. For the introduction, we know humans in everyday life need a source of energy, namely eating and drinking. One of them is the need for drinking water. It's known that 70% of the parts in the human body are liquid. Therefore, humans need an adequate supply of water to maintain freshness and physical fitness. The body requires the consumption of mineral water of 1 to 2.5 liters, or the same as 6 to 8 glasses a day. Next, dehydration can have the wrong side effect, which will damage aspect of cognitive function, namely by becoming in confused concentration. Dehydration is very dangerous because it can occur without any significant symptoms. Next. The results show that many adolescents and adults were dehydrated or lack fluids. Studies in Indonesia found 49.5% of adolescents and 42.5% of adults were mildly dehydrated. The purpose of this study was to determine the effect of using an Android-based application Drinking Alert on the knowledge and attitude of adolescents in fulfillment water consumption in Bengkulu City. Next, talking advantage of existing facilities, many innovations to increase knowledge and healthy living behavior through Android application. Technology that is increasingly sophisticated in today's modern era makes humans very dependent on smartphone-based cell phone, so that all activities are completed through smartphones. Based on smartphone user persona report data, the most mobile phone use is in the age group under 30 years. 61% of smartphone users are in the adolescent age group. Next. Material and methods. Our research. This research use quantitative research with quasi-experiment research design. The population in this study were 254 students in grade 9, 8, middle school 1 Bengkulu City, and 281 students at middle school 7 Bengkulu City. The sampling technique in this study is a purposive sampling technique. The selection of this sample is based on the characteristic of the criteria that meet the requirements, namely being willing to be respondents, teenagers aged 12 until 40 years, and teenagers who can be invited to communicate and have an Android phone. The sample in this study amounted to 60 respondents, collecting data through a questionnaire consisting of 20 open and closed questions.
Yes,
next.
I'm already.
This is drinking alert. That's application at the next. This is application and then intervention. Next. And it's for this is for control. Next. For the result, my research at the table for 1 for the characteristic respondent based on age and type gender. This table, it was found that most 70% of the intervention group were 14 years old, while some of the control group were 14 years old in terms of gender. Most of the respondents in the intervention group were women, while in the control group, most were male. Next. On the next table, average knowledge teenager about water consumption before and after in the group intervention and group control. The table shows the average score of adolescents' attitude about drinking water consumption after being given the effect of using Android-based application drinking alert in the intervention group is 13.17, while in the control group using the media control card is 28.77. For the next table, attitude average teenager about water consumption in the group intervention and group control. On the table shows the average score of adolescent attitude about drinking water consumption of being given the effect of using Android-based application drinking alert in the intervention 30.17, while the control 28.77. Next. For the next table, for table 4, effect of utilizing an Android-based application drinking alert against adolescent knowledge about drinking water consumption before and after being given media Android application water reminder and media console card. This result of statistical tests show that there are difference in adolescent knowledge scores before and after being given the effect of using Android-based application drinking alert by using non-parametric test Mann-Whitney, where according to the significance where P is 0.0 less than 0.05. From this result, it can be concluded that the Android application drinking alert is more influential in increasing adolescent knowledge about drinking water consumption compared to control card media. Next. The last table about effect of utilizing Android-based application drinking alert against adolescent attitude about drinking water consumption before and after being given media Android application water reminder and media console card. The result of statistical tests show that there are differences in adolescent attitude score before and after being given the effect of using Android-based application drinking alert by using non-parametric. Where this result, it can be concluded that the Android application drinking alert is more influential in increasing adolescent attitude about drinking water consumption compared to control card media.
Sorry, Ms. Wisuda, your time 1 more minute.
What?
1 more minute.
Oh yeah, okay. Next.
1 minute remaining.
Okay, this conclusion about characteristic, average knowledge, and the average attitude of adolescent about drinking water. Next. 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 The conclusion, the use of Android-based application drinking alert is more influential in increasing the knowledge and attitude of adolescents compared to control card media. Next. I think that's enough. Thank you for attention and thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for the excellent presentation, Ms. Wiswida.
Thank you.
We will go into the next session discussion from the reviewers. For Mr. Dr. Tony, time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. I think it is a good presentation, and also I would like to know, yeah, your title mentioned that the effect of using the Android-based application. So you don't mention this in your methodology, how the Android-based application work. Yeah. So it is in order to make sure the reader, oh, this is like this, in order to catch up the information about knowledge, attitude. Yeah. Please tell me, explain me a little bit more about Android-based application work. Hello?
Okay. Okay, thank you, Mr. Tony. This application used for students at adolescents every day. So for the 2 weeks, they use this application for activities, and then this alert always give all alarm code or alarm for remember for them to drinking water.
Oh. Oh, this is a kind of remind, yeah, reminded, yeah.
Oh.
Okay.
Yes.
By using alarm. So
Yes.
the other one is, you said of the title of you. Youth is a general term. Yeah? It is better to use adolescent or teenagers. Yours is general term in English.
Oh, yes.
The title. Okay.
Okay, yep. Oh, thank you, Mr.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sauki.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Tony, for the review, and then we will continue to the Dr. Betty. Please, Dr. Betty.
I think the good article, but my question to author, population in your study about 250 students, but in your sample size in intervention and group control group, only 30%. Why only 30?
Huh?
And how to match their characteristic? Please tell me about it.
Okay.
Population
Thank you.
in your study very big.
Big. Okay.
And your sample size is very lower. Yeah. Intervention and control group only 30%.
Oh yeah.
30%, and how to match their characteristic?
Okay, thank you, ma'am. My respondents use formula by Lemesow, and then there are get 30 respondents for intervention and control group.
I think your sample size were very small, Miss.
So 60 respondents, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes, that's yes.
Okay.
60 respondent.
Each group only 30 responding.
Yes.
Yeah. How to match their characteristic and how to determine from population?
Oh, this population from amount of this population amount of SMP ko sini middle school in Bengkulu City.
Okay, so the sample is using middle school, teenager.
Yes, that's right. Thank you, Mrs. Betty.
Okay, okay. I thank you, Miss Dr. Betty. I want to ask you some question.
Yes.
First, how the application you use application, right? Drinking alerts application, and how it can increase the knowledge and attitude in your research.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sauki. This application in this slide, my slide, so that its application just not only just alarm, but there are some information about drinking water. Effective for drinking water, enough, I think.
So the application you use also gives some information, yes. So the people can read it.
Yes, that's right.
Okay, yeah, I think it is important to you to write it in the methods.
Yeah.
Yeah, because just only mention the alert. How can the alarm interfere the education and then the knowledge and something? Okay, and then last suggestion, maybe the conclusion you need to write it more sharp. Yeah, I think this is very long conclusion, and don't repeat the results, please. Do not repeat the result. Just mention what is the conclusion from the result, but don't repeat the result. Okay, maybe that's all because we already run out of time. And thank you so much, Miss Wisuda Andika Marina, for the presentation and then for the research, and good luck.
Thank you, Mr. Sauki. Thank you, Mr. Tony and Dr. Betty. Thank you.
Okay, I think this is the end of the session. 6 presentation already presents their work, and I would like to say many thanks for the presenters and reviewers, and also for the wonderful audience for coming this excellence conference. Again, thank you so much. And I will continue this session to the next. Please, Master of Ceremony.
Thank you, Mr. Ahmad Safiki.
Okay.
Sauki, Pak.
Mas Safiki, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you all the thank you all the presenters who already doing the great job for the presentation. Because of the some technical issues, so we use the different link. So please join in our new link that I have shared in the chat box. So in the second, third, and the fourth session, we will use the different Zoom. So now please leave the Zoom and use the new link in our Zoom. So see you in the next Zoom meeting. Okay, we wait you there.
Which one Zoom? Which one Zoom? There are two Zoom this year. Which ones?
Delapan.
But in this year, coba cek lagi.
Okay. Mr. Abu Bakar, can I start?
Okay, you can start your presentation.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry. Can you wait for 2 minutes because we still prepare the technical issues. Wait for 2 minutes. Okay. Wait us for 2 minutes. Sorry, I disturbed the. Okay, wait for 2 minutes.
Okay.
Okay, Mrs. Yunita here is here, Dr. Kustalina. Good afternoon, Dr. Yunita. Miss Yunita. Okay.
Ada item tulisan kegiatan dulu.
I think the presentation is still blurred. Or you can send the presentation to the chat and I will open it for you. Mrs. Yunita? Hello, Mrs. Yunita?
Yes, saya. Yes,
Yeah.
saya.
Do you have the PowerPoint slide or the presentation slides from the participants today for the second session?
Okay.
Okay, I think the first, we go back to Dr. Kustalina first, maybe. Can you share the presentation?
Mr. Ragung, maybe Mr. Abu Bakar. Mr. Ragung is ready.
Wait for 1 minute.
The
Wait.
first in order list, the first oral presentation, Mr. Agung. Yes, in order.
Agung.
The first in order, Mr. Agung. Can you?
Mr. Agung hasn't. Agung. Oh yeah. Mr. Agung.
Okay, I'm here. Thank you. This is my schedule, yeah. Please to share my PowerPoint.
Okay, please, Miss Yunita, can you help me to present? Oh,
Okay.
you
Yeah,
know-
we can start now.
Okay. Please, to the first presenter, Dr. Agung Riyadi, under the title "Giving Calcium and Fe Tablets to Pregnant Women Affects Baby Birth" in Bengkulu Province. Okay, to Dr. Agung Riyadi, time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Abu Bakar. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and I would like to say thanks for giving me opportunity to my presentation. It's great to see you all. My name is Agung Riyadi. In this presentation, we will discuss about giving calcium and Fe tablet to pregnant women affect baby birth length in Bengkulu Province. It's by Agung Riyadi, Lisma Ningsi, and Jumiati and Antun Ramadi. Okay, next. Okay. As you know, stunting is one of a health problem in Indonesia. Stunting can occur due to malnutrition, especially in the first 1,000 days of life. Stunting can affect children's intelligence and health status. The nutritional intake of children must be fulfilled optimally in order to grow up healthy and smart. The stunting rate in Indonesia was 24.4% in 2021, and it took 21.1% in Bengkulu Province. Children who get experienced stunting tend to will be affected not optimally metabolism and suffering from non-communicable diseases such as diabetes mellitus. Stunting can inhibit cognitive development, which will affect productivity until adult. Okay, next. The fetus needs calcium for the formation of strong bones. Calcium is important in maintenance a stable heartbeat and the function of the nerve and muscle of pregnant women. Pregnant women who lack calcium can be affected bone fragile. Pregnant women in Indonesian country experience low calcium intake. In low and middle income pregnant women, the average calcium intake is 648 milligram per day. And in Indonesia, the recommended calcium intake for pregnant women is 1,400 milligram per day. In pregnant woman, calcium is actively transported across the placenta. The need for calcium is increasing, especially in the third semester. The absorption and utilization of calcium becomes more efficient. The fulfillment of this increased calcium need is recommended to be fulfilled to the provision of calcium supplementation. And supplementation is effective to maintain the balance of maternal calcium, bone density, and support fetal development. Okay, next. This research is an experimental study with a post-test only control group design. The study population was all pregnant women in the third semester in Bengkulu Province. Sampling use random purposive sampling, purposive sampling technique. The sampling consists of 29 pregnant women in the treatment group and 29 pregnant women in the control group. Data collection was carried out by making a list of all pregnant women in the third semester in the North Bengkulu Regency as well as in Rejang Lebong Regency. Data on pregnant women is collected through the practice of village midwife or preferred midwife in public health. Under the list of pregnant women is collected, a simple draw is carried out to determine the pregnant women who are included in the treatment group or control group. All sample receive FE tablet, 60 milligram, amounting to 90 tablet during pregnancy. Jadi all sample have to 90 tablets. For the treatment group, we addition calcium tablet, 500 milligram once per day, at least 90 tablets. This research has been received ethically worked by ethic committee of the health research of Poltekkes Kemenkes Bengkulu. Okay, next slide. In this table, multivariate analysis, we can see after the analysis was carried out, the independent variable that entered the model were the consumption of Fe and calcium tablet, and education, parity, age, nutritional status of pregnant woman, protein intake, vitamin C intake, knowledge, and gestational age during childbirth. The result of the multivariate analysis, it was found that there were two variables that significantly related to the length of the baby bird's body. Namely, the variable of consumption of Fe tablet and calcium and the nutritional status of pregnant woman, while the variable of education, parity, age, protein intake, vitamin C intake, knowledge, and gestational age during childbirth were only confounding variable. Okay, next. The consumption of Fe and calcium tablet significantly affects to length of the baby bird's body. The total calcium intake depends on the food consumption pattern of pregnant women. People who consume fewer calcium containing food, calcium dietary supplement are important for them. Not all pregnant women consume that calcium supplement, that are given regularly. So monitoring is needed to ensure that the calcium given is only consumed by pregnant women. From 20 weeks of gestation, who recommended that all pregnant women from low calcium intake area receive calcium supplement of 1,500 until 2,000 milligram per day. Pregnant women require Fe that is 200 until 300% larger in order to form red blood cell and the placenta. Iron or Fe tablet can help the formation of red blood cell that function as oxygen carriers and dietary nutrients for the mother and fetus. Fe deficiency in turn can lead to iron deficiency, anemia, low bit weight, and preeclampsia. In pregnant women, the need for iron increased by 25%. This iron is needed by a pregnant woman for the growth of the fetus. Okay, next. Placenta and the prevent bleeding during childbirth. Iron need not enough just from daily food because daily food doesn't contain much iron. In the study, it was seen that the iron intake of pregnant women in semester 3 average 23.37 milligram. This intake is still less than the adequate of iron consumption of pregnant women in semester 3, with is 27 milligram. Almost all 48% pregnant women consume less iron than nutritional education rates. So iron tablets are needed. Okay, from this result, on this study, it can be concluded that Fe and calcium tablet consumption and the nutritional status of pregnant women are significantly related to newborn body length after controlling for education, parity, and the mother X variables. I think that is all. Thank you for your attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Thank you very much, Dr. Agung Mulyadi, for your very good Very nice presentations. Okay, we invite to the participants who will give the questions or maybe the comments to the presentation from Dr. Akung. You can raise your hand. Okay. Maybe Dr. Meriwati, do you have any questions for Dr. Akung?
Thank you, Mr. Abu Bakar. Congratulations for Mr. Agung and team. And in this your presentation oral, there's present PPT or slide, not show the effect of giving tablet on the legs of baby. I don't see effect. Can you show the PPT about length of average length of baby for the treatment and control group?
Okay, thank you, Miss.
In the PPT.
Yeah.
The first, the recommended in your PPT, and I have the second question.
Yeah.
Can the research team explain the implementation of the result of this study in community outside the research site? Okay. Then, Mr. Agung, I have one question and I have one recommended.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
The effect of calcium for length body birth for control group is mean 48 centimeters, and for intervention group is mean 50 centimeter. So I can take it. And the second question, I believe the result in this study can be applied in Indonesia because many midwife in private practice have given calcium to pregnant women. So calcium supplementary is very appropriate to be given to pregnant women. Calcium tablet for pregnant women is I recommend it to be a program that is given free of charge by Puskesmas, but midwife practice and in maternal of child health service. I think it's a
Okay, thank you very much. Very nice question and answer, I think, from Dr. Meriwati and Dr. Akung. Okay, maybe the time for me to ask the question to you, Dr. Akung. I think this is the good study because this is the national issue about stunting. Yeah. Okay. Can you explain to me about the probability of the stunting if the people or the children who do not consume FE tablet, is it to be reliable if the children do not consume the FE tablet, their length or their body length is maybe predictable to be stunting children?
Okay, thank you. In this research, we compare to area in my sample in intervention is Rejang Regency, and for control group in Bengkulu Utara Bengkulu Utara Regency. So is two area that in Bengkulu Utara Regency is more stunting from Bong. And by data, probability to area Utara ya, Bengkulu Utara Agency is 29% higher from Rejang Lebong City. Jadi.
Wow, thank you very much. Yeah, I think your study can recommend to the government, especially for the Indonesia government or the Bengkulu province government, to provide FE tablet to all the children in Bengkulu province and also to the Indonesia children, because from your study there are probability to be stunting if the people or the children do not consume FE tablet. Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Agung, for your presentations. Yeah, I'm very proud to your presentation. We give applause to Dr. Agung.
Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, Dr. Meriwati, we go to the second presenter. Okay. Okay, for the second presenter will be presented by Dr. Kusdalina. Dr. Kusdalina will present her study under the title Effect of Combination Intake of Protein, Vitamin C, Blood Boost Tablets on Hemoglobin levels of adolescent girls. Okay, Dr. Kusdalina. Hello, Dr. Kusdalina.
Yes, I'm sir.
Okay, Dr. Kusdalina, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Abu Bakar and Mrs. Meriwati and all of committee in conference. I would like to say thanks this chance to give me 2 times to present, because the first time I cannot share about my presentation PowerPoint. Our title of the research, effect of combination intake of protein, vitamin C, blood boost tablets on hemoglobin level of adolescent girls. Next. Introduction. Next. Anemia is a condition where hemoglobin levels in the blood are lower than normal values. The impact of anemia on young women is a decrease in work productivity, stunted growth, easily infected body, reduced body fitness, decreased enthusiasm for learning and achievement. Protein plays an important role in the transport of iron in the body. The lack of protein intake will result in inhibited iron transportation, so that iron deficiency will occur. Iron is an important element in the body and is needed to form red blood cells, hemoglobin. Vitamin C plays a role in increasing the absorption of iron in the intestine, as well as the transport of iron from transferrin in the blood to ferritin in the bone marrow, liver, and spleen. Next. Blood boost tablets is blood boosting nutritional supplement in the form of tablets, capsule obtained from the program or independently. Blood boost tablet is provided by the government and distributed to target groups through government healthcare facilities. The target group given by blood boost tablets are young women and pregnant women. Protein and iron intake affect the HB levels of working women in Pantaraja District, PD Jaya Regency, Aceh Province. In addition, the lower the intake of protein and iron, the lower the hemoglobin level of the respondent. Next. Research method. Research design. This research is a type of experimental research. The design of the study is pra-experiment. The design has no comparison group or control, but at least the first observation has been carried out, which allow researchers to test change that occur after the experiment. Data sources, primary data in study are respondent food intake, respondent hemoglobin level, how to collect primary data in form of sample identity, food intake and our standby nutritional enumerator based on the 3 times 24 hours food recall survey method of combination administration. Is above protein from egg to vitamin C in the form of 2 orange, about 100 grams, and 1 tablet plus blood. Meanwhile, hemoglobin collection data is measured by laboratory technician, and the secondary data is this study are the identity of the students of Uni High School, I mean SMPN number 19 Padang Serai, number 4, and MTS Pondok Pesantren Hasalakum Bengkulu City, the contact number of students guardian. Next. Research objective. The study population was 267 female students from SMPN 19 Padang Serai, SMPN 4, and MTS Pondok Pesantren Hasalakum Bengkulu City. The total samples were 20 samples for each group. Development of data collection instrument and technique, data collection technique that have been collected according to predetermined criteria and then entered to tables and processed through several stages, namely editing, coding, tabulating, entry, and cleaning. Data analysis technique will present univariate analysis, use analysis performed on each of the variable and results and analyze to determine the distribution. So the data will analyze bivariate with the definite test, statistical test. If the data is not normally distributed, an alternative test is carried. Next, research results. Research results, the overview of protein, vitamin C, and iron intake of adolescent girls in table 1. So you can see in the slide, protein intake, it means 64.03, and intake of vitamin C 100.5, and then iron intake 66.9. So because the data analyzed we can result normally data, so I just present a mean and standard deviation. And then in table 2, overview of hemoglobin levels before and after treatment in young woman or adolescent girl. You can see early hemoglobin seems like intake was analyzed, reach normally data. So just say mean and standard deviation. Early hemoglobin mean 11.101, and then had hemoglobin N 13.60. So next, based on table 3, that the virality test result obtain a result that means a p-value of under 1.1. Sorry, 0.05. The value was there is an influence on the combination of protein intake, vitamin C, and blood tables consumed by female students during 14 days of treatment. However, in the study, A different treatment from previous studies was to combine protein, vitamin C, and iron to respondent. The increase in hemoglobin level during the 14th day of treatment was 2.62 gram per liter. Discussion. The interpretation of food intake data in young women in this study when compared with the recommended nutritional adequacy rate or dietary allowance, recommended dietary allowance or IGJ in 2019, protein and iron intake was good, while vitamin C intake greatly exceeded that of IGJ. The intake of young women during research is compliant with the provision of treatment. School girls should consume a day combination 2 eggs containing 15 grams of protein and 2 oranges that are eaten before taking tablets plus blood 1 fish, then eaten back 1 fish after taking tablets at blood or blood boost tablets. This treatment lasted for 14 days with direct supervision by the nutrition enumerator directly and online for information on the consumption of blood at tablets, vitamin C. While the consumption of each sites disease obtained information through 3 times 24 hours food recall consumption survey on each student. HB levels before treatment in female students saw a low average value, and a stage of anemia was found in a female student, even though in the study there were 6 children who had HB levels of 20.2 with HB stage close to the lower limit of normal condition, while 14 people had anemia with HB levels under gram per liter. The increase in HB levels during the 14 days of treatment was 2.62. Is that the increase in HB levels in the study saw a higher number than previous studies that combined FA tablets and vitamin C. FA tablets with vitamin A. Other study times varied, namely 14 and 30 days. The results of the study are in line with several previous research result that there is a meaning of giving FA tablets and vitamin C to the hemoglobin levels of deflammatory midwifery students of the University of Borneo, Tarakan. Monitoring is carried out in the province of intervention using pocket books, and the implementation of food consumption surveys with food recall 3 times 24 hours and on-site immunization to monitor the consumption of eggs and sweet orange. Next. Conclusion. There is a significant influence on the regulation of the combination of protein, vitamin C, and blood boost tablets intake on hemoglobin level in Bengkulu City. It's hoped that further research can modify the research science, which can be done with quasi-experiment design. Okay, thank you for this session.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Kusdalina, for your very good presentations. We invite you, the participants, who will give the questions to Dr. Kusdalina. You can raise your hand. Okay. Okay, Dr. Meriwati, do you have any questions for Dr. Kusdalina?
Thank you, Mr. Abu Bakar. I not have much question for the team, but I have suggestion for the team. This study has not been able to conclude the effect because the study has no control group. But the study saw the existence of a difference between before and after, characterized by increased hemoglobin level after study. Okay, Mrs. Lina, can understand? Okay.
Yes, yes, Mrs.
Yes. Because the title is effect. Team give the title the effect, but the method has not control group. Okay, and not I suggestion not conclude effect, but characters different before after. Okay, yes, this our suggestion for the team. Thank you, Mr. Abu Bakar, and for the team, best good job and success. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, Mr. Abu Bakar.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Salam.
Okay, Dr. Kustalina.
Okay. Okay, I will feedback Mrs. Meriwati says, because this design is a lower experiment, is a pra-experiment. I didn't have control group because the first time we want respondent will anemia, but from 206 and 67 we check their hemoglobin, just 22 in anemia, while their physique is anemic. Seems like their eyes is pucat. Yeah, but it's valid data is from hemoglobin levels, and we find 22 in the first time is anemia. Poorly, in one student have 8.6 gram per deciliter have hemoglobin levels. Because commonly the parents from their student didn't know about their health, their condition, the health condition. But after we are team to research and we collaborate from their school, I mean the teacher, and then their parents we collaborate to increase their hemoglobin levels, and the result 14 days there are 2 point, I mean about 6 increase from early and before and after, before and after. Okay, I think yeah, this our research low design, but we can present it's a real result about increase 2.6 is more increase than another research about 1 0.1, 0.0 like that. Yeah, but we have two times more higher. Yeah, okay. I mean, understand what I say.
Mr. Abu Bakar,
Yeah.
not matter the study because the study, the title is effect, but the sign method has no control group. The study.
Okay.
And consistency of study is just difference before after. Yeah, characteristic the study by interest level, HB level after study. This study not not effect because this methods not support this title. Okay, Mr. This study is your study. The title not support. If the title says effect, the thought, yes, this have control group, but the study has no control group. Okay, method not support the title. Okay, that's it.
Okay, I got the point, Dr. Mary and then Dr. Kustalina. I think this is the different method, that presented by Dr. Kustalina. She present maybe pre-post test, without control. I think this is a suggestion from Dr. Meriwati. If you will give the the comparison like a control, it can be make your presentation or your research will be meaningful. Yeah, will be meaningful and will be publishable to read by the other people. I think that's the point from Dr. Meriwati. Okay, maybe I think I have one question, but the time is already 50 minutes for Dr. Kustalina. So we go to the next presenter, Dr. Anang Wahyudi.
Thank you, Mr.
We give applause to Dr. Kustalina first. Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Kustalina. And we go to the next presenter, Dr. Anang Wahyudi, who will present his presentations under the title, The Effectiveness of Counseling Practice on the Effort of Providing Understanding of 1,000 Days of Life for Future Brides and Grooms in the Work Area of Religious Affairs Office in Bengkulu City. The qualitative study.
Okay.
Dr. Anang,
yes.
is here.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for the opportunity give me to present my research results. The title of my research is The Effectiveness of Counseling Practices of the Effort of Providing Understanding of 1,000 Days of Life for Future Brides and Groom in the Work Area of Religion Affair Office in Bengkulu City. This is a qualitative study about a present to the oral presentation Bengkulu Conference International 2022 and tema Empowering Interprofessional Health Collaboration in Enhancing Global Health. Next. The introduction about my research is prevalence lowering of stunting cases in children need to involve the across sector. One which is the Religious Affairs Office, as it holds any religious approaches of the approaches is providing a health counselor model. Concerning nutrition with empowering the religious affair officer will present some information about nutritional health to the future brides and groom concerning the first 3,000 days to prevent stunting. Next. Please next.
Please next. Yeah.
Okay, the study of Yosepin et al. 2090 show that the study will have more impact if it involves the community around the future brides and groom, not only officer in KUA, but also parents, socialists, health experts, and traditional leader who can contribute to decision making. This study might take effect to the skill and practical understanding of the officer in KUA who are able to act in the process of delivering 1,000 day of life material. Decided can also empowering the capability of the officer. In addition, the outcome of this study will be able to have big impact if it is used a permanent program in every KUA. The study recommended the use of an early preconception education to increase knowledge related to 1,000 day of life of the future bride and groom conducted in rural, maximum the role of the KUA counselor in the community and officer in various fields, so the target can be expanded more. Next. The general objective of this study to analyze the practical counseling effectiveness of the officer concerning the understanding of 1,000 day of life and factor which impact on it for the future brides and groom in Bengkulu Religious Affair Office. On the other hand, the specific one is the determining the characteristics of KUA officer, which include education, the understanding of 1,000 day of life, and factor which influence the practical counseling effective of the officer toward understanding. The use of this study is expected to provide information on the effectiveness of the understanding of 1,000 day of life to the future brides and groom in the working area of the Bengkulu Religion Affair Office. Next. The material and method. This study use a descriptive, qualitative, with research design with focus group discussion approach. It aims to analyze the practical counseling effectiveness of the officer in understanding 1,000 day of life to the future brides and groom in the working area of the religious affair offices. Next. Result next and okay, this is the indicate the characteristic of religious affair officer in Bengkulu as the informant of this study. 50 informant, gender, male, age, and education from the informed from the religious affair officer to subject my research. Next. Okay. In my research, I use FGD for group discussion about 50, 70, I'm sorry, 70 informant. And I have the result, the counseling practice of KUA officer. I'm sorry, I'm not translate in English because the informant one in the FGD is the response of positive and will be close the effective, but the informant 3 until informant not effective because many factor influence. Next. Okay, next. Okay, the influence factor, and I have my research, the focus group discussion found the ineffectiveness of the officer is doing the guidance and counseling of 1,000 day of life to the future bride and groom. It is because the officer is overworked on their main tasks and function compare the design time. The other reason is that many of officers are not experienced in this field. Lack of funding and facility are also part of the problem. Furthermore, the officers all need the standard given by the Ministry of Religious Affairs as until now it is unavailable. Next. Okay, this is character of the KUA officer. Can I explain? Okay, next. Okay, the counseling practice of KUA officer, the result based on the focus group found that some of the KUA officer who took part in the counseling and guidance for the future have not been very effective to the several factors aligned with the manner and behavior of officer. Religion counseling is done individually, couple, or parent. Counseling is general use accompaniment for solving a family problem. This counseling is considered as very effective to prevent stunting and building the self-help capability. Even so, this method is considered as expensive because it needs to be done intensively and individually. Next. Conclusion about my research, the characteristic of the officer in Bengkulu City is dominated by male around 50 to 50 years old who have graduated with master degree. The interview also revealed that most of the officers have been working more than 50 years. The research result based on the focus group discussion found that some of the KUA officers who took part in the counseling and guidance for future bride and groom think that the counseling in overwork text and function compared the design time. The other reason is that many of the officers are not experienced in this field. Lack of funding and facility are also of the problem. Next. suggestion in my research, KUA officer capabilities need to be improved by providing information and staying them with new officers who are more competent and capable to make the advice more effective. Three parties, Minister of Health and the Health Polytechnic of the Minister of Health, need to collaborate in the developing advisor standard on health. Okay, this is my present about my research. Thank you for your attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Dr. Anang, for your presentations. Maybe there are some participants has raised hand. Nur Anissa, or I think there were some participants that have raised their hands during the presentation from Dr. Anang Wahyudi. Okay, for waiting the other participants. Dr. Anang,
yes.
I think I have a suggestion for you for the title, because in your explanation, the counseling is about the prevent the stunting, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I think it's better if you put the issue about the prevention of stunting in your title, because when you give the the underline in the prevention of stunting, you can get the point how to counsel to the the pre-married people, right? The people who will married in the religious affair or KUA, and they will be counseled or will be educated how to prevent the stunting, right?
Yes, yes, thank you, Mr. Abu Bakar, for your input.
Okay. How about the other participants, or Dr. Meriwati? Do you have any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Abu Bakar. Congratulations, Mr. Anang and team. And just a moment, this study is qualitative research. Yes, Mr. Anang, this qualitative research.
Yes, yes.
Okay. The result usually in the qualitative research is described to the tendency the treatment. And to explain the results, what is the tendency to understand the potential of the applicant? Usually, the qualitative research describe the tendency, the treatment of effect of the treatment. And the PPT, this is your victim slide. I can see the tendency effect of treatment. Let's describe tendency effect of the treatment to see the potential of the applicant.
Mungkin
biasanya kualitatif research itu
hasilnya atau resultnya itu menggambarkan kecenderungan
atau resultnya
artinya bagaimana kecenderungan perilaku calon pengantin setelah diberi perlakuan atau efek tadi. Nah, itu yang harus digambarkan di result of qualitative. Mr. Anang and team.
Okay. Okay, thank you for your question, Mrs. Meriwati, Dr. Meriwati. The research subject, the research focus in the officer KUA. The research in 2019 by Josephine penelitian sebelumnya itu menyampaikan bahwa perlu evaluasi petugas ketika memberikan konseling. Jadi fokus saya ini sementara ke petugasnya. Tapi betul apa yang disampaikan Bu Mary, saya juga akan mencoba mendeskripsikan untuk ya tendensinya. Oke, thank you.
Tendency the official of KUA.
Yes.
To support this practice or not.
Yes.
The result is you describe and the result your research.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Mariwati. Dr. Anna?
Yes.
How are the participants? Another participants, do you have any questions for Dr. Anna? Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Anna.
Yes, thank you.
To Dr. Anna for his very good presentations. And I think we can go to the next presenter, Dr. Hannah Izzati. Will present her study under the title Dietary Intake Among Women with a History of Gestational Diabetes Mellitus.
Okay.
From University Putra Malaysia. To Dr. Hannah Izzati Muhammad Khair, the time is yours.
All right, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right.
Very clear.
All right, so Assalamualaikum and a very good afternoon. I'm Hannah Izzati from University Putra Malaysia, and thank you to the committee and all the members. All right, so next. Okay. Next. All right, so GDM, gestational diabetes mellitus, is defined as any degree of glucose intolerance with onset of first recognition during pregnancy, and it is one of the most common pregnancy complications according to the ADA. And a previous study has reported that the pooled global standardized prevalence of GDM was 14%, with the highest prevalence was reported in the Middle East and North Africa and Southeast Asia. And a little bit on the clinical pathophysiology of GDM. So what happened is that during pregnancy, placental hormones comprising of human placental lactogen, estrogen, prolactin, cortisol, and growth hormone produces an insulin-resistant environment by stimulating a decrease in the phosphorylation of insulin receptor, and this leads to an increase in the blood glucose level. Next. All right, so the prevalence of GDM has been increasing, and according to the World Health Organization, WHO, it is estimated to contribute to about 30% of T2DM cases worldwide. And GDM, as we know, poses significant health effects to both the mother and the fetus. So studies have shown that women with a history of GDM were 7 times more likely to develop T2DM compared to those with normal glucose status. And this increasing GDM prevalence will likely affect the increase of future progression to type 2 diabetes. Next. All right, and in the past 3 decades, the prevalence of T2DM has risen dramatically in countries of all income levels, in which according to the International Diabetes Federation, in 2014, about 422 million people worldwide have diabetes, which have then increases to about 463 million people in 2019. So there is a globally agreed target to halt the rise in diabetes by 2025, as it is expected to increase to about 700 million worldwide. And in Malaysia, according to the National Health and Morbidity Survey, the prevalence by the Ministry of Health, the prevalence rate of diabetes in adults has increased from 11.2% in 2011 to 18.3% in 2019, in which 1 in 5 adults have diabetes, and the majority of 57.1% of these patients were females. Next. All right, so diet or food, which is very much close to us, plays a very important role and is one of the cornerstones or foundations of diabetes care and management, in which MNT or medical nutrition therapy is actually the simple intervention component with the objective to keep blood glucose levels within the normal range by standardizing dietary management while also taking into account the importance of an individualized nutrition approach, and to provide recommendations which is based on evidence-based medicine. However, poor dietary management often impedes the management strategies, for instance, due to poor adherence with lifestyle recommendations and also dietary modifications. Okay, so dietary intake among women in this population with a history of GDM is limited and uncertain in terms of what are actually their characteristics of their diet post-delivery. And it is important to understand their dietary intake, as this can help in the development and promotion of educational strategies, which is particularly important in order to establish an early measure in reducing the complications of GDM. Therefore, next. The objective of the study is to determine the dietary intake of women among with a history of CDM. Next. All right, so moving on, this study was conducted at the Maternal and Child Health Clinic Srimangan in Selangor and the Faculty of Medicine and Health Sciences Selangor, and ethical approval was granted by the National Medical Research Registry NMR and also the Ethics Committee for Research Involving Human Subjects JKEUPM. Next. Okay, dietary intake was assessed with a 3-day, 24-hour dietary recall on non-consecutive days, which were on 2 weekdays and 1 weekend, in which respondents or the women were asked about the food and beverages consumed in the past 24 hours. And this includes the mealtime, cooking method, and also quantity or portion size of the food. And then some anthropometric measurements were taken, including height, weight, waist circumference, and also BMI was calculated and classified according to the groups. Next. All right, so moving on, the inclusion criteria were Malaysian women aged 18 to 49 years old and have a history of GDM. And those excluded were pregnant women, recently hospitalized within 6 weeks, have presence of reported or previously diagnosed medical conditions, and are receiving drugs such as glucose lowering drugs. And screening form was used to identify eligible respondents, and women who fit the criteria were then provided with information sheet to explain the purpose of the study, and consent form was then obtained before data collection took place. All right, next. Okay, so moving on into results. So looking into the characteristics of these women with a history of GDM. So majority of the women in this study were in the age categories of more than 25 years old, and with the majority of them being of Malay ethnicity and having tertiary education. And in this study, tertiary education is categorized as a level of education which is pursued beyond high school, including undergraduate and graduate credentials. And the mean age in this study is 34 years, which is comparable to a study in the United States among women with recent GDM pregnancy, which reported a mean age of about 33 years. On the other hand, the reported mean age in this study was a bit higher compared to several studies in local Malaysia among women with a history of GDM, which reported mean age ranging from 28 to 31 years old. And it is well established that aging is associated with decline in physiological function, which leads to chronic diseases, including diabetes, as the ability to regulate glucose levels progressively decreases with age. And the mean household income was 6,667 ringgit, in which half of them were being among the M40 category according to the income classifications in Malaysia, based on the household income and basic amenities survey report, which provided by the Department of Statistics. So if I may share, the terms B40, M40, and T20 actually refers to the household income classifications in Malaysia, in which B40 represents the bottom 40%, M40 represents the middle 40%, whereas T20 represents the top 20% of Malaysian household income. And apart from educational level, previous studies from both developing and developed countries have reported that inverse associations between diabetes and household socioeconomic status was reported. And in terms of smoking status, only one respondent had a history of smoking, in which she was a former smoker, and none of the respondents were smoking during the recruitment of this study. Next. Moving on into the characteristics of these women with a history of GDM. So the mean BMI of these women was 26.5 kilogram per meter squared, in which half of the women in this study, or 58%, were either overweight or obese. And based on the National NHMS 2019, 1 in 2 adults in Malaysia were either overweight or obese, and this was found to be the highest among females. And also, majority of them, or 73.9% of them, had waist circumference of 80 centimeter or above, reflecting a trend of general Malaysian population, in which 1 in 2 adults in Malaysia had abdominal obesity, which is defined as this criteria cut off, and also found to be the highest among females. Next. All right, so this finding is alarming, as major diseases have associated with overweight or obesity, and abdominal obesity includes diabetes, high blood pressure, and also heart disease. And furthermore, the increased prevalence of overweight and obesity has also accompanied the rise in T2DM in Malaysia. Next. All right, so moving on into the dietary intake of these women in this study. So the percent contribution of macronutrients towards total daily energy intake is based on the recommended nutrient intakes for Malaysia, RNI. And the mean carbohydrate, protein, and sugar intakes are within the recommended level. However, on the other hand, fat intake, next, exceeded the recommended intake for adults, which was restricted to a conservative range of 25 to 30% of total energy intake. And intakes of fiber, iron, and calcium were inadequate or did not meet the RNI. Next. Okay, so the RNI actually recommends 20 to 30 grams of consumption of daily fiber. And to add on, this is accompanied by the recommendation of the Malaysian Healthy Plate by filling the first quarter of the plate with the whole grains and the other half with vegetables and fruits, or also better known as the suku-suku separuh pinggan method. And why is this important? Because apart from digestive health, dietary fiber actually plays a crucial role in the overall health and well-being. And the iron intake did not meet the recommended intake according to the RNI, reflecting a trend of a general Malaysian population in which reported that 1 in 5 Malaysians were anemic. So similarly, the NHMS reported that among women of reproductive age group of 18 to 49 years old, it was found that 3 in 10 of them were found to be anemic. And therefore, the RNI actually recommended several priority areas of research, which includes periodic assessment of the iron status of these vulnerable groups and also intervention studies. Next. All right, so in conclusion, dietary intake among women with this population with a history of GDM reported herein is not optimal and may therefore set out as a guide in determining the ideal diet for this population in order for early preventive measures to be delivered. And determination of dietary intake among this population actually demonstrates the importance of enhancement in efforts to increase the screening rates and follow-up after delivery. Why is this important? Because postpartum glucose intolerance has been reported among women with a history of GDM as one of the health consequences following pregnancy complicated with GDM. So in short, this highlights the importance of providing educational strategies to increase the patient's acknowledgement of this topic, particularly on diabetes risk, early education on the relationship of dietary intake and future diabetes risk. And this could be initiated during pregnancy in these high-risk individuals. So that is all from me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Miss Hana Izzati, right?
Yep.
Okay, thank you very much, Miss Hana Izzati, for your very nice presentations. What time in Selangor now?
It's 1 hour. It's 12:42 p.m. now.
12:42.
Yep.
Okay. Miss Hana Izzati, I am interested to your presentation and your study. But I will ask about the exercise, because some people maybe doing or consume the same diet, or maybe consume the equivalent diet, but the one people is doing more exercise than the other people. Do you consider in your research to consider the exercise or the sport for the woman that doing exercise more than other people?
Yeah, sure. Actually, in this study, we actually also analyze and get the information on the physical activity level based on the IPAC questionnaire. but it is not included in here. But if I mention, actually most of them were inactive, and I believe this is due to the fact that most of them and some of them were actually still in their post-delivery within, especially most of them were about 6 weeks postpartum. So I guess they didn't really are not in the phase to of high physical activity level as of yet.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Meriwati, do you have any questions or another participants?
Okay, I have
Dr. Meriwati.
one. Thank you, Mr. Abu Bakar. Hana Izzati.
Thank
you. Welcome to Indonesia for this Bengkulu.
Yeah, thank you.
You very fast to speak in English. Wow.
I'm sorry.
Okay. This your study. Your team exclude the woman pregnancy. Can you explain consideration why the exclusion criteria of pregnant woman? While pregnancy, yes, while pregnancy is natural, the woman must go to throat.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr.
All right.
Bakar.
All right, thank you for the question. Okay, so actually because this study actually is among the women to view the characteristics post-delivery. So because the ones that are currently pregnant may have different diet and different requirements. So we wanted to see how does their dietary characteristics post-delivery, is there any change? Because previous studies have also investigated into the dietary intake during pregnancy. So we wanted to see, is there any difference comparing to those population during pregnancy?
Can the study to the implementation if the woman is on pregnant?
Sorry,
Can be the study probability the study to implementation of the on the pregnant
implementation on
pregnancy woman on pregnancy, the study implementation, the probability. Maybe?
I believe so, but then there may be different because different requirements. There are different dietary requirements for those pregnant women compared to the normal population.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Thank
All
you,
right.
Hana.
Thank you.
Thank
you.
Very good.
Thank you, Dr. Meriwati and Ms. Hana.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions for Ms. Hana? Okay, now we go to the next presenter, but we give the applause to Ms. Hana first for her very nice presentations. Okay, we go to the next presentation from Dr. Amy Yuliantini, right? Or Ridola? Amy?
Or yes, Amy. In the
Amy
order,
first or
Amy
Ridola
Yuliantini
first?
and team.
Miss Amy is still on the plane. She will arrive maybe in next 10 or 20 minutes. So we jump to the next presenter. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. We go to the next presentations. Mrs. Ridola Maharani will present her study on the title, The Effect of Green Bean Juice and Pudding Red Guava on the enhancement of hemoglobin levels of adolescents girls on SMP and 1 Bengkulu City. Okay, to the Ridola Maharani, time is yours.
Hello everyone, good morning. Let me introduce myself. My name is Ridola Maharani from Nutrition Healthy Polytechnic of Ministry Healthy Bengkulu. I would like explain about my research title, The Effects of Green Bean Juice, Pigna radiata, and Red Guava Pudding, Basidium guajava on hemoglobin levels in adolescent girls at Junior High School number 1 Bengkulu City. Introduction. Background. World Healthy Organization 2015. Number 1. The prevalence of anemia is more than 30% or 2 billion people in the world. Adolescents have anemia status and in developing countries, one of which is Indonesia. Baseline Healthy Research 2018. Number 2. The proportion of anemia in women, 27.2%, is higher than in men, 20.3%. Healthy Department, Bengkulu City, 2020. Number 3. The prevalence of anemia in adolescent girls is around 17% in the area of the village health center in Bali. About 10% in the Nusa Indah Health Center and about 10% in the Basuki Rahmat Health Center area of Bengkulu City. Formulation of the problem. Based on the background, the problem is formula normally is there an effect of giving green bean juice and red guava pudding on hemoglobin levels in adolescent girls at junior school number 1 Bengkulu City. General purpose of the research. Knowing the effect of giving green bean juice and red guava pudding on hemoglobin levels in adolescent girls at junior school number 1 Bengkulu City. Special purpose of research. Number 1. To be known the characteristic of the respondent. Number 2. To be found the average intake of protein, iron, and vitamins. Number 3. To be approved hemoglobin levels before and after administration of green bean juice. Number 4. It is known the hemoglobin levels before and after giving red guava and green bean pudding. Number 5. To be found the hemoglobin levels before and after giving plain. Number 6. To be justified that there are differences in hemoglobin levels before and after administration of green bean juice. Number 7. It is known that there are differences in hemoglobin levels before and after administration of red guava and green bean pudding. Number 8. To be clear the difference in hemoglobin levels before and after administration of plain. Results and discussion. Table 1. Overview of recall intake 3 times 24 hours, protein, iron, and vitamin C in each treatment group. Variable. Group 1. Treatment of fine green bean juice. Mean plus standard deviation. Protein 29.0 plus 6.1. Iron 14.98 plus 2.89. Vitamin C 29.33 plus 6.14. Group 2 mean plus standard deviation. Group 2 treatment 2 combination of guava pudding and green bean juice. Mean plus standard deviation. Protein 30.0 plus 7.27. Iron 16.37 plus 5.7. Vitamin C 30.47 plus 4.11. Control. Treatment 3. Control plane. Mean plus standard deviation. Protein 30.0 plus 7.0. Iron 14.37 plus 5.9. Vitamin C 30.03 plus 5.04. There is an average treatment for each protein and vitamin C group based on the 2019 RDA. The recommended one is still below The requirement, the nutritional value of iron intake for women 13 to 15 years is 15 milligrams, protein is 65 grams, and vitamin C is 65 grams. View of hemoglobin levels before and after intervention of green bean extra on hemoglobin levels. Variable. Hemoglobin level before. Number of research people 7. Mean 11.11. Standard deviation 0.50. Minimum 10.00. Maximum 11.50. Hemoglobin level after. Number of research people 7. Mean 13.08. Standard deviation 0.62. Minimum 13.20. Maximum 14.80. Based on the table to above, it is known that the average hemoglobin level has increased before the intervention is 11.11 grams per deciliter. After being given the intervention, it increased to 13.08 grams per deciliter. So it gains by 2.7 grams per deciliter. Overview of hemoglobin levels before and after intervention of combination of guava pudding and green beans on hemoglobin levels. Variable. Hemoglobin level before. Number of research people 7. Mean 11.01. Standard deviation 0.27. Minimum 10.50. Maximum 11.30. Hemoglobin level after. Number of research people 7. Mean 14.61. Standard deviation 0.63. Minimum 13.20. Maximum 15.50. Based on the table 3, it is known that the average hemoglobin level has increased, namely before the intervention, 11.01 grams per deciliter. After being given the intervention, it increased to 14.61 grams per deciliter. So it gains by 3.6 grams per deciliter. Overview of hemoglobin levels before and after the control group intervention on hemoglobin levels. Variable. Hemoglobin level before. Number of research people 7. Mean 11.98. Standard deviation 0.80. Minimum 10.50. Maximum 11.50. Hemoglobin level after. Number of research people 7. Mean 12.05. Standard deviation 0.66. Minimum 13.20. Maximum 11.20. Based on the table for above, now that based on table, it is found that the average hemoglobin level has increased. Before the intervention of 11.98 grams per deciliter. After being given the intervention, it increased to 12.05 grams per deciliter. So it rises by 0.07 grams per deciliter. Difference in hemoglobin levels before and after administration of green bean juice in the treatment group. Hemoglobin levels, mean plus standard deviation, grams per deciliter. Hemoglobin levels before, mean 11.11 plus standard deviation, 0.50 grams per deciliter. Hemoglobin levels after, mean 13.81 plus standard deviation, 0.63 grams per deciliter. P-value 0.000. Based on table 5 above, it is known that the average hemoglobin level in the green bean extra intervention group increased from 11.11 grams per deciliter to 13.81 grams per deciliter. The average difference in hemoglobin level was 2.7 grams per deciliter. The results of the pirate sample titers statistic test show that the p-value was 0.000 smaller than 0.05. It can be concluded that there was an effect of giving green bean juice the hemoglobin levels in adolescent growth. Difference in hemoglobin levels before and after administration of combination of red guava and green bean pudding in the treatment group. Hemoglobin levels mean plus standard deviation grams per deciliter. Hemoglobin levels before mean 11.01 plus standard deviation 0.27 grams per deciliter. Hemoglobin levels after mean 14.61 plus standard deviation 0.63, p-value 0.000. Based on table 6 above, it is known that the average hemoglobin level in the intervention group with the combination of red guava pudding and green bean juice from 11.01 grams per deciliter to 14.61 grams per deciliter. The average difference in hemoglobin levels is 3.6 grams per deciliter. The results of the pirate sample titer statistics show that the p-value was 0.000 smaller than 0.05. So it can be concluded that there is an effect of giving a combination of red guava pudding and green beans in the hemoglobin levels in the adolescent growth. The difference of hemoglobin levels before and after the intervention plan in the control group. Hemoglobin levels mean plus standard deviation grams per deciliter. Hemoglobin levels before mean 11.98 plus standard deviation 0.80 grams per deciliter. Hemoglobin levels after mean 12.05 plus standard deviation 0.60 grams per deciliter. P-value 0.65. Based on table 7 above, it is known that the average hemoglobin level in the control group increased from 11.98 grams per deciliter to 12.05 grams per deciliter. The average difference in hemoglobin levels was 0.02 grams per deciliter. The results of the pirate sample titer statistics show that the p-value was 0.65, more than 0.05. So it can be conclude that there is no effect of
maybe
control group
the committee you
administered
can
by plan in the
turn off the
hemoglobin
video
levels
because
of
the time
adolescent growth.
has more than 14 minutes. Okay. Okay, I think for Ms. Ridola, we just only have one question because the presentation has more than 10 minutes and it has already 14 minutes. Okay, maybe the question is for me. Okay, Ms. Ridola, can you hear my voice? Okay. Okay, Ms. Ridola, can you explain to me about how you collect the data about the hemoglobin? Ms. Ridola, do you hear me my voice? Excuse me. Okay, I think there was a problem about the Ridola connections. Maybe we go to the next presenter, Dr. Amy. I think the committee, please, you can turn on the video of Miss Amy.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning everyone. Untuk my Amy Yuliantini, please present magazine with the title Household Character and Nutrition Status of Children in Coastal Family in Bengkulu Province. I have a lot of natural wealth by age, height by age, and weight by age. Bengkulu Coastal family have published health problem. Characteristics of family with a low category, the food security, factor of food diversity in mostly food security, the analysis of the quality of food in the medium category, and the analysis of the high food quality or is have that the character and risk factor for the occurrence of community nutritionist problem in children under 5 in coastal. The potential well of coastal area should be able to perfect the life of coastal community, but in fact the most coastal community economic conditions are at low economic level, including in meeting the nutritional rate of family. For the nutrition status of children under 5 in freezing family is 9% greater than in framing family. The prevalence of very short and short toddler in Indonesia is 29.9%, and Bengkulu province 27. The question is, how is the food security of Bengkulu coastal? Material and method. The study used a descriptive analytic research design with a cross-sectional approach. Sample is the study where mother who had children under 5 in the locus of stunting and not at the locus of stunting on the coast of Bengkulu province. The sampling of the research subject was carried out using a quota sampling technique, namely by selecting sample subject based on the proportion of the 527 coastal family with inclusion and exclusion character. Character of toddler stunting can also be defined as a condition of short for very short body condition based on the index of body length for age or height for age, weight with a threshold when elementary school. Stunting is measured of nutrition status by taking into account the height of leg of the body age and gender of toddler. Problem: the main cause of stunting includes stunted growth in the womb, inadequate intake of nutrition to support rapid growth and development in infants and childhood, and prevent infection during life during infants and childhood. Girls than to be less likely to be stunted and severely stunted, and baby girl can survive in less number than baby boy in most. Character of the mother toddler. The character of the mother indicates that there are several factors that character the respondent, ranging for age, education, income, knowledge, and ownership of health insurance. According characteristics of the mother toddler, the characteristics of the mother indicate that there are several factors that characteristic the respondent, ranging for age, education, income, knowledge, and ownership of health insurance. In the data above, we can note the about 529 people were collected in 8 of the regional in Bengkulu. In the data analysis, the education of the mother was still mostly low. Education is something that can bring someone the help or achieve the burdens insight and knowledge. According to Sugiarto et al., national education as a foundation of the livability and shape the character and civilization of a developed nation. In order the education, the national life and foundation to eliminate all sources of people suffering from ignorance and backwardness. People who have high education will have insight and wider knowledge, and when compared to people with lower education. Education is very influenced on the research condition by Mill and Zaki states that the level of education is disturbed in nutrition status. Family character. Britt et al. Explained the food provided by parents is low. The food intake referred by the child is also low. Therefore, it can be concluded that low feeding contributes to the nutrition education that children receive. In Indonesia, stunting results from a complex interaction of factors, not only at the individual level, but also at the household and community level. The factors that cause stunting are low birth weight, male gender, infant with a history of disease, and low economy level. Mother knowledge is in line with the result of IU research. the ratio obtained or the relationship between mother knowledge about the fulfillment of balanced nutrition for children and the nutrition status of children aged 1 for 3 years. This study is also in the with the result of research by Rista. There is a relative between mother behavior about balanced nutrition and the nutrition status of children, with men that the less knowledge of mother about balanced nutrition, the less nutrition status of children from the result of the ULIS research. The result of the study showed that of the 3 indicators used were indicator of weight for egg, height for egg, weight for egg, where is the nutrition status of children under 5 education to the indicator of SOT. Egg for us was 0.9%. The indicator of nutrition status of under 5 under nutrition for egg was 1.9%. Yeah. In according with WHO standard, an area is said to be in good category if the prevalence of short toddler is less than most of the character of children under 5 are 3 years old. Under is mostly family. Mother characteristic factor are mostly 25 years old, will most of them have high education. Almost all mother of toddler do not work. Men will the majority of family income are still below the minimum wage. Of the 3 indicator of weight for egg, height for egg, weight for egg more than 5% prevalence of was in Bengkulu. Preference include in the category of acute Western nutrition status of toddler. Characteristic of family with low characteristics. The food security for of food diversity in mostly food security. The analysis of the quality of food in the medium category. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for Dr. Amy. And Dr. Amy is still in the plan, so we do not go to the question sessions. So thank you very much for all participants and for especially for the all presenters that have presented their studies in this Bengkulu International Conference on Health. I think I'm so sorry if there is any something that inconvenience for you all. Thank you very much, Dr. Mary, and then thank you very much, Mr. Andi Asad and Mrs. Rizda for the time to be a moderator in this session. We close our session by reciting Hamdalah. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Abu Bakar. To all participants, we will have 1 hour break, so you can take a break for 1 hour, and then please come back to the Zoom again in 1 p.m. Indonesian time, because we will have another session that will lead by Dr. Valendriani. Okay, so let's take 1 hour break. Thank you very much.
You're welcome, admins. Mr. Abu Bakar. See you the next session and see you soon this night time. Be healthy and be happy.
Okay, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you all. Thank you very much. Okay, I leave the Zoom meeting. I'm so sorry.
Halo, Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam. Okay, Dr. Valen, maybe we still need to wait for a minute because some presenter still just finish their lunch and they're praying. So maybe we will wait for 5 or 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, maybe you can start because it's already 10 minutes from 1 o'clock. So, Dr. Valen, you can start to lead the discussion. Time is yours.
Okay, I'm ready. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Dr. Valen, maybe you have the trouble with your microphone because we cannot hear your voice. Yeah. Okay.
Sorry.
Okay.
Oh,
Now we can hear your voice now.
Oh
Okay.
yeah, thank you,
Okay.
thank you.
Okay, you can start to lead the discussion.
Okay. Good afternoon, excellent ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to third Bengkulu International Conference on Health, BICON 20 and 22, held by Poltekkes Kemenkes Bengkulu. My name is Valendria Niningrum, and I'm an assistant professor at Department of Preventive and Public Health Dentistry, Baitur Rahmah University. It is my honor to be a moderator for this session. Yeah, here are the ground rules that we are given to the presenter before beginning this forum. Yeah, first one, each candidate will give 10 minutes for oral presentation. And second one, question will be given through the chat column or direct question with a raised hand. And the last one, each presenter will have 5 minutes for Q&A session. Okay, any question before we start this session? No? Okay,
No.
we start from the first presenter from wait.
Okay.
Okay, the first presenter from, sorry, the author is Agus Widada, Devi Ermayendri, Yusmi Diarti, Rosalia, and Rina Bakhtari, with the title of the study, Analysis of Application Use of Pesticide and Pesticide Residue on Vegetables in Sambirejo Village. Mr. Agus,
Oh, yes.
are you ready?
I'm ready. Okay.
Oh,
Thank you.
okay, time's yours.
Yes. Thank you for your time. I will to presentation my study, and the title is Analysis of Application Use of Pesticides and Pesticide Residue on Vegetable in Sambirejo Village. Next. Introduction. The increase of people needs for agricultural product, especially horticultural commodities, is getting higher in line with population growth. The use of chemical pesticides has been proven to increase farmer production, so that almost all farmers use chemical. Next. Based on direct observation in the field, this existing indicator, namely indicator of application use and allocation of purchase fund, still seem excessive, and the use of chemical pesticide an impact on the health of farmer, environment, and will increase pesticide residues on vegetable. This study aims to determine the use of pesticide in terms of dosage, pesticide accuracy, time spent on spraying with harvest, and pesticide residues on vegetable. Methods. This research is quantitative descriptive research. The research sample consisted of 50 vegetable farmers who were randomly selected. Focus group discussion was conducted with the participant consisting of the head of farmer group, agricultural extension officer, and the head of Sambirejo village. Vegetable samples were taken from the farmer of each type of legal as many as 5 samples of vegetables. Vegetable samples were examined in the Bogor Perintang Laboratory to determine organism of pesticide residue. The result of the research can do so. Frequency of distribution of respondent character is based on age, educational level, and length of farmer. Based on age, 36% of respondent is over year. Based on the high education level, is 46% as compared primary school, and based on the length of farmer, 76 of respondents have farmed for more than 10 years. Okay. The level education, yes, looks the elementary school is 46%. Okay, next. And the length of farmer is 76%. The length of farmer is above of 10 years. Next. Dosage accuracy. The result of research data collection were 70% in applying pesticide according to the dose. So the dose based on the dose information contained in the pitch. They saw that most of farmers know the accuracy of the dose used for spraying vegetable. Although most of the farmers know how to apply pesticide based on doses, based on the SGD result, the frequency of spraying per week is between 2 to 3 times. The high frequency of spraying allow the presence of pesticide residues on agricultural land with a heavy pressure for agricultural ecosystem. The presence of toxic and presentation of chlorine pesticide residues on agricultural land has the potential to cause the death of soil and water biota, as well as content of groundwater, surface water, and drinking water. And in addition to insect residues in agricultural product. Okay. Yeah, the result of research collection, yes, 70% applying pesticide according to the dose, and this saw the farmer know the accuracy of doses, but although most the farmer know how to apply, based on SGD results, the frequency of spraying per week between 2 and 3 times. Next. The hikes of spraying, yeah, persistent of result on the land, preparation contamination in the soil and the water and the groundwater, surface water, and drinking water, and maybe to insect residues in agricultural is high. Okay. The accuracy, the frequency distribution of respondent based of target accuracy. These tables 5 show this only 60% farmer harvest vegetable according to the distance between the last spraying and harvesting time or more than 2 days, while 42% of farmers do the last spraying between 5 to 7 days. Several studies have stated that vegetables still contain pesticide residue in post-harvest. This is due to the treatment given by farmer to giving pesticide before harvest. Several research by Dipentoro found the diacenon residue in 7 milligram per kilogram on the first day after spraying. Okay. Next. Result of data collection found that 50% of farmer applied pesticide on base result of the result of data collection found that 50% of farmers applied pesticide based on the result of pest observation made before spraying. The result of data collection also show that 32% had mixed several pesticides, so that the used pesticide was not on target, would increase production costs and high-risk pesticide residues on vegetable and the environment. Next. Next. The results show that only 16% of farmers harvest vegetable according to the distance between the last spraying and harvesting time of more than 2 days, while 42% of farmers do the spraying between 5 to 7 days. Several studies have stated that vegetables still contain pesticide residue in post-harvest. This is due to the treatment given by farmers in giving pesticide before harvest. Pesticide residue in vegetable. The result of the examination of organophosphate pesticide residue in tomatoes, cauliflower, curly pepper were still below the threshold value, while in the leg, the pesticide residue of the chlorpyrifos group extended the threshold value with a concentration 0.051 milligram per kilogram, or exceeded with over the limits threshold, and the pesticide residue on parathion type with concentration of 0.039 exceed the above of limit value. The estimated pesticide were not set because there were several possibilities, including the head degraded and pesticide have evaporated before the analysis. Pesticide residues that's not detected do not mean the vegetable are safe for consumption. The distance between the delivery of vegetable sample and inspection or more than half a month will affect the result of the inspection, because sometimes of organophosphate pesticide will evaporate from the result on the initial inspection using the sensitive pesticide residues and were also detected in the vegetable. Next. Okay, next. The estimated pesticide were not detected because there were several possibilities, including they had been depleted and the pesticide have evaporated before the analysis process, and pesticide residues that not detected do not mean vegetable safe to direct consumption. Okay, next. Conclusion: as many as 70% of farmers in applying pesticide are in accordance with the dose based on the dose information contained in the page. 50% of farmers applied pesticide based on result of pest observation made for before spraying, and as many as 16% farmer who harvest vegetable after the time and time several last spraying with harvest time with a time or more than 2 days. The result of estimation of appearance phosphate pesticide result in tomatoes for early paper and still below the threshold value. Thank you. I want to
thank you, Mr. Agus, for
yes.
the nice presentation. Now we
Onel mana di dusun telon. Ya buka
Sorry.
praktek dusun di pattern kan.
Mrs. Novega, Miss Novega, can you mute your voice? Thank you. Okay. Thank you for the nice explanation, Mr. Agus. Ladies and gentlemen, with next to discussion session, you can write down in column chat for the question, or you can directly to ask Mr. Agus with raised hand. Any question? No? Okay, Mr. Agus, this is
Yes.
the good study, yeah.
Yes.
Your study real advantages, yeah, to help a farmer make better decision to reduce pesticide
Yes.
with the right target, right rules, right
Yes.
dose, right times, right way, and right type, yeah.
Yes.
So I want to know, could you explain more about the right way? The right way to reduce the pesticide.
Okay. Yes. To reduce pesticide and vegetable, can washing the vegetable with water, running water, but not 1, 2, and 3 for good. Yeah, to
2 and 3 times, yeah.
Yeah, to increase to delete of the residue and pesticide, but not pesticide can eliminate 100%.
Okay, okay.
Yes.
Please, anyone? Any question more? No, thank you very much for the nice
Okay.
presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very
Hello.
much for attention. Yes.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello,
Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Tony.
Yes, I'm Mr. Tony.
Yeah.
The one of the reviewer.
Oh,
Okay.
okay. Welcome.
Okay, thank you for giving me an opportunity. Good luck, Mr. Agus. Hello.
Hello.
Yes. Yeah. Hello.
Yeah.
Hello. Yes.
Yes. According to your paper, yeah, I have read the purpose of this research and your methodology.
Yes.
You are using qualitative research. That's right.
Yes. Yes.
But but
yes,
your result of your study using quantitative. Please explain more detail.
Okay.
You can see the result by using N and percent without using content analysis. In qualitative research, we should use content analysis. Yeah. For example, if you conduct a research like phenomenology approach or FGD approach, we have to use content analysis. by blanket the answer. So in your paper, I can see that there is a lot of quantitative harvest time. Yeah, I didn't see the qualitative research method applied of this research. Please explain me. You are using FGD, yeah? Oh, what? It is sudden death with your laptop.
I'm sorry, my
Never mind.
laptop is
Okay.
suddenly.
Keep going, keep going.
Okay. Thank you for
Yeah.
question about Tony. This research is quantitative research.
Quantitative or quali?
Quantitative research, but not to analysis of SPSS. But the research to show the of doses accuracy, terus doses accuracy, spraying, spraying, and the residue pesticide and the vegetable, but not analysis.
I'm so sorry. I'm still confusing.
Yes.
The data collection method by conducting interviews and FGD.
Yes.
FGD, there is a one of belong to the qualitative research.
Yes.
Now, my question is, your display data using a quantitative approach.
Yes.
Why should be contradictive?
Okay, thank you, Pak. FGG to a depth of information about the farmer, about the farmer activity in the field, especially to the spraying pesticide. The result of the FGD, the farmer and the village of Sambrijo is according for the result of the review interview.
Okay,
interview.
I know that. So, tell me what are the informant?
Informant. Okay. Informant to FED is the head of
how many?
10. 10. The host especially is the farmer of the vegetable is
Okay, I just want to suggest you. Mr. Agus, it is better you change about the result because a lot of research regarding to qualitative research is not made like this. It's not made like this. Yeah, maybe I will show you the example how to do a qualitative research approach. Yeah.
Yes.
We'll change it. Yeah. It is not a table frequency distribution. No. Yeah. It is a content analysis. Yeah. I will show you later. Okay. So I think this discussion will be stopped here. Thank you.
Okay. Yes. Okay.
Okay, ma'am. Your turn now.
Mr. Tony, thank you. And Mr. Agus, we next to the second presenter. The second presenter with topic the effect of William flexion exercise on lower back pain in nurse in Dr. Mr. Yunus Hospital, Bengkulu City in 20 and 22. Miss Septianti, time is yours. Hello.
Here, ma'am.
10 minutes for presentation and 5 minutes for discussion part.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. The honorable of reviewer and all of the audience. I'm Milda from nursing major of Poltekkes Kemenkes Bengkulu. Now, I will talk to you about the effect of William flexion exercise on low back pain or LBP of nursing at Dr. M. Yunus Hospital in Bengkulu City. Next. Based on the International Association for the Study of Pain in 2020, it is shown that the prevalence of LBP is estimated to be 7.5% of the global population, or about 577 million people who experience LBP. Not only that, a study in Sri Lanka found that a nurse had LBP at least once a month. The prevalence of LBP in nurse in Turkey can reach more than 80%. So the nurse workload requires doing a lot of activities, and half of the nurse in the control and intervention rooms complain of LBP. So that this makes work activities disrupt and becomes unproductive. Next. Based on this description, the formulation of the problem can be taken. Is there an effect of WFE on LBP at Dr. M. Yunus Hospital in Bengkulu City? For the special purpose, the first to know the characteristics of respondent, including age, gender, and length of work. The second to know the average LBP before and after treatment in the control group and intervention group. The third to know the comparison of the average LBP before and after treatment in both groups. And the last special purpose is to know the effect of William flexion exercise on nurse low back pain. Next. For the research design, the type of this research is quantitative research, namely experimental research with a quasi-experimental approach. The research design used is pre-test and post-test with control group design. Intervention group is given William flexion exercise, and control group given intervention, Mackenzie extension exercise. The location, Seruni and Melati room at Dr. M. Yunus Hospital in Bengkulu City, and then research time on April until May 2022. Next. The result, the first univariate analysis, you can see on the screen. The first table description of respondent characteristics show that the most of the intervention group 71.4% were female. Most of the respondent education graduates from bachelor 3%, while the average length of work for nurse was 6.57 years. In the control group, almost all respondents were female, namely 30 nurses with an average age of 39.7 years. Next. You can see on the screen the second table is this distribution of average value of LBP before intervention in both groups. show that the respondent LBP value before the intervention was given was in the range of 4 until 7. The average LBP value of respondent in the intervention was 5.71. The p-value is 0.137, meaning that the value of LBP of respondent between group is equal before the intervention. Next. The next table is distribution of average value of LBP after intervention in both group. The mean value of LBP of control group respondent was 3.71. Next. And the second analysis is bivariate analysis. Show that the result of the Wilcoxon-Siren test statistic test show a p-value of 0.003 less than 0.05. Next. And the next table different in the average value of LBP before and after treatment in control group. They show a p-value of 0.006 less than 0.05, which is mean that there is difference in the average value of LPB before and after the intervention in the control group. Next. And the last table is the effect of William flexion exercise on LBP at Seruni and Malati rooms at Dr. M. Yunus Hospital in Bengkulu City. You can see on the screen the result of statistic test using the man-Whitney test, the p-value of 0.039 is the p less than 0.05, means that there is a difference in the average value of LBP between the intervention group and control group. So it can be concluded the William flexion exercise is more effective than McKenzie extension exercise to decrease the value of LBP. Next. For discussion, the first description of responding characteristic. Well, the same result of this study quote from Wang et al. 2016 show that the female sex has a higher prevalence of LBP. And the next, the results show that the age of the nurse with a French in the intervention group was 40.5 years and the control group was 36.07 years. This study is in line with research in the United States showing that LBP can be found in 1 in 3 adults under the age of 60 years each year, which show the middle adult 30 until 16 years is prone to LBP. Next. Most of the respondents in the intervention group graduates from bachelor, while those in control group graded for the same with intervention group from bachelor. According to Sinaga and Makia Research 2021, education of worker will affect the value of risk that will be experienced. And then the average length of work of respondents in the intervention group is 6.57 years and the control group is 7.21 years. The result of this study show that the average of LBP in the intervention group before the intervention was 5.71 and after the intervention was 3.50. Okay, next. Overview of LBP values before and after treatment in the intervention group and control group. This is the same as Lestari and Nani's research 2020 at Haji Medan Hospital on 35 nurse respondents stating that the average LBP before William flexion intervention an average of 3.82 after given the intervention was a mean of 2.59. Okay, next. There are many therapies that can be done to reduce LBP. The forms of therapy that are carried out are also varied, one of which is muscle stretching exercise. This is aligned with the research of John and Ratiga 2050, which show William Flexen exercise with a duration of 10 until 50 minutes of exercise performed 3 until 4 times a week for 1 month, can reduce LBP while McKenzie extension exercise. Next. The conclusion, the average age of nurse in the intervention group was, you can see on the screen, is typo. The correct is the intervention group 14.50 years and the control group was 39.07 years. In the intervention group, most of them were female, while the control group was almost all female. In the intervention and control group, most of the nurse education graduated from bachelor. The average value of LBP the intervention group before was 5.71 and after intervention 4.50. While in the control group, the value of LBP before intervention 4.64 and after 3.71. Next. And then conclusion, the difference in the average.
Sorry, Miss Milda, I think enough.
Okay. The last conclusion.
Okay, thank you for the nice explanation. Okay, next to question part. Please, anyone give a question or opinion about the topic? Okay. Hello, Miss Milda. I want to ask question. Several question. It's okay. First one, I would like, how do you measure the low back pain?
Mbak, ntar. Mbak, kan Mbak juga kan benar juga kan?
I can hear your voice.
Sorry, Mr. Tony, please mute your
Nanti kita perbaiki.
voice. Okay, thank you. First, how do you measure low back pain in your study? And second one, how to perform random sampling technique in your study. And the last one is, how do you calculate the sample? Your sample 28, yeah.
28.
Sample. Yeah. Please answer the question.
Okay, ma'am. I will try to answer your question. For the technique sampling, I take the sampling technique used in this study is a simple random sampling technique.
Yeah.
The sample used in this study were 28 people, 14 people in the surgery room, and 14 people in the malati rooms at Dr. Immunus Hospital in University.
Based on what? Based on what? What means bangsal? What? Based on what? Melati and yeah. Yeah. Okay. Next.
Can you repeat the second question, ma'am?
Yeah. You take the sample based on wart or bangsal. Do you hear me, Miss Milda?
Excuse me, ma'am. I can't hear your voice, ma'am.
Sorry. Yeah. Maybe you can continue your explanation. Hello, Miss Milda. Maybe you can answer the second question. How do you measure the low back pain in your study?
Excuse me, ma'am.
Hello.
What do you mean, ma'am?
Yeah, you can answer the second question. How do you measure lower back pain in your study? You use some tools or instrument to
Tool or instrument I use, ma'am.
Yeah.
Okay, the way I collect data is that the first I share questionnaire with the kill star break tool instrument, ma'am. After the nurse fill in the question, I immediately calculate the score according to the criteria that I will make a sample, ma'am. There are many have question. My question for criteria LBP.
You should write down in your paper the instrument to measure the low back pain for more detail. Okay, you can catch my point.
Yes, yes.
Okay, Mr. Tony.
Okay,
this
is my turn. Okay, I honestly agree with this research. I think it is quite good. Yeah. But in material and method, you have described little bit in detail the manual procedure of William flexion exercises. Yeah. How to do this? Yeah. In your method, it's not described properly. Please describe it. You can hear me?
Yes, sir. Okay, sir.
Please explain.
I will try to answer your question, sir.
Okay.
William flexion exercise had 6 exercise movements that are dominant in flexion. So, William flexion exercise had 6 exercise are the first exercise pelvic tilting, the second exercise partial sit up, the third single knee to chest, and then double knee to chest, and then hip flexor stretch, and the last squat. Meanwhile, for Mackenzie extension exercise, had 4 exercise movement. There are the first front lying, the second elbow press, the third press ups, and the last backward bending. And how to I prepare to do this exercise? I use the first tools is mattress. I think that's all, ma'am. Answer.
Okay, it would be better, yeah, in your methodology. There are many steps, yeah, to conduct William Flexen exercises, such as blah 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 blah. Okay, that the audience or the writer can be more interested about your research. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Tony and Miss Milda. And next for second, third, yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Third presenter will be delivered by Miss Sri Mulyati with topic the effectiveness of ergonomic technique on the ability to overcome musculoskeletal disorders, complaints in tailors in Bengkulu City and Jakarta City in 20 and 19. Miss Sri Mulyati, time is yours. Oh, okay.
Thank you very much.
Already.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
I'm sorry because I'm not open my mask because my teeth is in the dentist nursing. Next. 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 Yes, introduction. Ergonomic is critical. Ergonomic is critical. It's critical to study because it can avoid fatigue and most injures acting employee performance according to the International Labour Organization (ILO) in the prevention of occupational disease program. It is stated that 27 states of the European Union musculoskeletal disorder and MSDS are the most common disease with health problem at box ILO 20,030. The research showed that there were no difference between the Bengkulu group and the Jakarta group on all characteristic variables. There were significant difference before and after treatment in both group on all variables, and there were change in the treatment group compared to the control group. Suggestion are that the tailor in the treatment group as you a module that the tailor has received to guide in showing to minimize MSDS compliance. Next. The loading duration is too long, so it causes damage to joint, ligament, and tendon, and first musculus complaint in the palm axis, pain numbers, tingling, swelling, stiffness, shaking, sleep disturb, and burning sensitization result in person inability of performance, movement, and coordination of life movement resulting in less efficiency and loss of work time and distracted work productive. Utami 21:7. Tailor work is one of the job occupied by 30 of the people in Indonesia, but individuality and the convention industry. Based on the data of net of the Department Industrial and Trade in 2018. The research chose a research location, Bengkulu City. The number of retailer business in Bengkulu City amount to 64 shop with 20,005 employees. Next. Next. Material and method. This research is a quasi-experiment, non-randomized control group pre-test post-test design carried out from August to October 2009. The intervention is the form of training with the simulation method by providing a swing ergonomics technique module. The population is tailored in Bengkulu and the domestic market in Jakarta with a sample for 840 tailored, 40 tailored in the intervention and 40 tailored in the control group. The sampling technique was accidental sampling. The variant analysis using the Shapiro-Wilk test, parity test, Wilcox-Signet rank test, independent sample test, Mann-Whitney test, and covariant test. Next. Hello, next. Table. Next. Yes. So that the average ergonomy of respondent in the intervening the city of Bengkulu after being treated was 20.05 standard deviation of 3 to H, and the city of Jakarta, the intervention group, after being treated with ergonomic approach of with standard deviation 305. The average support from the owner, the intervention, of Bengkulu after being treated was 560 standard deviation of 150 in the city of Jakarta in the intervention group after being given treatment. The ergonomic group approach 3 and 80 standard deviation of 119. The average MSDs complaint in the intervention group in Bengkulu City after treatment was 45.6% standard deviation of 12x7, and in the city of Jakarta. In the intervention group after being treated, the ergonomy group after 45.3 standard deviation of 23 X4, the average improving works in the intervention group in Bengkulu City after treatment was 261 standard deviation of 0.41, and in the city of Jakarta in the intervention group after treatment 2H0 standard deviation of 0.41. Next. The result of statistical tests in ergonomic honor support MHDS complaint involving worker and effort to reduce complaint in both the Bengkulu and Jakarta group of 9V kurang lebih apa 0.05. It can be concluded that there is a significant difference before and after treatment in the two group. Next. The result of test in the city of Bengkulu responding as Bengkulu respond ergonomic 0.989, owner support 0.673, MHDS complaint 0.510, involving workers 0.673, 0.530, and effort to reduce complaint 0.841. Of night. In inclusion, etc. The result of different tests in the city of Jakarta respondent ergonomy 0.689, owner support.
1 minute, Miss Sri.
Okay. Next conclusion. Yes, next conclusion. Yes. Conclusion. Next. Yes. There is a significant difference in ergonomic technique between the Bengkulu and Jakarta group before and after the intervention using the Taylor ergonomic technique. There is a considerable difference in MHDS complaint score between the Bengkulu and Jakarta group before and after the intervention using the Taylor ergonomic technique. There is a difference in owner support score. There is a significant difference between the Bengkulu and Jakarta group before and after intervention using the Taylor ergonomic technique. There was substantial difference in score involving works between Bengkulu and Jakarta group before after the intervention using the Taylor ergonomic technique. It is recommended that Taylor the throat training intervention using module that Taylor have followed to serve as guidance for saving work to minimize MHDS complaint. It is hoped that Taylor will recite intervention make group to provide information to each other about effort to reduce MHDS. Next. Etc. Thank you very much to moderator, to everybody.
Yes, welcome,
Thank you very much.
Mistri Mulyati, for your nice explanation about your topic, musculoskeletal disorders among pilots in Bengkulu and Jakarta. Okay, in question part, please raise your hand or you can write down in the column chat for the question. Any question?
Nothing.
Okay, one question, just one question from me. What non-probability sampling do you use? Purposive sampling or accidental sampling, Miss Sri Mulyati?
Yes. Sampling to Eki 40 to Jakarta, 40 to Bengkulu, in 40 Bengkulu, 20 intervention, 20 control. In Jakarta, the same.
Yes. So you use the purposive or accidental sampling? It's be better you choose one and you
accidental sampling to questionnaire to knowledge MSDS and ergonomy to walking teller and pelatihan.
Okay, training.
Exercise to module.
Oh yeah. Okay, I catch your point. Thank you, Mr. Mulyati. Hello, Mr. Tony. Yeah. Please give your opinion or comment about the Sri Mulyati study. Mr. Tony, time is yours. Any comment or enough?
You can hear me?
Yeah,
you can
yeah.
hear me? Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. Now, Ibu Sri Mul.
Yes, Mr. Tony.
Hello, Ma'am Sri Mul. Yeah. You are my close friend as well. Okay. You are using a model, yeah, on ergonomic technique. But I think it is better to explain a little bit more detail in your methodology. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you very much.
And then, from the first line of your paragraph in introduction, you mentioned that musculoskeletal disorders or MCDs are the most common diseases associated with health problem at work. What kind of health problem? Yeah, yeah, full stop. You can add any addition information. The health problem is usually occur on blah, 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 blah. Okay?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. This is my suggestion, yeah. And then, okay. Now, in the middle of your introduction, also mentioned that the results showed there were no difference between the Bengkulu group and the Jakarta group on all characteristic variables. There were significant differences between before and after treatment in both groups on all variables, and there were changes in the treatment group compared with the control group. What is the changes? What is the changes? For example, the changes is musculoskeletal injury become getting better. Yeah, it is not described properly. Yeah, this is scientific writer. Okay, you have to explain it. Okay, and
Yes,
then
thank you very much to Mr. Tony.
okay, and then
Input
okay.
my article me.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Tony and Miss Sri Mulyati. Yeah, the implementation of ergonomic intervention was effective in reduced musculoskeletal disorders among Tyrol, and it is recommended to conduct continuous training course to control the risk of ergonomic factor affecting body discomfort, not only for Tyler, I think also for dentists. The prevalence musculoskeletal disorder among dentists is high prevalence.
Thank you very much for
Yeah, welcome. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We continue to the fourth presenter, Mr. Rustam Aji, will study the effect of musculus immersion against the death of mosquito pleasure. Mr. Rustam Aji,
okay.
Do you hear me? Oh, okay, okay.
Okay.
This time is yours.
Okay. Thank you very much to moderator, Mr. Tony, and my friend. I am teacher research the effect of musculus immersion against the death of mosquito pleasure snake. Introduction. Interview from the dry session. The rainy session in January to August 2020 is the cause of the large number of mosquito larvae in puddles. If not eradicated, it will develop into an adult mosquito and adult female mosquito that lays eggs. In a humid place, the mosquito egg will hatch into larvae and will develop into adult mosquitoes. If it contains the Aedes aegypti virus can cause the genuine fever. Aedes aegypti larvae, if not monitored, will continue to develop into adult mosquitoes. If the mosquito contain Aedes aegypti, it can cause genuine hemorrhagic fever. In human was blood is sucked by the mosquito. This incident can be seen from the incident in case of genuine hemorrhagic fever in Rejang Lebong Regency by 23 cases. Next.
Hello.
Admin, next. Method, this type of the research which experimental research that is close to the actual experiment to determine the effect of giving musculus immersion water, which is effective as a mosquito. Dependent variable vary the number and percentage of death levels and
Sorry, it is voice disturbing.
error. Tabulation, consolidated or region and chi-square test. The sample of the research observed was 39 IDS-AGP larvae. Research implementation for whole months. The analysis need was university the effect of giving musculus immersion water on the mortality of IDS-AGP larvae and the proportion of age variable study. We varied analysis to determine the effect of the independent and dependent variable. Next. Next. The process is making a profile variety. Number one, prepare 2 cups of treat water or CMAT as for 3 milliliters. Number two, take 5 musculus water and net. Number three, situate the musculus into a tube of immersion edge and containing 20 ml of water and the process it to it because musculus soaking water. Next, the soaked water of all papaya leaf label it the part the musculus marinate with the size of 50 ml in 2 small glass bottle into the water that has mosquito repellent. Next. 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 The implementation of the research production. Number one, prepare all the necessary equipment and material. Number two, take a small glass bottle containing musculus working water with containing 50 milliliters of quality water. Number three, prepare a stopwatch of sufficiency and observation paper. Number four, to take the light level using a plastic pipette from a white pressure fire which water and mosquito larva is selected. Number four, put as live larva into a bottle containing 50 ml of musculus soaking water add. Number six, take a soap hole and observe the dead larvae in the bottle in a musculus immersion water bed. Number seven, the record the musculus larvae did to the musculus soaking water. Next. 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 Based on table number one above, is shown that almost all 94% found 3 dead larvae and the remaining 2 live larvae of the 39 mosquito left in musculus inertial water, 50 milliliter in under 1 minute. Next. People analysis ratio activity in the study include calculation the number of mosquito larvae there with the influence of musculus inertial water. After treatment, the process of observing treating 9 mosquito larvae soaked in musculus soaked water for a maximum of 5 minutes of dead and 5 larvae, which were in a bottle containing 15 milliliters of musculus soaked water as the residue were contained in the next. Based on table 1 above is a show that almost all 94.34 dead larvae and the remaining 2 live larvae of the 59 mosquito larvae in muscular inertial water 5 milliliter in under 1 minute. Next. The result of the bivariate analysis bar of table 2 above showed that the mortality of mosquito larvae with value 0.1053 had the effect of giving mosquito inertial water, which was statistically significant with muscular immersion and odds ratio 5:1 to time. Next.
1 minute more.
Okay, next. Conclusion, the result of the unity analysis showed that almost 94.5% dead larvae and the remaining 2 live larvae of the 39 mosquito larvae in muscular inertial water 5 milliliter in under 1 minute. The result of the bivariate analysis showed that the value 0.1053 had the effect of musculus inertial water, which was statistically significant with muscular inertial water at odds ratio 5 to 10 times. Next. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
I am sorry. Is this belepotan?
No, it's good.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Rustam.
Thank you. Opa, thank you.
Yeah, your study is very interesting. I remember from Adi Utarini, develop the Wolbachia for prevent the Aedes aegypti. And for the discussion section, please raise your hand, or you can write down your question, ladies and gentlemen. Any question?
Okay, thank you very much, my friend.
Yeah, Mr. Tony.
Okay, this is my turn. Okay, anymore. Congratulations, Mr. Rustam, Pak Rustam Haji.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm so sorry I had to comment of your research. Okay.
Okay.
This is important thing that you have to know how to write, according to guideline of academic writing. This is not merely about the subject academic writing. For example, you have said agree with on the bracket 13. What does it mean? And then agree with Anita and please change your word by using George pointed out that bracket. Yeah. For example, agree with Anissa, are you Aditya? What does it mean agree? Anymore, agree, and agree. Yeah. For academic writing, it's very rare to write like this. We have to change it. On the bracket number 6, for example, yeah, we can see here number 6 is, what is that? Yeah, Yuhaira Lataha Rasman. According to Yuhaira Lataha Rasman on the bracket 2015, explained it, blah, 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 blah. This is academic writing. Okay, Rustam?
Okay.
You understand what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. You have to change how to write in properly in English academic writing. Yeah. It is many mistake in writing. Yeah. You have to change it. But in substances in your paper, it is good. Yeah, it is good. You have to explore what the effect of using musculus immersion against dead mosquito pressures. Yeah, but you have to improve. Yeah, how to write for the academic writing in terms of using English. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tony, for
Okay,
your
thank you.
suggestion. Next, fifth presenter will be
Thank
present
you, Mr. Tony.
Novega. Yeah, Mr. Novega, with topic factors related complete immunization behavior in Puskesmas Talang Ulu. Miss
Assalamualaikum
Novega.
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam
First,
warahmatullahi
thank to
wabarakatuh.
moderator for the time. Here I will present my paper in title Factor Related Complete Basic Immunization Behavior in the Working Area of the Talang Ulu Health Center. With the author Novega, Tenika Gita Miranda, Amin Kurnia, Porni Ardiansa. We are from Poltekkes Kemenkes Bengkulu, Indonesia. Introduction. Every year, more than 1.4 million children in the world die from disease that can actually be prevented by immunization. Some infectious diseases that are included in the immunization preventable disease include diphtheria, tetanus, hepatitis B, palsy of the brain, anemia, pertussis, and polio. Children who have been immunized will be protected and avoid point disability or death. We can see in the PowerPoint data from the Health Office of Regional Bong City or Regency from 25 sub-district, 34 sub-district, and 122 village. Data from the Regional Bong City Health Office in 2021 so the number the village heading to UCI in the first, second, third, and fourth quarter was 72%, 80.6%, 84.9%, and 93% respectively of the 21 health centers in Regional Bong Regency Talang Ulu Health Center experienced a decrease in UCI village coverage from 85.5.7% in the second quarter to 71.4% in the third and fourth quarters. Factors influencing the low coverage of immunization are maternal knowledge and awareness, mother lack of knowledge about immunization, and low awareness of mother taking their children to posyandu or puskesmas also lead to immunization coverage. To get complete immunization for fear of their child getting sick, and some feel the immunization is not necessary for the infant. Lack of information for immunization from health workers about to benefit immunization and other obstacles. Purpose of the research. The purpose of the research was to determine the factor related to complete basic immunization behavior in the work area of the Talang Hulu Health Center as Lebong Regency in 2021. Method. This research in analytical research with a cross-sectional approach. The population was of mothers who had children aged 10 until 12 months in the working area of the Talang Ulu Health Center, while those who were sampled were mothers who had children aged 10 until 12 months. As many 71 samples were selected using a simple random sampling technique. The data was collected through interview using questionnaire. The research was conducted in January 2021. The data has been collected is analyzed univariate and bivariate with the chi-square and test statistical test. We can see table 1, distribution and responder basic and complete basic immunization behavior, knowledge, and role of health workers. In variable conflict basic immunization behavior, knowledge, the role of health worker, we can see percentage for the variable. Table 2, factor relating to complete basic immunization behavior or variable knowledge and the role of health worker. We can see in the table for the incomplete and complete for the percentage. Conclusion, as many as 71.8% of respondents had incomplete basic immunization behavior, 62% had poor knowledge, and 71.8% state that the role of health worker was not good in the work area of the Talang Ulu Health Center, Lebong Regency. Variable related to complete basic immunization behavior and knowledge and role of health worker. Suggestion, it is how the health worker will carry out sweeping immunization and will be more active in providing counseling and visit to home about immunization and reminding mother who have not immunized their children. Okay, this is that my fever. Thank you for your attention and wabillahi taufiq wa hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Miss Novega. Hello, Miss Novega.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Variable study. Maybe anyone have question? Please ask the question. Miss Novega,
yes, ma'am.
Several questions. First is, could you explain more detail about how many questions for the knowledge variable and how many questions for the role of health worker variable? And then, how do you classify the not good enough criteria and good categories or criteria?
The same question with me.
Yeah. What?
You have a same question.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Please, Ms. Novega. Hello, Ms. Novega. Do you hear me? Hello, Ms. Novega.
Where are you now? Are you still in there?
Yeah.
Miss Novega, are you still with us? Or you are missing? Mana dia Novega? Halo?
Hello, Ms. Novega.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's still with us. Okay.
Yeah. Do you understand with my question?
Ma'am, sorry. Can you repeat it? Sorry.
It's going interrupted.
Okay, Mr. Tony.
Okay, my question, also the same question with you. Would you like to, how to differentiate between not good enough and good, especially for knowing the knowledge? Explain it. Halo? Iko yang pakai internet terus.
I'm sorry, we must continue the next presenter, maybe Mr. Tony.
Oh.
And ladies and gentlemen,
She is
thank
missing.
you.
Or
Thank you, Miss Novega. And
she got lost.
yeah.
Become invisible.
Okay, for the sixth
Aduh.
presenter,
Siapa nih saya tanya saya?
Miss Linda, with the topic choreography and pictorial media of
Vega ya, tak
ethics.
muncul ya.
Yeah, can improve the knowledge, attitude, and skill of elementary school children in Bengkulu City. Miss Linda, hello, Miss Linda.
Miss Linda.
Yeah. Okay. Time's yours. Hello, admin. You can play the video.
Kalau nama besar gaya sebagian di skip alatnya.
Okay, excuse me.
Video.
Can you hear my voice?
Yeah, video.
Oh, video.
Please watching the video presentation from Miss Linda.
I'm so sorry, we don't have any video to share, but we will present about our study. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good day, honorable reviewer and all the participants in this room. Thanks for the opportunity given to me. I will present the study entitled The Choreography and Pictorial Media of Calf Ethics Can Improve the Knowledge, Attitude, and Skills of Elementary School Children in Bengkulu City. Okay, for the introduction, mental and cultural condition affects the incidence of infection, particularly in Indonesia, which is cough is one of the most common disease, and cough and its reached 11.2% of the total hospital deaths. Okay, please next. And then we talk about CAC ethic. CAC has ethic to control the spread of infection that occurs an objective of the study. This study aimed to determine the effect of choreography. It illustrated media on CAF ethic to increase the knowledge, attitudes, and skill of elementary school children in the city of Bengkulu. And for the study, we use research methodology. We use quantitative study with a quasi-experimental, pre- and post-test design with a control group. We divide into two groups. The first treatment group, elementary school students who were given health promotion about CAF ethic through choreography. And for the second group, control group, elementary school students who were given health promotion about CAF ethic through illustrated cartoons. And for the study, we use the variable divide on dependent variable and independent variable. Dependent variable consists of knowledge, attitudes, and skill about CAF ethic, and independent variable is choreography. And for the population, we use all elementary school students in Bengkulu city with a total more than 26,000 people. And the result of the bivariate analysis using the Wilcoxon test showed that after the intervention by giving a CAF ethic choreography video, the value is 0.003 less than 0.05, indicating a difference in respondents' knowledge before and after choreographic video media. Meanwhile, knowledge after intervention by giving CAF ethic media values was obtained at 0.000 less than 0.05, which means there is a difference in respondents' knowledge before and after being given pictorial media. So we have to conclusion. There is no difference between the effect of choreography and media with CAF ethic on elementary school children's knowledge, attitudes, and skill in the city of Bengkulu. I think this presentation is enough. Back to the reviewer and moderator. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Miss Linda. Hello, Miss Linda. Do you hear me, Miss Linda?
Yeah, clear here, right here.
Yeah, I think similar with the previous question. How many questions for the knowledge, skill, and attitude in your study? And how you categorize the knowledge, attitude, and skill in your study?
Okay, Mrs. Valendriani Ningrum.
CAF ethics. Kemarin ada berita dari IPB tahu?
Okay, for this study, Mrs. Valendriani Ningrum We use the knowledge, attitude, and skill for the research methodology pre and post test. So we use the media of the choreography. We we test the choreography and pre and post. So for the sample for the elementary school, before the treatment of the respondent, choreography exercise or conduct containing health promotion on cough ethic. Then we provide health promotion on cough ethic once a week, 3 times in sport activities every Friday. And then we test before and after the intervention about knowledge, how to use the cough ethic, how to have the manners of attitudes of cough ethic and behavior of cough ethic. And we will add this suggestion in our study later. Maybe we have to see again in our study.
Any comment or question from Mr. Tony?
Yes. Okay. Thank you. I just want to know a little bit about this one. Many studies came from health promotion department related to knowledge, practice, and benefit. That's right. So on this research, what is the benefit of this study after knowing the knowledge, attitude, and practices? What is the main point? Is useful for us?
Okay, thanks, Mr. Tony, for the question. I will try to answer this question. For the research, the benefit for the research to elementary school children, because they are a part of a community group that can be play a strategic role, considering that around 20% of the population of Indonesia is elementary school. And school children have the elementary school the elementary school is so big from the values, and school children understanding curve effect for school children to instill ethical behavior as early as possible will be used as the basic for their thought and behavior in the future. So if they understand how to practice the curve ethic effectively, effectively, so they can use the curve effect until they adult, and we can hold the spread of the cuff. Sorry, we can stop the spread of the cuff. And for this research, we have the video. The video has already done in a legal way, HKI. So the benefit for the elementary school, they can be the cuff ethic as a habit, so they can use the cuff effect as a habit. They don't spread the cuff on the other side. they can practice, but for us as academic, this video is an illegal way, so it has been HKI.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, one more, please.
Yes, yes, Mr. Tony.
You mentioned the conclusion about there are differences in respondent knowledge, attitude, and skill. Yeah, before and after treatment. The value is 0.000. Its mean is extremely significant. Yeah, and there are different knowledge as well. Yeah, and also the value is 0.000. Yeah, so what is the main thing? The knowledge or practice or can I say that? Please tell the difference between three of kind of your study related to the choreography and video.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Tony. I will read again about conclusion. There are difference in respondent knowledge, attitude, and skill before and after being given choreography video media with a value of 0.000. There is differences in knowledge, attitude, and skill of respondents before and after being given illustrated media with a value with the same value. 0.000, and there is no difference in the effect of choreography and illustrated media on cough ethics on the knowledge, attitude, and skill of elementary school children in Bengkulu City. So,
that's okay.
Yeah, so we make a research with two media. The first we use choreography, and for the second we use pictorial media. After the research, we do the pre and the post test. There is no difference, significantly difference between we teach with the choreography or we use the illustrated media with the cartoon media. There is no difference. Both two, there is no difference. So we use choreography and we use the illustrated media is the same for the aim.
So that's why please express the reason why it is not different, because the two others is closely differentiated. Yeah, give the reason. Okay. Okay, that's enough for me.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Tony and Miss Linda. Ladies and gentlemen, I invite the last presenter.
Thank you so much
Mr.
for the
Denny.
And I will add in my research. Thank you so much, Mr. Tony and Mrs. Valen in the living room. Thank you.
Can hear my voice, Mr. Valendani?
Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm glad to meet you in this room. My name is Denny. I come from Tanjung Karang Polytechnic of Health. This study, I with my partner, Fajar Desmawasudi, but he can absent today. And I will my presentation now. Socioeconomic and ventilation are determinants for preventive behavior of tuberculosis transmission to children. Next. Introduction. Tuberculosis is infection disease caused by Mycobacterium tuberculosis, and this tuberculosis is one of leading cause of death. And we know, according to the Indonesia Ministry of Health, ongoing transmission in the population, the province still needs better attention to the control program. A source of tuber transmission in children is adult TB with positive acid-base test. The behavior of preventing pulmonary TB transmission to children according to Lauren Green, predisposing, enabling, and reinforcement factor. Next. To prevent the occurrence of transmission is to cut the transmission of the factor. Some people have a greater risk of getting TB, including those who have close contact with patients that haven't been treated or haven't completed the retreatment, those who have low and weak immunity. Next. Aims in this study. The purpose of this study was to determine of factor with the behavior of pulmonary TB transmission to children. Next. The behavior of preventing pulmonary TB transmission to children according to Lawrence. In this study, predisposing factor, education, socioeconomic, but in the theory Lauren Green, predisposing factor is education, socioeconomic, and the other there, and system value, social level, and so on. Yeah, and enable factor, access to health service, and the reinforcement factor, ventilation, and residential density. Next. Methods in this study. Design in this research in analytical survey with a cross-sectional approach. This research quantitative and qualitative research, where qualitative research is useful to complement quantitative research. The population is taken from pulmonary TB patients whose married and live with children using the total population technique. There are total sampling 38. And the data analyzed univariate, bivariate. Quantitative research is qualitative research is complement qualitative research in interview, depth interview, head of health center, head promotion, surveillance, sanitarian, and pulmonary program. Next. Result. Respondent characteristic, most of respondents, 42, are young age, yes, 21 to 35, and male, 42%, self-employed, 44%, and scarcely start treatment from 5 months ago. It's also important to note from the table, and the patient is almost half, 47% is respondent start treatment from 2 months ago. Next. Univariate analysis of the preventive behavior of pulmonary tuberculosis transmission children. And the screen we can see any variable, education, socioeconomic, access health service, room ventilation, crowded, residential density. And this table, and we can prevention behavior of pulmonary transmission is good. It's 68%, and education is level high, 63%, and socioeconomic is 50%. Social access to health service is easy, 78%, and room ventilation is good, it's 73%. And crowded and annual. Next. In bivariate, we can see bivariate In p-value less than 0.0005, it's in socioeconomic, socioeconomic and room ventilation and residential density, it's p-value 0.045. Next, discuss. Patients with economic status have 24 times higher change to behave and preventing pulmonary tuberculosis transmission. That's not good compared to patients with high economic status. According to Georgiana, improvement the socioeconomic improve in living standard and environment, as well as economic program bring many change. In development countries, long before the discovery of anti-TB drug, tuberculostatic and tuberculosis, thanks to socioeconomic improvement, the number the suffer decreased by 10 to 15% per year, meaning that TB could disappear by itself if there was economic improvement. Next. Pulmonary TB disease is always associated with poverty. People with low socioeconomic condition result in poor nutrition, unhealthy housing, and low access to health services. Patients whose house ventilation is not good is less likely to be 5.5 times higher to behave.
1 minute, Miss.
Preventing tuberculosis transmission compared to patients whose house ventilation is good. Next. The second function is to free the room air from bacteria, especially pathogenic bacteria, because there is always continuous flow of fresh airborne bacteria. Next. Conclusion: most of the pulmonary tuberculosis prevention behavior is classified as good. Patient with low socioeconomic status, most of easy access to service, and house ventilation is good, and the residential density is not stand. There is no relationship between education. There is a relationship between socioeconomic and house ventilation, preventive behavior of pulmonary TB transmission to children. Socioeconomic factor is most influential factor in the behavior preventive pulmonary tuberculosis transmission. Next. Suggestion: the need to seminar and workshop for official, as well as counseling to patient and family about the importance of preventing the transmission of tuberculosis to children is considerably high. Next. Thank you for this your attention.
Thank you, Miss Denny Metri. Your research is a valuable study. Every study has done with conclusion that the higher socioeconomic status is associated with better TB treatment outcome, and also the natural ventilation proven as a fight against to TB agent. Okay, I think I have question. Maybe ladies and gentlemen, please ask the question for Miss Denny Metri.
Thank you.
No question?
No
Yeah.
I have the question, ma'am.
Oh yeah. Mr. Chandra Buana, please
Yes.
your time.
I'm Chandra from Poltekkes Kemenkes Bengkulu, especially in nursing study program in Curup, is Campus B in Curup City. The question from the researchers is, the dirty A patient tuberculosis is so big population, I think. So with your condition in Tanjung Karang, there is you have some problem, difficulty to meet your respondent. Maybe you can share experiences about that. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. I will answer the question. I take sample, total sampling is 38 patient. Patient with live with her children, live in one house, not patient gerontic. No, that they have children in the house, live with the patient tuberculosis. Diskusi, I have patient have a children live in one house. So that
Please mute.
38 patients.
Please other audience mute your mic.
Okay, thank you. Because that is important experiences. Because I'm so difficult to meet the patient TBCN at home.
Yes.
Okay, because it is maybe good experiences with us to get TBC's control in Indonesia. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chandra.
Thank you.
Please, Mr. Tony, your question or your opinion.
Okay, thank you. I just want to recommend to this paper. Yeah, you have to read for the last paragraph. You mentioned that no relationships between access to services. What does it mean? The community cannot get the health center or what? What do you mean by saying this?
In the variable access. Okay, thank you, Mr. Tony. I will answer. In this case, the variable access to service. This I find in bivariates it's not a relationship. It's about apa?
Do you mean the population or the community difficulty to access the services?
Yes. In wait a minute. In this definisi operasional, and I find access to health service. I think 2 kilometers from a patient with community health center.
Okay, this is far away between the community health center and the citizen.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, but the other sentence also mentioned there is a relationship between house ventilation and preventive behavior of pulmonary TB transmission to children. So, what do you mean by saying like this? The whole of the house is no ventilation, or please explain a little bit more.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Tony. About ventilation, in definisi operasional, I think more than 10% for floor area, and less than 10% of floor area. Is ventilation is good. Good is a classification. Is made more than 10% for floor area. I think so.
Okay, that's why you suggest this counseling is an important thing, yeah, to do the community. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Tani.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for the valuable comment and question from Mr. Tony. And thank you for all presenter for bringing us to a very productive session, yeah, for today. And ladies and gentlemen, I would say thank you very much for addressing this interesting topic and your active participation in this third Bengkulu conference. I hope you enjoy with this program and have a nice day. Bye-bye. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, ma'am, Valendriani, Mr. Tony.
Thank you
so much.
Thank you so much. Okay, thank you. Gantian Mbak Rini. Udah pulang.
Oke,
saya mau maju juga soalnya.
Dr. Valendriani.
Iya, nggak mungkin saya pula yang
contribution to lead the discussion.
Now
we going to the
formulation
or relaxation for today, and now in this room our discussion already attend Dr. Lalu Muhammad Irham. Lalu Dr. Lalu, time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you once again. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the time given to me. Firstly, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Lalu Muhammad Irham, and with me also Dr. Halimah, SKM MKMs. In the sessions, in the 4th sessions, we will have runs. We will have runs hands presenter in this sessions, and then I have to make sure first. I think for all that presenters already in this room. For the first is there the presenter from the first speakers is Octaviani. Halo Mbak Octaviani. And then second one is the Elvira Yunita. And the third one is Dian Sukma Putri. Are you in the Zoom right now? And then for the fourth one is Tony Cortis Maigoda.
Yes, I am.
Yes, okay. And then the next is the Christianella and Respa Mainisasti and Mardatillah and Sunita. And I have to make it sure that all the presenter already in these rooms. Okay, we will for the first sessions. I think we have to remind everyone, every single of us here, that you have around 10 minutes to present, and then we have around 5 minutes to discuss with us and also with the others audiences. Okay, for the first speakers will be Octaviani. She will present the title of her presentation is Acute Toxicity Test and Lethal Dose, or LD50 of Tangka Kuning sleep extracts in mice biopsy strains. Mbak Octaviani, are you ready?
Yes.
Okay, the time is yours. Runs 10 minutes to deliver your speech, and then we have around 5 minutes for discussion sessions. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity that is given. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I will to present my research about acute toxicity test and lethal dose of nangka kuning leaf extract, Vincetoxicum filosum Bloom kunze in mice, Musculus babsi strain. Next. My name is Oktoviani, and we work in team Ellen Maidea and Dita Della Pertiwi. Next. Abstract. Nangka kuning leaf extract, Vincetoxicum filosum Bloom, which we will refer to as filosum. So for the next, I will say as filosum. Filosum is known to be a hepatoprotective and antibacterial agent. The facts regarding the effectiveness must be evaluated by a toxicity test to detect intrinsic toxicity and lethal dose, or LD50 value, so that an acute lethal dose of 50% of the test animals can be determined. From this study, an acute toxicity test and LD50 of nangka kuning leaf extract were administered to mice, Musculus babsi strain, in 4 groups. This study is an experimental post-test only control group design, in which the entire group of mice was given food and drink for 14 days.
Halo Mbak Oktoviani.
Oh, sorry. Okay. 1,100 milligram per kilogram of mice body weight and 500 milligram per kilogram of mice body weight on the first day. So it is just a single dose. Toxic symptoms that appear to be the most dominant are respiratory failure that begins with rapid breathing and then slows down. The result of the LD50 calculation using read and range method are 200, 1,013.48 milligram per kilogram of mice body weight and are included in the mild toxic category. Next. Introduction. Indonesia has a lot of biodiversity with various types of plants, and these plants have an important role for the development of science and technology. Nangka kuning is an endemic plant from Lubuk Linggau, used as a medicine for hepatitis, so we can say hepatoprotector activity based on Riani 2019. Then nangka kuning leaf extract is known to be antibacterial agent. This is my research at 2021. Next, WHO revealed that if you want to test an ingredient or substance used for medical purpose for human and animals, it must go through the test phase, namely preclinical testing and clinical trials. One of the preclinical tests is the acute toxicity test. The purpose of the toxicity test is to detect intrinsic toxicity and the LD50 value, so that an acute lethal dose of 50% of the test animals can be determined. Next. Method. Sorry, I don't know why my PowerPoint it is disappear. Method it's not really good.
So you mean that another of your slide is
no. I mean method is
Oh, I see. It's mean that the age is kind of the eradicated, or right, or what?
Yes, I don't know why. Age, there is no age.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Yeah.
But if you don't mind, you can continue it.
Yes, I will continue. Experimental study with a post-test only control group design. The sample used biopsy white mice musculus, age 5 until 6 weeks, and body weight of 20 until 35 grams. The numbers of mice used were 24 mice consisting of 3 treatment groups and 1 control groups. So in one group, there are 6 mice. Then the data collected are data on body weight, numbers of death, and toxic symptom. Not yet. This previous, okay. This research collects body weight data. It is just additional data, and numbers of death is to calculate the LD50, and then we will see toxic symptom for each group. Okay, next. Each group of mice was given food and drink for 14 days. Then the control group not given extract. They just given food and drink. And for the treatment group consisted single dose of P1 is filosum extract at a dose of 220 milligram per kilogram body weight, and P2 is filosum extract at a dose of 1000 milligram per kilogram body weight, and P3 is filosum extract at a dose of 500 milligram per kilogram body weight. Next, during the first 24 hours, mice were individually observed for at least the first 30 minutes after administration of the test preparation, and periodically every 4 hours. Then for 13 days, observed twice every day. After the treatment period, the mice were sacrificed using the dislocated in the cervical vertebrae at 15 days. 15 days. Okay, next. Okay. About method weight data based on the Sapir-Whorf statistically test obtained p-value more than 0.05, which means the data is normally distributed. The Leuven test homogeneity test obtained p-value more than 0.05, which means that the data distribution is homogeneous. The result of the one-way ANOVA test on body weight of mice before and after treatment were P equals 0.632 with P more than 0.05. I will read the missing text. It is statistical analysis method for body weight. For the title, it's missing part, so it means statistical analysis method for body weight. Okay, next. This is the result for body weight data. The following is a graph of the difference in body weight for each group on day 0 and 15 days. From this graph, it can be seen that the difference in body weight was greatest in the P3 group. Next, this is result for numbers of death in 4 groups. PO, no death. P1, no death. P2, 2 death, and P3, 4 death. Next, we will see this the meaning of the death in discussion next. So now we will see the result for toxic symptom. Toxic symptom were not found by groups PO and P1. In groups P2, toxic symptom is respiratory failure, heart rate quickens, tremors, limbs become weak. Okay, next. And the toxic symptom in the P3 group were the same as in the P2 group, with additional symptoms are hypersalivation, and the stool becomes soft and slightly watery. Next. Discussion. It's discussion about body weight. Average weight always increased and there was no significant difference in each group. This shows that each sample experienced normal growth because weight gain is one indicator of growth. The body weight of the subject in this study was P more than 0.05, so there was no significant difference between the groups, even though the phylloxera extract was given. Next.
Dr. Vianney, could you more faster?
Okay, sorry. Okay, discussion about LD50. There were 6 mice that died, namely 2 mice from the P2 group and 4 mice from the P3 groups, referring to previous studies showing the LC50 value of the phylloxera extract is 125 part per billion, and this is based on Priscilla 220, and the result of the LD50 calculation using read and range method are 200, 1013, 0.48 milligram per kilogram of mice body weight. Based on the literature, it is known that the LD50 value is included in the mild toxic category. This category is based on BPOM 214. Next, okay. About the toxic symptom. Toxic symptoms that appear to be the most dominant are respiratory failure that begins with rapid breathing and the slows down. Respiratory failure can result in a decrease in the respiratory rate and the bruise appearance on the animals due to a lack of oxygen entering the body, and toxic effect that occur in breathing by reducing the amount of oxygen carried by the blood is called hypoxia. Hypoxia can cause respiratory depression and paralysis of the respiratory muscles. And the conclusion for my research is toxic symptoms that appear to be the most dominant are respiratory failure, and the result of the LD50 is 2,113.48 milligram per kilogram of mice body weight and are included in the mild toxic category. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for sharing your study, Mbak Oktaviani. So we have I think maximum 5 minutes for discussion sessions. And here's we have Dr. Halimah. I think, is there any comments from Dr. Halimah before we are going to give to the other participant? Hello, Dr. Halimah.
Hello.
Okay, do you have any comments for Mbak Oktaviani?
Good evening, Dr. Halimah.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Lalu, and good evening, yang presentasi. I'm so sorry I late that masuk in Zoom. Untuk sementara bahasa Indonesia dulu lah ya.
Okay, that's fine. I can translate it into the English if anyone.
Okay. Jadi apa yang Anda sarankan untuk peneliti selanjutnya? Sepertinya penelitian Anda ini kan masih studi awal ya. Jadi apa yang Anda sarankan untuk peneliti selanjutnya dari melanjutkan penelitian Anda?
Okay. Okay, so directly can Mbak Oktaviani answer Bu Dr. Halimah's question, right?
Yes, thank you for the question.
Mbak Oktaviani, please unmute your. Okay.
I have a problem for this research about observation. It's not optimum, I think, because we just have twice per daily to observe the toxic symptom. So maybe for suggestion to next research is can observe the animal in 24 hours. It's need more research.
Okay, so you
for
suggest,
men.
okay, so you suggest for the next researcher to more to doing more times or to doing the optimum first, and then you can try it in the experiment, right? Is that your point for the next researcher, right?
Yes.
So we got the point. So is there any other comments, Dr. Halimah?
Okay, thank you.
Any question, ma'am?
For me.
Okay, thank you. So one of our participants would like to ask you, please mention your names, Mr. and then.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Chandra Buana from Poltekkes Kemenkes Bengkulu.
Okay, Pak Chandra.
Okay, I think it's so different with us as a nursing get study in the human and you get study on the mice. But there is any impact your study for the human maybe?
Okay.
Yes, thank you, Mister, for the question. This is nangka kuning extract is used by people in Lubuk Linggau for sakit kuning. They say sakit kuning, so it means hepatitis, and the activity for hepatoprotector is proven. It's proven from previous research from Ruyani. Ruyani 2019. Previous research from Ruyani in 2019.
Okay. So that's the previous study, right? That is the national journal or international journal?
International journal, Journal of Traditional and Complementary Medicine.
Okay, that's the gap of your research, right? So that's for the humans, Bapak Chandra.
Yes.
Nangka kuning is very good for the peoples, especially for the people of the hepatitis. I don't know, hepatitis C or hepatitis B patients.
Yes.
So it is very important. So I think for the last ones, because we have time constraints, Mbak Octaviani, my suggested, my kind of the suggest or kind of the for the improvement of your presentations and also for your paper, draft of your paper or draft of your manuscripts, it is better if you can draw the figure every kind of, for example, the methodology. You can write down the methodology by adding the figure, and then it is better also in the result part. Also, you can add a figure or image, but you have to make it certain the copyright of that image. That's my point.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lalu.
Okay. Thank you once again for sharing of your study. It is very interesting for every single of us. So because of the time constraints, we have to stop your presentation here. So we move to the next presenter. The next presentations will be potentials of hesperidins inhibit SARS-CoV-2 means protease and ACE2 or angiotensin converting enzyme type 2 receptor in-silico analysis. And these presentations will be presented by Elvira Yunita. Hello, Mbak Elvira Yunita, are you there?
Yes, I am Dr. Lalu.
Okay, you have time. You have around 10 minutes to deliver your presentations, and we have around 5 minutes for discussions session. Thank you.
All right. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Elvira Yunita. I'm from Faculty of Medicine and Health Sciences, University of Bengkulu. Today I will present my paper. It's about potential of hesperidin inhibit SARS-CoV-2, MPRO, and S2 receptor in-silico analysis. Next slide, please. This presentation outline will be introduction, method, result and discussion, conclusion and acknowledgement. Next slide. Yes. Oh. This is the background of this research. As we know that SARS-CoV-2 is the virus that caused pandemic and death worldwide. And then the main pathogenesis of this virus is one of them. It consists S2 receptor as the receptor that will attach to the spike of the virus, and then the other is the protein. It called MPRO. It will act as the protein that using with the replication of the virus. So these two protein is the potential for suppression the activity of MPRO and S2. It is can be targeted to control COVID-19. Next slide. This is our previous study, and we have found the compound from calamansi from Bengkulu City and gerga orange from Bengkulu City. We have identified the main chemical compound that contained from the two extract of this orange, and then we identified that hesperidin is the main bioactive component detected in ASE positive and ASE negative using LC kit-off MSMS. So we think that we could use this compound and then try to inhibit SARS-CoV-2 within the protein MPRO and S2. Next. So the goal is this research is to analyze the potential of hesperidin in inhibiting S2 receptor and MPRO in-silico method. And then next, the method of this study, the first one, we have to download the hesperidin compound from PubChem and then S2, and then we do the protein preparation with cleaning water molecules and active ligand, and then we do the docking procedure, and then we analyze the result. Next slide, please. Okay, the result here show that this is the structure of hesperidin, the main compound from calamansi and gerga orange. We have detected in LC kit-off MSMS analysis, and then this is after the cleaning. It means that we remove some water and then native ligand of the hesperidin. So it's shown in the figure. Next slide, please. And then this is the cleaning native ligand from S2. Also, we'll do the same procedure like water molecule cleaning and cleaning native ligand from S2 protein. Next slide, please. All right. After the docking process, we got the Gibbs free energy from S2 and MPRO. It is 12.1 and 9.5, and the Gibbs free energy is in negative result. So it means that spontaneous reaction can occur within the hesperidin and estro and MPRO. So the smaller number of the delta G negative, it means that the bond within hesperidin and the protein we targeted in molecular docking occurs more stable. Yes, next slide, please. This is the structure of visualization between S2 and hesperidin in molecular docking. We found that the chemical bond van der Waals and hydrogen is found in the from docking site, and then this is the active site contain arginine, serine, tryptophan, glycine, and the others site that could interact between S2 and hesperidin molecule. Next slide. Yes, this is the structure visualization between MPRO and hesperidin. It is the same with the with the docking process that we do before between hesperidin and S2, the EMPRO also contain the molecular bond like van der Waals and hydrogen within some active site. Within the delta G result is greater in hesperidin and S2 between hesperidin and EMPRO. Next slide, please. Okay, the conclusion of this result is hesperidin can form bonds spontaneously on the active site S2 and EMPRO protein based on molecular docking result. And the bond between hesperidin compound was stronger with S protein than with EMPRO protein. Hesperidin can be potential as new drug candidate and S2 inhibitor and EMPRO. Okay. The acknowledgement of this result, we are thankful to our faculty that has given a grant for this research. Then I think, yes. Next slide, please. Is there more? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mbak Elvira Yunita. I don't know what could I call you, Mbak Elvira or Mbak Yunita?
It's okay. Elvira is okay.
Thank you
Yunita
very
also
much
okay, sir.
for sharing of your study. Yeah, it is interesting actually when we, until now, I think the ACE2 is not only to identifying the more about the in-silico and also the bioinformatic approach, but also if we see from the clinical trial gaps, kind of the clinical study or the drug targets or the protein targets for the candidate of drugs for COVID-19 is widely already been studied for ACE2 inhibitors. So I think, is there any comments from before I ask Dr. Halim? I think, do you have submit your papers into the several journals or you didn't submit yet?
Yes, I didn't submit the full paper to this conference, so I hope I can publish in the other journal, maybe, Dr. Lalu.
Okay, thank you so much. So, is there any comment, Ibu Dr. Halima, for this?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lalu. Which orange are good for consumption of pandemic period? This.
I'm sorry, Dr. Halima.
Jadi jeruk apa yang baik digunakan, yang Anda sarankan pada masa pandemi ini?
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you for the question, Dr. Halima. The first, I want to tell that the study is still in silico process, so it is have reached the clinical trial or so on. So I can give that suggestion maybe based on this research because it's only give the information about the possibility of interaction between hesperidin that we identified from Gerga and Calamansi. So the both of orange extract is we use in this study, but I can conclude jump into the conclusion that what is the orange is better that we are using or drink in this pandemic era. Maybe the both of them it's okay with the suitable dose maybe. Yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr.
Halima. So I think I have a question because my research also in the actually kind of quite the same with the in-silico, Mbak Elvira. But my approach is by using the bioinformatic approach and also by using the genomic-based approach. And the other one, actually, I have studied about the receptor for COVID-19 is especially in TMPRSS2. You know that, right? These two kind of gene is very popular. But I have to, I don't know, is it possible if you can combine it with the bioinformatic approach, I think, because the in-silico analysis is one of the other preface, I think, and the other one I think is better if you can also prove by using the bioinformatic analysis. I think to combine it, these two kind of approaches, it will your research will be more power, will have more power. Kind of that my suggestions, Mbak Elvira.
Yes.
So I think we had to give the audience. Is there any question from audience? Please feel free to ask to the Mbak Elvira Yunita. Hello. Is there anyone who would like to?
There's no question, maybe Dr. Lalu.
You want to ask me? Oh, you want to ask me or you?
Yes. Okay.
Okay.
It's right. The study will be more effective and then more continuous process if we do the dynamic molecular maybe, and then as you suggest that we use the different analysis with the our chemical compound that we have found before, and then with the large chemical compound, and then with the large the protein target. So memang the project is still continue until now, and then yes, like that.
Yeah, because so far that I know, Mbak Elvira, if you using the title in silico analysis, is more is more preface rather than if you would like to using the bioinformatic. I think
Yes.
Nowadays the bioinformatic is more news rather than the in silico analysis. So that's my suggestions, I think.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Lalu.
Okay. So it is already done, or is there any questions from audience? We will have times. Okay, if it is no questions from audience, I think we should say thank you to Mbak Elvira Yunita for sharing us about the in silico analysis based approach for identifying the ACE2 receptors or inhibitors for to fight for the COVID-19, right? So thank you once again, Mbak Elvira Yunita. Have a good day, and then we have to finish your presentation. So we should to move to another presenter is Ibu Dian Sukma Putri. She will present her presentations entitled The Effects of Mangrove Leaf Extracts, Coastal Bengkulu on Viability and Quality of Human Spermatozoa Chromatins. So Mbak Dian or Bu Dian.
Okay, thank you, sir. I'm
You have
sorry.
time for 10 minutes. Okay.
Dian Sukma is my student, so
Okay.
for presentation, I would like to presentation. I'm sorry.
Time
Okay.
for you.
My name is Lia Agustin Umar. Okay, thank you. For now, I want to presentation my research with my student in University of Bengkulu. The title Effect of Mangrove Leaf Extract, Sonentaria alba, Coastal Bengkulu on Viability and Quality of Human Spermatozoa Chromatins. Next. Okay, for now, mangrove, especially for Sonentaria alba, dominate in coastal of Bengkulu City. Next slide. Okay. Okay, for background, Indonesia has a plan program for prevent population. So in general contraception in women, but for today, contraception for female is developed. So for female, contraception is spermicide and chemical based. So have a side effect, especially for increased change normal floral and increase genital tract infection. Next. So this is a form of hormonal male contraception. We know in common general, contraception. Ideal contraception must be for a long time and reversible. So for male, people use spermicide in condom. Next. Okay, background is mangrove. Sonentaria alba is dominant on coastal of Bengkulu city. The leaf is plain or known to contain terpenoid saponin, which to disrupt the cell membrane of spermatozoa. Membrane disruption can affect to viability and chromatin quality of sperma. In Bengkulu, 5 species from 4 family mangrove, Rhizosporaceae, Rhizospora mucranata, and Brogorea cylindrica, family Avicenna, and family Rhisantrea, and family Combretacea. Next. Okay. This is assessment for chromatin condensation abnormality in of spermatozoa and evolution change of spermatozoa chromatin. We use aniline blue and toluidine blue stain for now condition chromatin spermatozoa. Next. Okay, this is a chromatin status assay. 100 microliters semen or ejaculate obtained from male patient and fertile donor to give sperm smear. For chromatin maturity, we use aniline blue staining and chromatin compaction. Or chromatin integrity, we use toluidine blue staining. From 200 sperm, clear staining percentage is maturation. On dark blue is percent immature. For chromatin compaction, toluidine blue staining, from 200 sperm, light blue staining with means it's good compaction, and violet staining with pure compaction. So we use correlation analysis. Next. So the study I'm to analyze the potential of the leaf extract as a candidate for spermacide by looking its effect on the viability and chromatin quality of human spermatozoa. This research is laboratory experimental with a randomized block design or RBD. Next. Okay. We laboratory location in Faculty of Medicine and Biomedical Laboratory. Next. Okay, if you don't know mangrove or Sonentaria alba, we can see in this picture. So we use the leaf mangrove. Okay, next. Extraction by maturation, maceration method, and we test for pH and liberation versus Sonentaria alba leaf. It's positive saponin terpenoid saponin. Next. For a sample population with married men in Bengkulu city, and we have 6 sample from 6 male or donor sample. Next. This is a sperm characteristic. We use World Health Organization in 2010, and okay, next. Okay, Donor sperm will tested macroscopic and defined to 5 experimental group. Its sperm was ended to 0.9% NaCl as negative control, chemical spermicide for positive control, and treatment group extract 10 milligram per milliliter to 20 milligram per milliliter and 30 milligram per milliliter. All group were tested for viability and chromatin maturity. All sites slide this staining eosin, aniline blue, and toluidine blue. Next. Okay, statistical analysis we use Kruskal-Wallis. Okay, next. Okay, sperm viability we know the in this picture. So we have a picture in there P0, P positive P1 and P2 and P3. This is extract in P1, P2 and P3. Okay, next. Okay, for observation in light microscopy and the form of presentation of stain and stained spermatozoa head cell membrane. The results were analyzed in ANOVA following the Guncan test and the condition not met. So the Kruskal-Wallis is carried out. Sonentaria alba leaf extract can reduce the viability, chromatin quality of spermatozoa, and result of Kruskal-Wallis analysis has a significant of less 0.15 at Man-Whitney follow-up test for its concentration has a significant difference in the viability and quality of chromatin. Next. The concentration in 10 milligram per milliliter with 20 milligram per milliliter on chromatin maturity has not significant difference. The concentration of 20 milligram per milliliter was more decreased viability in 27.375%, chromatin maturity in 29.692%, and chromatin density in 32.04042% spermatozoa. Next. Okay, this is a sperm chromatin maturity assay. We use aniline blue staining result. Okay, next. Next, I'm sorry. Okay, this is a picture for toluidine blue staining result. This is for assessment sperm chromatin integrity. Next. Okay. The same with next previous slide. So next. For conclusion, in Sonentaria alba mangrove leaf extract can reduce the viability and chromatin quality of human spermatozoa. So that is spermicide potential. Next. Okay, thanks for LPPM University of Bengkulu and UPPM FKIK for grant, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Bu Lia, for kind presentation. So the mangrove leaf extract, right? So is there any common use for mangrove leaf extract in Bengkulu?
Yeah, because maybe not for drug, or maybe only for
is there commonly used for food or kind of for
no. Only for plain with coastal.
Okay, so but previous study, is there any previous study proof that the mangrove leaf extract is for kind of the purpose of your study? is there any previous study that prove it for the quality of human spermatozoa in before previous study?
I'm not improve, but decrease quality, because this is for contraception. So
Okay.
I want to reduce maturity, not reduce maturity, reduce motility for spermatozoa, and reduce the we know the spermatozoa to die. So spermatozoa can be fertilized ovum. Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. So we have to ask the comment from Ibu Dr. Halimah.
Okay.
Okay, the time for you, Ibu Dr. Halimah, to comment the.
Oke, terima kasih. This is nice study because study for kearifan lokal from Bengkulu.
Yeah.
Jadi mangrove can this be an alternative contraception ya?
Yes.
Yeah. What you advice do you give for researcher peneliti lainnya in kelanjutan dari studi Anda ini?
Okay. Thank you for Dr. Halimah. For the later on, I want to develop spermicide gel. So you prototype in spermicide gel. So I think it's less effect because the spermicide from herbal. And I think for next research, we can use volunteer, or we can see in targeted male. For to know about side effect, maybe can follow after use this gel, and we can develop a condom with natural spermicide gel from mangrove. I think this.
Okay, so the for the next step is Ibu Lia would like to formulate the products, right?
Yeah,
for the mangrove leaf extract.
Okay.
So, is there any questions? Other questions, Ibu Dr. Halimah?
I think tahap pertama karena di masa pandemi ini banyak pencinta kucing, mungkin bisa diterapkan untuk kontrasepsi untuk hewan-hewan kesayangan.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah,
Mungkin
thank you, Dr. Halimah.
I think I can answer this.
Oh, okay, it's fine.
Tadi
You are
in bahasa
respond.
because I'm
No problem. Even in English, it's fine.
Oke. Mungkin kalau jawabnya untuk hewan sepertinya agak susah. Karena ini tipikalnya untuk membunuh sperma yang dalam bentuk sudah keluar. Tapi kalau misalnya hewan, dia akan sedikit sulit karena kita tidak tahu mau meletakkan ini di mana. Karena kan kalau hewan mereka tidak punya waktu kapan mau kawinnya. So I think it's very
That is
difficult for
the constraints for
yes.
the limitation of that.
Yeah.
But is there any preliminary study, Ibu Lia? I mean, is there any previous study that proved in vitro analysis or in vivo study for this extract mangrove leaf?
Maybe because sorry. Mungkin karena ini apa namanya tuh
So this is
langsung
the first time.
Yeah, this is first time, and before kontrasepsi kandidat kontrasepsi untuk kandidat kontrasepsi ini biasanya menggunakan hewan coba. Jadi menggunakan mas men-cheat atau yang lain sebagainya. Cuman perbedaan is different in this study is we use human spermatozoa.
Okay, but
And
even that you use very limited
yeah,
number
this
of samples.
yeah, because it's a very close for human
Yeah, I mean,
condition.
so far I know that you presented that the sample that you use is around 6 patients, right?
Yes,
Around 6
yes.
people, right? So
Only 6 patients.
I think the suggestions for the next researcher to increase more and more samples, right?
Yes.
To widely know about the or validation of the mangrove extract leaves. Okay. And my suggestions, I think, Ibu Lia, I think you should to have to find out because if you would like to submit it into the paper, into the journals, I think some of the reviewers will comment about the gap of the study.
Yeah,
the gap of the study, because you started from the mangrove leaf extract, so you did not using the in vitro or in vivo study, or even that you can using the in silico analysis or bioinformatic based approach to see whether the candidate of the extract leaf mangrove is very important for to increasing the quality of the spermatozoa, kind of that, right?
Okay, thanks.
Better to do that. So
Okay.
for the gap that you're for the gap of your study. So for my second suggestions, I think Ibu Lia, you can describe more data visualizations.
Okay, yes.
So data visualization is very important if you would like to submit it into the journals, especially in the methodology part.
Okay.
So right now, there is website, online database, online website that you can utilize, you can use. Like you can use BioRender, you know that BioRender, right? BioRenders, you can use that even that. Yes.
I think I
So,
can learn with
okay, you can contact me if you would like to.
Yes.
After this, you can contact
Thank
me.
you, thank you.
Yeah, you can using that. So your data, the readers will more easier to understand our study if we using the figure or if using the image. You can see right now the very good journals. Every journals right now asking authors to describe or to provide the image for the graphical abstract.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
My suggestions for improvements of your study and improvement of your papers. Thank you, Ibu
Thank
Lia,
you so much, so much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Bye. So thanks once again to Ibu Lia Agustinus Umars for very good presentations. And for the next presentations will be Tony Cortis Maigoda. He will present about the antimicrobial activity and diabetic wound healing's effect of guava and Melastoma malabatricum leaf gels in rats, in spray you daily rats. So, Bapak Tony.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, the time for you runs 10 minutes to deliver your speech, and we have runs 5 minutes for discussion sessions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. This is my research with the outline. See the outline, please. Hello, next. Huh? Apa? You can see my PowerPoint.
Yes, we can see it, but
okay. What's next, please? Yang di laptop saya nggak berfungsi.
Okay, next slide, please.
Oke, nggak berfungsi di ini.
Okay, because of the, I think because of the internet connections.
Okay.
Okay, please, next slide.
That's why I want to describe about the diabetes population is increasing rapidly throughout the world. Okay. And then let me show you about the International Diabetes Federation in 2013, that the amount of diabetes is very large in a global. Yeah, the number of people with diabetes by IDF region in 2013, and I would like to express what about in Indonesia. Yeah, in Indonesia, diabetes mellitus, yeah, is about 5.5 million. Yeah, so diabetes is a silent killer. Diabetes mellitus is a public health problem in the world. The prevalence tend to increase every time, even though in global or in Indonesia. In fact, of overall quality human resources and national development. So that's why the diabetes foot ulcer is a condition where there is a partial thickness or total thickness of the skin that can extend to the tissue under the skin, tendon, muscle, bones, and joint in someone suffering from diabetes mellitus. So this condition arises due to an increase in high blood sugar levels, infected like ulcer and gangrene in the tissue cause necrosis. That amputation is a risk of occurring, according to Tarawoto 2011. Now, by combination melastoma malatrobicum limb and guava lip, in Indonesia we can say that daun serduduk dan daun jambu biji. So it is describing about the melastoma limb and guava lip. I cannot to read the whole of thing. There are many things. Just read up. But the purpose of this study was to determine the potential of guava and melastoma malatricum limb lips mixed gel activity as an antimicrobial and wound healing is experimental in rats. The specific objective is to find out the effects of treatment guava and melastoma malatricum lip mixed gel toward diameter of wound healing in foot diabetic ulcer in rats on 2nd and 6th and 10 days to know the type of bacterial colonies in wound tissue. And lastly, to examine the effect of fourth treatment on the number of bacterial colony forming unit on the 2nd day and the 10th day of the experiment. So this is a quantitative research with through randomized block design research experiment with a pre-test and post-test approach with a control group. So the experimental group was given 1% clindamycin gel, blank gel 4% and 6% guava and serduduk leaf extract. So this study using the animal, yeah, the study used experimental laboratory method to determine the activity of the ethanol extract gel of guava and melastoma malatrobicum leaves, namely 4% and 6% of the healing of diabetic wound in auloxan-induced rats. The population in this study were male white rats was carried out in the Pharmacology Laboratory and Pharmaceutical Laboratory, National Institute of Science and Technology, Jakarta. This is the extraction procedure. The maceration method was used for the extraction for the two test materials, guava and melastoma malatrobicum limb leaves were dried in an oven at a temperature approximately 50 centigrade Celsius until 40% moisture content was obtained. Then cut into pieces, then refined into a fine powder using a blender and sieve using a 100 metric sieve. Gel dosage formula preparation. There were 4 types for gel preparation: negative control, positive control, 4% and 6% mixed guava melastoma malatricum lean and gel by adjusting the most appropriate formula ingredient. With the composition ingredient as CMC, carboxyl methyl cellulose natrium 6%, propylene glycol 8%, methyl paraben 0.2%, aqueous at 100%. The formula and the concentration guava melastoma menotrichum leaves extract gel preparations. So this is the result of gel extract after we have done by maceration. Guava leaf and cerulean leaf 4%, and this is guava leaf and cerulean percent 6%. So I want to describe a little bit more about rat to diabetes with alloxan monohydrate. The test animal used in this study were male spectacly rats weighing 250 and 270 grams. The rat adapted for TED for 7 days before treatment. The test animal fasted for 12 hours, still given to drink, so that blood glucose was stable and there was no change in blood glucose level due to food intake. The rats were adapted for 7 days before treatment. In order to make the test animal diabetic, the rats were induced with 10 grams of alloxan monohydrate dissolved in saline solution with a single dose of 120 milligrams of kilogram birth weight through the intraperitoneal road abdominal cavity. Increase glucose if the glucose level of the test animal more than 200 milligram deciliter on day 5 or 120 hours in a fasting state. After the 5th day, after alloxan injection, blood through the tail vein was taken to measure the increase in fasting glucose. The rats used in this study were rats with fasting blood sugar level above 200 milligram deciliter and temporary blood sugar level more than 300 milligram deciliter. This is the picture, the process of injection of alloxan to the rats. Yeah. Testing procedure on wound diameter. We have to measure the wound diameter of the rats. After rats become diabetic due to the inducing agent, their physiological condition was observed for 2 weeks. Then each rat tail was carried out on the back of one wound. The intervention was divided into these 3 stages. Firstly, the first phase of 0 to 4 days, all the rats were given gel in NaCl negative control, gel with clindamycin, positive control, gel with 4% formula of senduduk leaf, and guava leaf extract gel, and extract guava melastoma malatricum leaf formula 6%. In each wound hole, the rats were treated and then taken blood serum. And the second stage, on the 2nd day, 4 rats termination should be killed, and the remaining 12 rats termination on the 10th day. This is, we are using easy dermal punch method in order to make wound on the rat. On the 0 day, the diabetic group were anesthetized with the combination ketamine 100 kilogram and siloxane 5 milligram per kilogram, which were injected via intramuscular route. The use of substance is to relieve pain before the injury process. Yeah, the rat is free from pain. A pattern is made with the shape of a rectangle mark on the dorsal surface of the leg using a tape measure, and then a layer of skin at full thickness with a wound diameter of 5 millimeter is peeled off under pressure. 1 day after one induction, day 1, the wound becomes slightly more prominent. This is the picture after we induce by that equipment. Data analysis, we use ANOVA for analysis. If the There is a significantly different. Then we continue with Duncan. Ethical approval for this research has obtained information that passed the ethical review from the Research Ethics Commission of the Veteran National Development University UPN France, Jakarta. This is approval number. This is the letter. Result and discussion. Yeah. The treatment affect the test preparation on the diameter of the red wound on what treatment in each group is shown in table 2. The trend is significantly approved. There is a connection between the intervention and the wound diameter. In table 3, we would like to know what is the effect between treatments. Yeah, we can found here negative control. We compare with F gel at 6% is strongly significant. Yeah, and then the last one is after 10 days, so that the whole of negative control, positive control is strongly significantly approved if we give a gel in 6%. Yeah. To summarize, that's the effect of giving gel with down residue and down jambu biji with the concentration is 6% is strongly can reduce the wound diameter. This is the wound condition in 2 days. This is the condition at 10 days. Approve it. There is a small wound diameter. We can see directly from the picture. The effect of fourth treatment of type the number of bacterial colony. That we can see that there are 2 bacteria found in this study, Klebsiella and Staphylococcus aureus. Yeah. The results of the Beferoni test for treatment on the number of bacteria in each group is shown in table 5. Okay. In discussion, I just want to say you as the short-term cytotoxicity analysis guava extract reduced cell population in vitro. The extract accelerate wound healing. The 5% and 7% concentration of guava leaf ethyl acetate fraction gel are effective in accelerating scrape formation and wound healing, according to the Siena 2016. However, the activity melastoma malatrichum limb and guava-like extra gel in healing wound in alloxan-induced rat in this study, specifically, the higher concentration extract gel used, the higher the effect of reducing wound diameter. Due to the phytochemical result of 2 plant materials, which are considered responsible for fighting antimicrobial and anti-diabetic activity in helping to stimulate epithelial cell and tissue so that regenerate. The secondary metabolic present in the extract of the test preparation have different mechanism in existing the healing process. So Malatribicum has selective antigenic activity against PFV or platelet activating factor and can be an attractive candidate as a natural anti-inflammatory compound. Yeah. Hand sanitizer from guava, which is formulated to be hand sanitizer as an antibacterial, has the potential to inhibit the reproduction of Aries microbial. This is all antimicrobial and also described by Thierry and Liana 2015. My conclusion is melastoma malatribicum lean and guava leaves extract gel have an effect in healing diabetic induced red wound using alloxans. This can be seen from the chain in the diameter of wound healing within 10 days of observation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Bapak Tony, for very good presentations about his presentations about antimicrobial activity and diabetic wound healings. So because of the time constraints, Bapak Tony, I think
Yeah, this I know that it's time constraint.
one questions from Ibu Dr. Halima. Would you like to ask one?
Maybe you have a suggestion, Dr. Halima.
Bahasa Indonesia saja ya.
Oh, okay, no problem at all.
Bagaimana ini penerapannya pada masyarakat, Pak? Ini kan kearifan lokal juga menggunakan daun-daun yang ada di sekitaran di Bengkulu. Jadi bagaimana ini penerapannya pada masyarakat secara umumnya? Itu aja,
Okay.
Pak. Terima kasih.
Thank you. Thank you. Based on my experience, ordinary filter have been tried to adopt as a traditionally used as a herb, by using combination by two leaf. But in scientific is remain unknown. So that's why I want to take participate in research to do this. I want to how can I say that, to view my insight with really do in research by using a specific method, in vitro and in vivo. Okay. So that's why I found this is really good in order to heal the wound healing by can I say that, induced by diabetes mellitus. Because the high glucose level is difficult to stabilize in human. But I want to describe, there is a comparison in dosage with animal and human. This is a different doses, because animal, especially rat, is only 200 and 250 grams on weight. That's why my future research, I want to apply this with using in human. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Bapak Tony, for very good explanations. Okay, Ibu Dr. Halimah, also we should to thanks to both of you for very good comment also. And we know that I think the diabetic foot ulcers is still problems right now, especially for patients with diabetes. Thank you once again, Bapak Tony, for very good presentations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Okay, so thank you for all the audience for your patience. And then now we move to another presentations. Will be Ibu Christianella or other authors will be present. She will present about the formulations of lotions of Gerja orange peel ethanol extract with variation of extra concentrations. So for Ibu Christianella, are you ready for presenting your okay?
Thank you very much for the time. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Dr. Lalu and Dr. Halimah. The title of the research that will we present this afternoon is about the formulations of lotion of Gerja orange peel ethanol extract with variation of extract concentrations. This research was carried out by team, which is me, Christianella, Reswamili Sasti, and Silvi Elviana. Next, please. Introductions.
Interupsi.
Ya.
Mei, suaranya dibesarkan.
Okay.
The sound is not too good, I think.
Is already?
Yeah, okay.
Okay, thank you. Introduction. Garga orange are the main commodity in Lobang Regency of Bengkulu province. Apart from being used as fresh fruit and made into juice, this garga orange has been used as syrup ingredient and its peel is processed into marmalade by community small businesses. From this activity will produce waste in the form of fruit peels. Based on the previous research, the peel of this citrus fruit contain pectin, vitamin C as antioxidant, and secondary metabolism of flavonoid, which have antibacterial, antifungal, antiviruses, antioxidants, and sunscreen activity. Based on its metabolic chemical compound, which is contain flavonoid and vitamin C, which have several benefits such as antioxidant and sunscreen, researchers were interested in developing a lotion formulation from the ethanolic extract of orange peel. The variation in this study is the difference in the concentration of the extract used in each formula with 2%, 8%, and 10%. Next, please. Next, please. Next. The tools and material used in this research are shown in this slide. Okay, next, please. The research procedure. First, we making simplicia of citrus peel fruit. This activity include collection, peeling, wet sorting, washing, drying, dry sorting, and grinding. And then we making ethanolic extract of dried garga peel, which is the extraction method we use is maceration by soaking simplicia in ethanol 70% for 3 until 5 days with 3 repetitions. Lotion, and then we do lotion formulation with the difference of concentration of ethanolic extract of garga peel. The formula we'll see at the next slide. And then the final, we do lotion evaluation. Lotion evaluation was carried out on the 1st, 7, and 14, including organoleptic evaluation, homogeneity, pH, and irritation test. Next, please. This is the formula we use for formulation. We use garga citrus fruit peel extract as active substance with different concentration. And then for the basis formula, we use stearic acid as emulsifier, cetyl alcohol as emulsion stabilizer, liquid paraffin as moisturizer and solvent, glycerin as moisturizer, triethanolamine as emulsifier, methylparaben as preservative, essential oil orange as fragrance, and aquades as solvent. Next, please. This is the procedure for making the lotion. The first we make first massa for oil paste, where cetyl alcohol, stearic acid, and liquid paraffin, which is the oil paste, are melted in a glass beaker on a hot plate at temperature of 70 degrees Celsius and stir until homogeneously. And then we make a second massa for the aqueous paste. Thea, triethanolamine, glycerin, and aquades was heated in a glass beaker on a hot plate at 70 degrees and stir homogeneously. Then we mix first massa into the second massa at the same temperature and stirring it until the two parts are homogeneous. And then final, we add methylparaben and ethanol extract of garga orange. And final, we add orange essential oil, and then we stir it until homogeneous and form a lotion. Next, please. This is result and discussion from organoleptic test. Organoleptic test was carried out to observe change in the shape, color, and smell of the lotion. We do it at the first day, 7th day, and 14 days. The result show that there were no organoleptic changes in each formula from day 1 to day 14. All of the formula has a lotion consistency and soft texture when applied to the skin. From the color observation, it can be seen that the third formula has a darker color than the other formula. From this result, indicate that the higher of concentration of the added extract, there is more concentrated the color of the lotions. From homogeneity test result, test homogeneity aims to determine the level of mixing of the component of the lotion preparations. The results show that all formula were still homogeneous. There were no visible quartz grain on the watch glass and no changes occurred during storage and testing. The addition of the extract did not affect the homogeneity of the preparation we made. Next, please. And then from the pH result, the pH test was carried out to determine the pH value of the lotion with the pH of the skin. If the pH value is too acidic, it can irritate the skin. But while the pH value is too alkaline, it can make the skin dry and scaly. The pH value, the best pH value for lotion is determined on Indonesian National Standard 164399 1996 is about 4.5 and 8. The results show that the pH of the formulation still within the pH range required for Indonesian National Standard for lotion. For the skin irritation, the irritation test is intended to determine whether the lotion can cause irritation or not. The test was carried out on 10 different respondents who did not have a history of allergies. The test result that no respondent saw allergy symptoms such as redness, itching, and roughness of the skin caused by applying the lotion. The conclusion of this, next slide, please. Next slide, please. The conclusion for this study is based on the result. The three formula, the addition of the extract did not affect the stability of the lotion. And then the physical and organoleptic stable, as well as standard of SNE in the terms of pH, and there is no irritation occur during the test. Among the three formula, the first formula had advantages in the term of organoleptic because of the color of the presentation was not so concentrated. Maybe that's all. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Mbak Christianella, for very good presentation. So we asking Dr. Halima to give feedback for Mbak Christianella presentations.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lalu. Jeruk gerga. The study for kearifan lokal from Bengkulu too. I want to ask, based on the result of this study, are there any future plans from the researcher to continue the research or to develop this preparation so that it can be marketed?
Okay, thank you, Dr. Halima, for the question. Maybe for the future, we plan to continue our research because from the color of the formula is not very good to be market. And then maybe to increase the sale, we should check first about the sunscreen activity or antioxidant activity from the formula.
Okay.
Maybe that's.
Okay, thank you, Mbak Christianella, for good response to Dr. Halima. Okay, thank you very much. And because of time constraints, Ibu Dr. Halima, we should move to another presentation or to another presenter. Okay. You have any comments, Ibu Christianella? Last word.
There is no, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you once again. So thank you once again to Mbak Christianella and Ibu Dr. Halima. And then we move to another presenter will be Ibu Respa Meinisasti. She will present about the formulation of hair gels from celery ethanol extracts. Ibu Respa, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
The time for you.
Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for time for me. I would like to explain my presentation. The formulation of hair gel from celery ethanol extract, Apium grapeolus. Next. Various cosmetics have been developed to address the problem of baldness and hair loss, but they differ from synthetic or natural ingredients. One of the pharmaceutical preparation that can be used to treat hair loss and baldness is not the form of gel. Celery is included in aviation treatment, which has been studied to simulate the hair growth. Next slide. The tool used in research are laboratory glassware, universal pH paper, analytic scales, hot plate, rotary evaporator, and homogenizer. The materials used were ethanol, carbopol, TA, propylethylene, methylparaben, sodium metabisulfite, hep celery, and aqueous. Next. Method research as a procedure is making celery simplicia. The first step is plant determination. Next was the collection of sample of celery, peeling, wet sorting, washing, drying, and dry sorting and grinding. The two preparation of celery ethanol extract. Extract method maceration 3 days. Ethanol solvent. The liquid extract was concentrated. Use a rotate evaporator to obtain a thin extract. Celery ethanol in the formulation seen the table 1. Evaluation is the stability, pH test, irritation test, result tau, dan preference test. The next. The formulation of hair gel, we have 3 formulation, formula 1, 2, and 3. The 5, 7.5 and 10 active substance. The next. Procedure: prepare the tool and material to be used. 1 gram carbofol was developed in 40 ml of hot water, stand 25 hours. Mass 1. The mass 2, TEA will homogenize with the homogenizer until gel-based in form. And the mass 3, methylparaben solution into mass 2 will homogenize in this with homogeneous mass 3. Then add the propylethylene glycol and add the sodium metabisulfite, homogenize. After that, the evaluation, the formulation. The next. Result and discuss. The organoleptic test result. Organoleptic test was carried out by observing the color, shape, and smell of the preparation. The organoleptic test used the visual sense. The organoleptic test of this hair gel preparation was carried out the first day. Formula O without extract saw clear or transparent color, but Formula 1, 2, and 3 have a green color. Homogeneity test result. The homogeneity test result, gel preparation was carried out the first day. Homogeneity testing was carried out to determine the level of homogeneity in the hair gel preparation that had been made. The next slide. pH result. The pH result on my formula have been 3 or 7 according to SNE. The irritation serves to see whether or not irritation of the formula 1, 2, and 3. Next slide. Conclusion. Based on the research that has been done, the result of organoleptic test, homogeneity, spreadability, pH, irritation test, result tau, dan preference test, the Formula 1 and Formula 3 are now to meet the characteristic of hair gel, whereas Formula 2 for the characteristic of hair gel, except for the spreadability, the Formula 1 is formula the best is the Formula 1. Thank you.
Thank you, Mbak Respa, for presentation. So we directly kindly ask Ibu Dr. Halimah to comment presentation from Ibu Respa.
Okay, thank you.
I want to ask, based on the result of this study, which formula is the best and why is that?
The best formula in my research is the Formula 1 because based on the research that has been done, organoleptic test, homogeneity, spreadability, pH irritation test have a good formula, best formula.
So that is your formula.
Formula 5% on the activity or active compound.
Okay. Okay, Bu Dr. Halimah, you got the point from Ibu Respa? Or you have another question?
Enough.
Okay, enough
Yeah.
questions from Ibu
Yeah.
Dr. Okay, thank you, Ibu Respa. Because of
Thank you, Mr. Dr.
much thanks to you and also to Dr. Ibu Dr.
Thank
So
you.
we move to another presenter will be Ibu Mardatillah Saryanti. She will present her presentations entitled The Total Coliforms, Detections and Pathogenic Characterizations of Risk of E. coli of Escherichia coli in ice cube isolated from Bengkulu, Indonesia. Ibu Mardatillah.
Yes.
Okay, the time for you.
Okay, thank you for the time. I will present our paper entitled Total Coliform Detection and Pathogenic Characterization of Escherichia coli in Ice Cubes Isolated from Bengkulu, Indonesia. We come from Faculty of Medicine and Health Science, University of Bengkulu. Okay, next slide. Okay, based on the report of World Health Organization in 2020, almost 50% of the world's population lack of the safe sanitation management, which cause various diseases due to microorganism contamination transmitted by through the drinking water. So the contaminated water source, poor of personal hygiene and also environmental sanitation can contribute to acute diarrhea in toddlers. Acute diarrhea is in the developing countries common disease, specifically in Indonesia. The second leading cause, the death of in toddler, is responsible for the death of 370,000 children in 2019. And the number of diarrhea cases in Bengkulu province, also known as the 10 most infectious disease. Next slide. Okay, so the common bacteria found as the main cause of diarrhea among toddlers are Escherichia coli, Vibrio cholerae, and etc. And the most dominant is we know that Escherichia coli. So the contaminated ice cubes with pathogenic microorganisms emerged due to the use of the raw water and contaminated ice pack for the ice cube production during delivery or cold storage. So to validate the water quality result when monitoring the fecal population, the number of E. coli analysis has commonly been used. Characterization of E. coli is an important indicator of fecal contamination to evaluate public health risk, especially in water quality monitoring. Okay, next slide. For the material and method section, I think we collected 17 ice cube samples were taken from several home industry production in Bengkulu city coastal area. And the presence of coliform was identified by multiple two fermentation method containing a presumptive, confirmed, and completed tests following the FDA Bacterial Analytic Manual. And then we continue to identify the E. coli The positive result from the validation tests were cultured on a selective media using methylene blue agar, and the typical colony with a greenish metallic color were determined as the total viable bacteria before being cultured on nutrient agar for microscopic identification through gram staining. Then the presence of E. coli colonies was characterized by biochemical tests based on the American Society for Microbiology protocol, including indole, methyl red, Fogus proscura, and citrate, or abbreviation is IMVIC, before the carbohydrate fermentation analysis. And we also conducted the hemolysis test on a blood agar medium for the microbiological examination. And then we continue the microbiological examination to the molecular examination. So we extract the bacterial genomic DNA from all E. coli isolates from the previous detection following the procedure of Prestomini genome DNA bacteria kit. Then we amplified the 16S rRNA following the Gotthardt green master mix procedures. And then the positive result of the amplified, we continue by Sanger sequencing method. Then the sequence were validated from the genomic data on the National Center for Biotechnology Information, or NCBI, using the BLAST. And then we conducted the neighbor joining to apply for the reconstructing the phylogenetic tree and evaluated by the enveloping a bootstrap of 1,000 replication. Next slide. Okay, for the result, the first, the coliform was identified using the multiple two fermentation method through presumptive and validation tests, which show 10 samples. 10 samples from 17, from the total 17, were contaminated by coliform bacteria. The positive result of both tests were indicated by the presence of gas formation in the Durham tubes and green metallic and pink color colony and EMBA plates, as we see in the picture. And from the 10 samples, positive samples, after validation, we calculate, next slide. Okay, we calculated the most probable number value according to the FDA Bacterial Analytic Manual to determine the coliform concentration. Based on this calculation, the MPN value of 10 samples had a coliform level of greater than 3 MPN per gram. So we can see that the highest total average coliform was found in sample in J sample with 43 MPM, followed by the K sample and L sample, while the lowest is in 3 MPN per gram. Next slide. Okay, to confirm the E. coli characteristic, biochemical tests were performed further. From this test, we can see that E. coli bacteria are characterized as indole positive, methyl red positive, Fogus proscura negative, and citrate negative. Furthermore, in mannitol and in carbohydrate fermentation test, E. coli positive, positively fermentation for glucose, lactose, maltose, mannitol, and sucrose. These conditions were identified due to the changing color of the panel from red to yellow with the presence of gas in the Durham tubes. Next slide. We also identified the microscopic of the bacteria. So 6 isolates suspected as E. coli positive in EMB media with green metallic color colonies and were identified microscopic by the gram staining, and the results show the bacteria had bacilli formed with red color. Next slide. Okay, from this study, our study reveals that the six positive E. coli colonies were observed, with the total of bacteria are so based on the microscopic observation and also the gram positive protocol, it showed that the ice cube have been contaminated with the E. coli bacteria. Next slide. Okay, so the total bacteria or total coliform and E. coli are the main indicator of fecal contamination or presence of enteric pathogen. In several outbreaks of waterborne disease, coliform and E. coli have been detected in drinking water. So in addition, it is also associated with bacteria, virus, or unknown agent, but a study showed that 88% presence of coliform in water sample in the outbreak. So the E. coli strain also involved in diarrhea disease is one of the most causing agent referred to diarrhenic E. coli. So their E. coli strain found in water is crucial to characterize. Next slide. Okay, this is the visualization of DNA amplification, and the amplicon were sequenced to determine the sequence, and it showed the amplicon with the positive for the 16S rRNA. Next slide. Okay, this is the analysis based on the blast end result. The isolates have a strong similarity level with the avian pathogenic E. coli strain 018 and the E. coli of strain 0157H7, which are included as pathogenic E. coli strain. Okay. And we can see from the percent of identity and the query cover. Next slide. Okay, from the phylogenetic tree picture indicate that the closely related species between the E. coli isolates from the ice cube, the 6 positive ice cube, with the E. coli strain of 0157H7 as one of the SIGA toxin producing E. coli or STAC. And also it is the main strain of enterohemorrhagic E. coli. Next slide. Okay, we also it also showed that 97 and to 98% similarity of the E. coli sequence from the gene bank. Okay, as I say before. Next slide. Okay, so based on our present study, we conclude that 6 isolates of ice cube samples consumed by Kampung Nelayan Sejahtera community in Bengkulu City are highly contaminated by E. coli with and according to 16S rRNA amplification result, all isolates are also positive as E. coli bacteria, and with the similarity, high similarity of the E. coli pathogenic strain. So after we compare with the sequence in the gene bank, one of isolate is closely related to the avian pathogenic E. coli 018 or EPIC 018. Okay, this is the end of my presentation. Next slide, and thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Ibu Mardatilla, for very good presentations about the total coliform mutations and pathogenic characterization of E. coli in ice cubes selected from Bengkulu, Indonesia. And we kindly ask Dr. Halimah to comment one comments because of the time constraints. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lalu. This study very nice. Pemeriksaan E. coli-nya sampai kepada tahap apa tadi? Tahap lebih lanjut ya. Jadi
Molecular examination.
Iya. What advice do you give for user of ice cube? Jadi bagaimana saran Anda pada pengguna-pengguna peminum es yang sudah terkontaminasi? Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Halimah, for the question. I think from the result of our study, it proved that the highly contaminated of the ice cube in this coastal area. So we can suggest that the people in this area to be careful with the consume the ice cube. And I think it is interest to further observe the clinical data on the diarrhea case in this area, and then we can analyze the etiology related to the most dominant causative bacteria and its relation to the personal hygiene of the community in this area. I think
that's great explanations, Ibu Mardatilla. That's right. I think for the next step, I think it should to be confirmed in the clinical study, right? So thanks once again, Ibu Dr. Mardatilla, for very good presentations and also for very good response to Dr. Halimah. Thanks once again. And we move to the last presenter will be Ibu Sunita. She will present her study about the leukocyte differential score in patients with type 2 DM treated with diabetic vascular port exercise. But at this time, Ibu Sunita will present by, she already sent the video to the committee members.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good happy day, everyone. I would like to say thank you for looking to my presentations. It's great to see you all. Let me introduce myself. My name is Sunita and I am from Poltekkes Kemenkes Bengkulu and Doctoral Study Program Faculty of Medicine Universitas Pajajaran Bandung, Indonesia. Okay, in this presentation, we will discuss about differential number of leukocytes in patients with type 2 diabetes treated with diabetic vascular food exercise. I will present introduction, material methods, result and discussion, and conclusions. Introduction. Diabetes mellitus is a disease with a very high incidence in the community. The World Health Organization predicts an increase in the number of people with DM in Indonesia from 8.4 million in 2000 to around 21.3 million in 2030. In addition, the International Diabetes Federation also estimates that in 2035, the number of GM incidents will increase. Diabetic ulcers, infection caused by tissue infection accompanied by the proliferation of microorganisms that cause tissue damage with or without an inflammatory response in host cells. Several factors cause diabetic ulcers, such as peripheral vascular disease, autonomic neuropathy, and peripheral neuropathy of the feet, in addition to trauma causing skin breakdown. Another factor that plays a role when GM patients experience diabetic ulcers is the presence of impaired wound healing that occurs intrinsically in patients. Material and method. The research was also carried out after obtaining an ethics permit from the Bengkulu Health Ministry Polytechnic Research Ethics Commissions, as well as an informed consent from signs by each prospective subjects. This study used a cross-sectional study design involving 30 samples before diabetic foot exercise and 30 samples after diabetic foot exercise, which were collected according to the inclusion and exclusion criteria to be designed as research subjects. The BICON examination at the Poltekkes Integrated Lab. This feature in the sequence of leg exercise used in this study. Foot exercise is performed using the Ministry of Health Diabetes foot exercise. Research and discussion. Most of the subjects in this study were women. This is in accordance with the theory that women are more prone to suffer from GM because of physiological and genetic factors in terms of body fat accumulation after puberty, after childbirth, and because of menopause, which cannot be modified. Abnormal BMI as an important contributor in the pathogenesis of DM based on the criteria. A BMI of 26.12 kg per square meter is classified as overweight, while according to the Asia-Pacific criteria, it is classification as obese. A sedentary lifestyle and excessive calorie intake are major risk factors for developing DM. In a study, subjects were also characterized hematologically by examining the differential leukocyte count, table 2 and 3. In table 2, it can be seen that 50% of the leukocyte differential variables, corn variables, whose values are usually distributed. Table 3 shows several variables that show significant difference. P is less than 0.005 between before and after the exercise intervention, namely segmental neutrophil, lymphocyte, and monocytes. Neutrophil as one of the lymphocytes and monocytes. Neutrophil as one of the polymorphonuclear cells were observed to increase in number, while the opposite occurs in mononuclear cells, namely lymphocytes and monocytes. Leukocytes are a group of cells that play a role in the pathogenesis and development of T2DM. Three types of leukocytes that can be seen get relatively much attention in the study in the pathogenesis and complication of T2DM, namely neutrophil, monocyte, and lymphocytes. Inflammation that occurs in diabetes has been reported to be associated with decreased neutrophil functions. Conclusion: there is only a significant difference in the number of segmented neutrophil cells, lymphocytes, and monocytes in diabetics before and after the diabetic vascular for exercise interventions. Thank you and always happy. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Ibu Sunita, for kind presentations and you sharing your study about the leukocyte differential count in patients with 2GM treated with diabetic vascular exercise. And we have Ibu Sunita here and Ibu Dr. Halimah. Do you have any comments or anything that you would like to give to the to Ibu Sunita studies? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. This is a nice study. I want to know, so what kind of food exercise is meant that has an impact on the immune cell response? Why jogging or leisurely walking doesn't have an impact on immunity for DM? Bagaimana dengan jogging atau jalan santai? Apakah tidak ada dampaknya terhadap immunity dari DM?
Okay, thank you, Ms. Halimah. For exercise that has an impact on the immune cell response is the diabetic force exercise that I have explained in my oral video. Diabetic foot exercise can be done regularly every day. In a study carried out by subjects in the morning and or evening, anywhere can be done while relaxing with family and while watching television. Like exercise can be done in standing, sitting, and sleeping position. For exercise can be done by moving the feet and the joint of the base on the feet. For example, standing with both heels raised, lifting the feet and lowering the feet. Movement can be in the form of bending, strengthening, lifting, rotating outward and or inward. Apart from that, the movement of breathing the tooth is also for a diabetic for exercise. For jogging or leisurely walking, there is also an impact on immunity for diabetes, but this is not the focus of my research. Thank you, my answer. I hope it is useful and acceptable. Thank you, reviewers.
Okay, so that's what is Dr. Halima's comment is, I think the suggestion for the next researcher, right?
Okay, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you so much, Ibu Dr. Halima, for a good comment, and also to Ibu Sunita for a very good response to Ibu Dr. Halima's comments. Thank you once again to the all presenter and also to the all audience here. We really appreciate your enthusiasms about this event. We know that even that in the evening that you have really enthusiasm from we start this event. And thanks to the all presenter. We would like to thank once again to the all presenter as well as to the all audiences for this events. The sessions was over. And now let MC to continue the webinar. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Mr. Lalu.
Bye-bye.
Thank you for reviewer, Bu Halima, Bu Sunita. Get sukses for the further.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Iya, Dot, minta